Okay, good morning again, everyone. Uh, for the, good, good morning again, everyone. All right. Uh, for those of you who came a little later, my name is Maurice Carney. I am one of the co-founders of Friends of the Congo and also serve as its executive director. Thank you so much for coming out today as we see the crowd growing and as we welcome our online visitors as well with the live webcast. We just saw a remarkable film, I think everyone would agree, L'Afrique en Morceaux, Africa in Pieces by Jihan El Tari, incredible filmmaker, and she had enabled us to work with her and translate the film, get the subtitles in English so it can go to a broader audience. Want to take the opportunity to thank our sponsor, ThoughtWorks. We're in the ThoughtWorks office here in New York. They've been an incredible supporter of ours, and we're truly humbled by their generosity. So please give a hand for ThoughtWorks. We're, just to provide a bit of context, this program is a part of Congo Week. And Congo Week is a global consciousness-raising undertaking by Friends of the Congo and a number of our partners, where the third week of each October, people throughout the globe host events to elevate the profile of the Congo and commemorate the millions of lives that have been lost in the country. And this year is the 9th year of Congo Week. It runs from October 15th right through 22, October 22nd. We'll be hosting events in London and Paris, a number of other cities in Europe and parts of Africa. And this is the jump off, let's say, for Congo Week. A companion to Congo Week is Congo in Harlem film and performance series, which is hosted right here in Harlem, New York. And for those online who want to find out more and participate in Congo in Harlem, they can go to congoinharlem.org. That's congoinharlem.org. And we start Congo in Harlem at the end of next week, and we run for about 3 days or so. So we encourage you, to those of you in the area, to come out and support the Congo in Harlem film and performance series. For those online and you in the room as well, we encourage you to use the hashtag Congo Week as we go through the day. That's hashtag Congo Week. I encourage you to take pictures, make comments, and feel free to tag us as well at Congo Crisis or at Congo Friends. That's at Congo Crisis or at Congo Friends. You can tag us. But use the hashtag Congo Week for the event today. And feel free to submit questions for those who are online watching live. We'll take questions at the end of the panel discussions, and we want to engage you who are online as well. So right now we're going to bring up Lubangi. Is Lubangi here? He's going to lead us through the panel discussion and give us a brief introduction. Lubangi, I hope he's here. Okay. Give him a warm welcome, Mr. Lubangi, Muniania.
Maurice, thank you for a kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad that you guys were able to come to this very interesting gathering. So we will be talking about, we are commemorating 20 years of war that is tearing DRC apart. This panel will be talking about the planning of war, not that we were there, but because we were able and fortunate to follow what took place prior to the war and also during the war. So with us today, we have Milton Allimadi, who's here. There it is. Let me tell you who Milton Allimadi is. Milton Allimadi is a publisher of the Black Star News and BurkinaStyle.com. He's also an adjunct professor at John Jay College. This is for the City University of New York. And I would like Milton Allimadi to tell you a little bit more about himself.
Well, first of all, can you hear me? I want to welcome all my students. This is all my students here. Thank you for getting up early to be here. And obviously everybody else, sisters and brothers, welcome. As the moderator said, I publish Black Star News, and we focus on U.S. news that is of particular focus, African-American communities, African immigrant communities, African immigrants and Caribbean immigrant communities, and we also cover continental Africa. We do the same thing on BurkinaStyle.com. And at John Jay, I'm in the Africana Studies Department, and I teach Introduction to Contemporary Africa, primarily covering the period after the Berlin Conference to the contemporary era. So thank you for coming, all of you.
Thank you, Milton. And I'm going to introduce Kambale Musavuli, who is not here with us, but he's joining us from, where are you?
I'm currently Washington, D.C.
Okay. Kambale Musavuli, of course, is a native of Democratic Republic of Congo, and is also an activist, a spokesperson for Friends of the Congo. Kambale is being known to speak against the war and help people understand what is actually taking place in DRC. I'd like Kambale to tell you more about his activities and recent activities, if you will, please.
Yes, and it's unfortunate that I'm not there, and thank everyone who's there. Unfortunately, due to problems, I'm not able to be there. So, work that we really do at the end of the day is really about being human. And the way I usually present is, it does not matter when injustice takes place, be it in Congo, be it in Haiti, be it in Syria, or even here in the United States. We have the responsibility to, and Friends of the Congo has provided me a platform to be able to share with communities what's happening in the Congo, and then we use that platform also to people know what they can do to change the situation. And I look forward to the session.
Thank you very much, Kambale. And of course, Claude Gatebuke, who's here. This is Claude Gatebuke. He is a Rwandan survivor, a genocide survivor. He's also a Civil War survivor. He will tell us more about his activities because he's been involved in raising awareness about what took place in Rwanda and its linkage with the war in DRC. This is Claude Gatebuke, please.
Thank you, Lubangi. Thank you. As Mr. Lubangi said, I'm originally from Rwanda, survived both the genocide and the civil war in Rwanda and came to the US as a refugee. And having experienced the atrocities and having seen the piles of bodies on the side of the street and streaming blood and people screaming for help and no one coming to help, and seeing the terror where people were scared, but even animals were scared, where at the beginning you had dogs barking. Days later, even the dogs would not bark because they were scared of the storm of bombs and bullets and the killings and the screaming and the crying for help. And I started sharing my story. When I first came, I was actually really scared and traumatized. I started sharing my story after I read the book of Frederick Douglass, a slave who freed himself and helped free a lot of other slaves. He was about 21 years old when he did it. And that inspired me to do something, because this guy was, he had less resources. He was less than a human being, and he was able to help so many people by telling his story. And so I started sharing my story, and at the time, that's when the death toll in the Congo was at its highest. And I could see myself in the place of so many kids in that place. I was 14 years old when I went through the genocide and the war. And I could see, victims of the war, young girls and boys. And that's when I started speaking. And then later, we founded the African Great Lakes Action Network, an organization that works for peace, justice, and prosperity in the region. And we also team up with Friends of the Congo. We are partners in a lot of work that we do, and we're also part of the African Great Lakes Advocacy Coalition, and it's dozens of organizations here in the U.S. and internationally that are doing work all over the world to raise awareness of this, the deadliest conflict since World War II, where almost half of the victims, children under the age of 5, so 3 million children, babies. We do it in many ways. We do some advocacy and lobbying. We do a lot of educational speaking. We speak all over the U.S. and all over the world. We speak to classes. We speak in community organizations. We speak everywhere. We work with authors and filmmakers, and we also do media, both radio, writing, and television.
Thank you very much, Claude. Come on, let's give the hand. Okay. We're going to start. I will start by just giving you a perspective from my end. And then we will get into the details. We'll hear from Milton, and then, of course, Claude and Kambale. That's how we're going to do it. And we'll have questions from you. Please, as we speak, if you can, take a note so you can ask your questions, because we need to exchange. I'm sure some of you sitting there have information, if not more, than we do. So let's just exchange this. 20 years today, Congo has been crossing a terrible road. In Congo, there is a profound knowledge, culturally speaking, because my background is education, art education. So when you study art, you have to study culture, but it's African art education. So I studied a lot of different cultures in Africa, and sometimes you'll be surprised to see how similar those cultures are, and also how different they are. People tend to look at Africa as a country, as a group of one, bunch of people running around. But Africa is more profound than that. That's why we need to speak about these things so we can put into context. The narrative out there since '96 has been that Congo, people are killing each other. They don't like each other. Tribal people. And of course, you go there and you find this group is killing that group. But if it's put in global context, you'll be able to understand what is happening in DRC. It is affecting you and I on day-to-day basis. But of course, in the beginning, no one was able to see that. Okay, I was walking the street of 125th in Harlem. People, they thought and they still think that they are far removed from what was taking place in Congo. But yet today, everyone is using iPhone, tablet, and people don't understand how beautiful these things are. A lot of speed, all this stuff. not knowing what made it possible, okay? People who live right where these things come from. It's called, by now you should know it, coltan. It's a mineral. People who live right where the mineral comes from, they don't benefit a bit. And this is not the first time. You go back in history, you'll find out that this type of things had happened again and again. Those who are behind this, they have to come out with a narrative that will fool us in America, in Europe. So we will not blame them for what they do. They'll blame it on the victims for a long time. Sometimes, it takes 100 years by the time you wake up. But today we have the internet, YouTube, so we can use that to exchange information and tell you what's going on and put it into context. And that's the reason why we're here. I'll try to make this brief. Back in the 90s, I just happened. It's really bizarre that back in the 90s, a friend of mine, a female friend of mine, her then fiance, we were eating. This is related to the war. You'll find out why and how. Here we are eating downtown in Soho. She was actually a colleague of mine. And she told me, I'm going to bring my fiance. My fiance was telling me something very strange. I didn't understand what it was. Since you're from Africa, why don't you come up and then meet with them? So we were having, I think it was dinner. This is what he said. That he was running an agency right here in America, which manages space shuttle. When a space shuttle, is like done with its mission, they have time before coming back to Earth. So that agency then talks to them and tells them, oh, we got a phone call from, this institution. They want you to take a picture of this area. Oh, we want you, so Space Shuttle does that for them, for that agency. So universities and whatnot. And it just happened that he was working on a project that they asked him to take pictures and monitor eastern part of Congo. And then he said it was very weird. We were working on that. Apparently there's some kind of minerals that, this is early 90s. There are like minerals around there. I don't know what it is, but we had to take a picture and then do a map and then send it. Okay. I just took note. I was like, really? And then I remember Mobutu said something about, our country is a geological scandal. There are minerals that we don't even know, we don't even have names, that still exist. And I put it together. I'm like, what's going on here? Forward, I received a phone call from a friend of mine. When I say forward, some days, it's a Friday. Hello, Lubangi. Hey, I'm here in the States. And this is a friend that I left back then. It was Zaire back then. Oh, really? Let's get together. So we got together, we talked a little bit, and I said, so why are you here? My friend said, oh, I'm here because we're going to Dallas for military training. And I'm like, really? Wow. So Mobutu sent you, he said, no, it's not Zaire. It's the country of my fathers. Like, your father? What do you mean your country of your father? And then he said, oh, you know that I'm really originally from Rwanda. This is a friend of mine. We grew up together. I did not know that. I'm like, what do you mean you're from Rwanda, man? You're from Kivu. What are you talking about? He said, no, I'm really, really from Rwanda. And I'm like, wow, so Rwanda sent you? He said, well, not really Rwanda, but Uganda sent us. And I said, Uganda? It was a little weird. And I said, okay, anyway, I was going to take him to 14th Street. There was a club there called Nails, I believe, back then. And I said, yeah, okay, tomorrow we'll go and dance a little bit of American music. He said, yes. He called me called us, my cousin and I. Then he said, oh, we can't make it. our commander, he said, didn't like the fact that we share this information with you. So we won't be able to go. So sorry, man. I'm like, wow. So we went, met them and said, goodbye. It was at Grand Central. For this, I heard there was war. Okay? Didn't put it together. Between Uganda and Rwanda. So we grew up with people originally from Rwanda. Those are our brothers and sisters. I grew up with them. Friends of mine. So what was going on in Rwanda was like, oh my goodness, what's going on? And I didn't tell you, but I'm a military brat. So my father was in the army. So my father was in the army in 1948. He was already in the army during colonial time, during the independence. So he knew Mobutu personally because they went to school together. But they were not friends, but they went to school together, same academy. So he became a head of a very prestigious unit in Zaire. It was called the Red Beret, the 31st Brigade that was mainly in war with Gaddafi and stuff like that. So my father headed that. My brother was part of that army. Everything is related. You understand why. But anyway, my father was no longer in the army. My brother was, my older brother, stationed in Goma. So every time there was war, I'm thinking of, oh my goodness. So it was my brother's battalion, 311, 311, which was in Goma. That's my brother running this. Anyway, all of this concerned me because I was following this. And then I realized that things were together when I go back to the satellite, taking pictures of the minerals, how the soldiers advanced. And by that time, when we analyzed everything, we knew then there was something bigger coming to Congo than two tribes fighting each other. So that's when I became very curious and following the story behind the story we were told. And we knew that something huge was coming to Congo. It was not going to benefit the Congolese. It was the war about the mineral. And this is what we will get into. Milton will talk to us a little bit about that. Kambale will. I just want you to know that some people, although you don't see them on TV, they're not that active, but they knew that the narrative that they were telling us, it was not really about Rwanda. Not really. It was not really about Ugandans. Not about the two groups fighting each other. There are social engineers or cultural engineers who know how to come and stir up trouble between people. They know how to do it. I mean, they're out there. Just like economic engineers. They know how to come in and create trouble. But I'm going to end by saying this. There is a monster in Congolese culture known as Satonge. Satonge is a monster who has one eye. Every time when two groups were in conflict, that monster already came out. So when that monster came out, people came together to either fight the monster or run away from that monster. You see? And this is what's going on right now. There is a monster. And then I think as people, we should come together and fight that monster because no one is benefiting at this point. We will all be in trouble in years to come. So I'm going to start with Milton, who will elaborate and tell us more about his take when it comes to this planning of war. Milton.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you again, sisters and brothers, for coming, particularly my class, my students. I'm so grateful you got up early to come here. I think the key thing we should take from an event like this is what is the outside role in the calamity in the Congo? What role does the West play? What role does the United States play? What role does the United Kingdom play? What role does France play, the Western world? And what role do we as consumers of these mineral products that come from Congo to produce the electronic devices that we really covet, and we come out to buy, you know, the latest models, even when we don't need to buy the latest models, right? But what price are the Congolese really paying? What is the hidden cost? And what can we as individuals do to make sure that we change this so that we are not having the calamity that the moderator described with the deaths of 6 million Congolese not being covered. Some of you who came here are hearing of this calamity for the first time today. And you're asking yourself, wait a minute, how is it possible that 6 million people are dying in the Congo that I hardly know about? And that takes us to the next issue, the role of the media. The role of the media in being selective in what they decide needs to be publicized and promoted around the world. What hidden agenda do the major corporate media play in this entire narrative? So I'm going to give my remarks very briefly because I want us to move forward to participation and to get members of the audience to ask us questions. But in order to understand the planning of the invasion of Congo, I think we should actually go further back and look at the planning of the invasion of Rwanda from Uganda, because the invasion of Congo used the same blueprint. And the individuals that invaded Congo were the same individuals that invaded Rwanda from Uganda. So let me give you some brief context. Rwanda was invaded in October 1990 from Uganda by, the estimate is from 4,000 to 8,000 soldiers. The day before the invasion, they were officially members of the Ugandan army and commanded by officers in the Ugandan army. They crossed the border, and then suddenly they are now called a rebel organization led by people like Paul Kagame, who had been in the Ugandan army, but the next day, he's now the leader of a rebellion. And of course, as you know, he's today's dictator, some would say, in Rwanda, correct? Now, what was interesting was that that invasion was never treated as a war of aggression. Why? Because somehow the Ugandan regime of Yoweri Museveni had convinced the West, particularly the United States, that French influence could be displaced from Rwanda and be replaced by more Anglophile, US, UK type interest. And by having that influence, then obviously you have access to the resources. So that war was ignored. Had it been treated as a war of aggression, the international community might have forced Uganda to withdraw. The war was allowed to continue for 4 years. And then, of course, April 1994, we have the disaster when the plane carrying the president of Rwanda, Habyarimana, and his counterpart from Burundi, Ntayamire, was shot down. And the very same day, we had the cataclysmic, apocalyptic killing started, the massacres, the genocide. That could have been prevented had the war of aggression been stopped. And I remember there were articles where the French were trying to get this issue before the United Nations so Uganda could be sanctioned and forced to withdraw. But that never happened because the ultimate goal was just for the US and the British to have influence over Rwanda, and then from Rwanda, use that as the springboard to get into Congo. And Ugandan leaders said, I had nothing to do with this invasion. These were people that deserted the Ugandan army, all thousands of them, overnight, just deserted. Although a few years later, he then took credit. He said, yes, I was responsible for this invasion and of getting rid of the regime in Rwanda and putting the RPF in power. And in fact, he got a medal as a result of that, not accepting the cost that he was actually responsible for. Because had he not supported that war, the genocide 4 years later may never have happened. And then let me move quickly to the invasion of Rwanda now. I mean Congo from Rwanda. The same MO was used. There was a huge army that was trained to invade, and then when this fighting started, Kagame said, this isn't really Rwanda fighting. These are Congolese rebels who want to get rid of the dictator Mobutu. that was only half of the story. The main fighting force was actually made of Rwanda's regular military. So they used the same blueprint that Uganda had used, saying, no, we're not really responsible. These are rebels fighting to get rid of a dictator, the same way that used in 1990 when the goal was to get rid of Habyarimana. And of course, it came at a very high cost, as you saw in the documentary just before our panel. In fact, the United Nations ultimately did a report. You saw toward the end of the movie, they were talking about the missing refugees, right? The Hutu who had fled after the RPF came into power. The United Nations came out with a report called the Mapping Report of 1993 to 2003. It covered that period of the killings, and it concluded that based on a judicial finding, it could be characterized as a genocide. And that report was downplayed. It was suppressed by the US administration because acknowledging that that had also been a genocide would then mean that some legal action would have to be taken, perhaps against the Rwandan regime, including President General Kagame. But obviously, since the since the Rwandan regime and the Ugandan regimes are both client states of the United States, they've been protected all these years from prosecution. So that's just my summary, and I can get into more details when we get into Q&A. Thank you, sisters and brothers.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Milton. Now let's hear from Claude.
Thank you again.
Let me just remind all of us that Claude is originally from Rwanda.
Thank you again. And before I start, I wanted to also acknowledge people who are watching us on live stream. Hello everybody. And also wanted to share my gratitude with members of the media who are in this room, because this has been the deadliest conflict since World War II and the most underreported conflict. And the light needs to be shined on what happens in the Congo. So for every one of you journalists in the room that have done some work on the Congo, I want to thank you for at least bringing some of this conflict to the world so they can see what's happening to the people. Milton did a really good job of introducing the kind of the path or the roadmap of the invasion of the Congo. So I'm going to speak a little bit to the propaganda that supported the invasion and some of the activities that took place, and also a little bit of the human toll in brief terms, and then we can get more into it in Q&A. So one of the things that happened is when the Rwandan war ended, it ended on the heels of a genocide that killed nearly 1 million people. And at the end of that genocide, people fled. They ran away from the advancing rebels. And when I talk about a storm of bombs and bullets, it was bloody. And people were running, women were throwing away their babies because they felt like the babies would have a better chance of surviving without them. Sometimes you would see a person carrying a baby on their back and the baby's already been shot. That's how bad it was. And we crossed into the Congo, and there was 2 million, maybe 3 million people that crossed. And I can't say enough about the generosity and the hospitality of the Congolese people. Not so much the Garde Civile, for anybody that knows that group. They were robbing people. They were not very nice. But the people, even when they had just a little bit of water dripping, they helped to fill up your gallon so you can have water to drink. People gave land to the refugees. People were sleeping on people's storefronts and front yards. That's the hospitality of the Congolese people, with 3 million people crossing into the border in Goma and Bukavu. Now, what happened was, once these refugees crossed over, they crossed over with the former government that was ruling Rwanda, that was fighting against the RPF. And what the RPF did, or the government of Rwanda, led by Paul Kagame, was to use the presence of that government and the former military and the militia that committed genocide as a reason to enter the Congo, claiming that it was for security reasons. And the first thing they did when they went in was destroy the refugee camps, and you saw that in the film. And there were millions of people in those refugee camps. People started running away. Women and children were killed, and as Milton just described, it was documented in the mapping report. And the mapping report documents over 600 incidents, and it is only the most serious incidents. So there is more than 600. And these are major massacres. So now they came in and they started committing massacres, and they started in Bukavu and pursued the refugees and the Congolese people, in the forest. I mean, just shelling and shooting and claiming that they're going after the genocidaires. But then, 7 months later, they took over the whole Congo, and it's a very large country. The Ugandans came from the northern part, and they went through Kisangani. They went north, and they marched, all conversing Kinshasa, and Laurent Kabila became the president. And then he fell out with the Rwandans, as the film shows, and they invaded him again. And what happened at that time was the first thing the Rwandan and the Ugandan soldiers did when they went into the Congo. They would go to the banks, and they would go to the mineral stocks, they will go to the coffee stocks, and they will go to the timber stocks. This is not my story. This is the story documented in multiple expert reports, the UN report, the Gersony report. If you want to see how the invasion and what they did when they went in to loot and steal the resources of the Congo, go to the UN mapping to the UN expert reports of 97, 98, 2001, 2002, and 2003, and you'll see all of this. It also lists a number of multinational companies, American, Canadian, British, French, Australian companies that were sponsoring these rebel groups and exploiting the Congolese people that live at these mines. And basically what was happening was they would let the people mine, and when they had enough material mined, they would then invade and take what the people had mined and sell it on the global market. And of course, the big piece to this is this was not just Africans killing Africans. I know this is kind of a common thing where people look at Africa as a dark continent and the African people as savages that just like to kill each other. African people are people like everyone else, anywhere. All we want to do is take care of our families, and just pursue happiness in life. However, because of the multinational organizations, and I think Kambale can speak to this a little bit better, and because of the support of Western countries for Rwanda and Uganda when they were invading, the refusal to sanction the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, and the refusal to sanction the president of Uganda, Museveni, whose country was found liable for looting the Congo, and the International Justice Court sanctioned them with $10 billion, has not paid a cent of that money to the Congo. They have been shielded internationally from international justice, from being held accountable. Even the reports that talk about the crimes that they committed are being suppressed, and it's taking efforts from the media and the public to push and get these reports released. And I think later in this program we'll talk about what people can do to move this forward.
Thank you, Claude. Let's hear from Kambale Musavuli, is an activist who has been following this, this event. So can you please speak on this, please, Kambale?
Thank you. There is so much to share, especially when it comes to the film. And forces were moving, and the stories of those who escaped the war. And I think in the film that you will see later, will speak much more about the massacre of civilians in the 1996 war, which the United Nations, through the High Commission for Human Rights, published the UN mapping exercise report saying that the targeted killing of refugees in Congo and the Congolese people can be characterized as crimes of genocide if proven in a competent court. So I wanted to make sure to bring up the 96 war and the 98 war as these two wars of invasion by Rwanda and Uganda has to be seen as a way to control the country. But today, we're seeing similar attacks. While we still have investigations around who's committing these crimes in the eastern part of Congo, we have some indications from the locals about those killings. Now I'm speaking about the killings in the town of Beni. For the past, I could say 3 to 4 years, there have been targeted killing of population in and around Beni with having UN peacekeeping forces there. Still no action. Congolese military has not taken any definitive action to stop the killing. And the population are being left to themselves to protect their land, to protect their people. But all of the killings has been really to, one, instill fear into the Congolese population, and also acquire lands and acquire resources. When you watch the film, you saw a very young man who is now a very old man. He's currently the Rwandan Minister of Defense. His name is James Kabarebe. He says very interesting thing in that film, where he was actually speaking about the current president of the Congo, Joseph Kabila. Joseph Kabila was his aide in 1996. I could say either his bodyguard or his posse. He was part of his circle. So as Joseph Kabila was in his circle, in the film, you hear James Kabarebe, the current Rwandan Minister of Defense, say that he advised Kabila to be very careful with the Congolese people, that today they are clapping for you. When you get to Kinshasa and you don't do right by them, they will rise up against you. James Kabarebe, I keep mentioning, is the Rwandan Minister of Defense. Some of you may not know, in 1997, he was actually the Chief of Staff of the Congolese Army. Why am I bringing this up? Because as Milton mentioned earlier, that we have to understand the root of this conflict from Uganda, how he has moved into Rwanda and how he has moved into the Congo, because they have used the same tactics. This is a criminal network, a mafia network of some individuals whom are called rebels without borders. A Ugandan soldier by the name of Paul Kagame today is the Rwandan president. The current Minister of Defense in Rwanda, James Kabarebe, was the Congolese Army Chief of Staff. So can you imagine in the United States, if General Petraeus, you wake up tomorrow and he's the Chief of Staff of the North Korean Army? This is what has actually unfolded in the region, that you have a criminal network of individuals. And in 2012, the UN report in 2012 actually listed some names of the people who are part of this criminal network, who don't have allegiance to any country. They don't have allegiance to Uganda, to Rwanda, or to Congo. Their allegiance is to money, just like the Italian mafia. They could be from Sicily or the Bronx. The mafia network runs wild. So I wanted to also emphasize on that. Now that I've mentioned Joseph Kabila, it's been quite a while. It's been 20 years. I think that people in the audience can actually understand that. 20 years of war that have taken the lives of 6 million people. Yet there is silence around actually what has taken place. It tells us a lot, right? One, if there is a silence around it, it means that the media is not covering it. Not that the media doesn't know. How do I know that the media knows what's happening in the Congo? A week ago or so, there was a lady on MSNBC while speaking about Trump or the elections in the US, made a quote where she said, "This is not the Congo." So when I'm hearing a journalist in a discussion around US elections, comparing Trump's action, I'm extrapolating a bit, comparing Trump's actions and what is happening with the electoral process to the Congo, it tells me that they're aware. Then the question becomes, why isn't this information there? Because I strongly believe if people knew what is happening in the Congo, they will do something about it. They will take proactive action to stop it, because they will ask themselves, why aren't we helping? So what I'm sharing with my friends usually is, it's not a question of help, because the Congolese people don't necessarily need help. Congolese people need the American government to change its policy in the region, whereby right now they are supporting strongmen, they're supporting dictators who have bloods on their hands, and they are actually getting cover from US institutions such as Harvard University or Yale, who will invite Rwandan President General Kagame to come and speak with no sanction at all, not stopping him even from coming. As this week, while reading Podesta's emails, I hope people have been reading the leaked email. Some say it's Russia, but I wonder who provided the leak. But it's out of context. As I was reading Podesta's email, there is an email where Clinton surrogates from the Clinton Foundation are providing cover for the Rwandan regime. Literally doing a few things. One, providing the Rwandan government, specifically Paul Kagame, with a platform at the Clinton Global Initiative to meet investors for natural and mining resources. So imagine, right? All of us have heard of the Clinton Global Initiative. Did you know that investors come to the Clinton Global Initiatives to meet the Rwandan dictator, Paul Kagame, to discuss how they could have investment in mineral resources? Well, I knew it in general, but now I have evidence to show that the Clinton Global Initiative provide cover for African dictators while Americans do not know. And it makes it hard for Americans to even know that this individual is a warlord, is a criminal who has blood on their hand, because when you see him on TV, when you see him invited in Washington or in New York for the Clinton Global Initiative, you will never think that this individual has committed crimes. Now, let me step it down a bit so that we can get into the discussion. I want to speak now about what is happening in the Congo. I will remind the audience of what James Kabarebe said to Kabila. If you don't do right by the Congolese people, these people will come after you because they demand change from Mobutu, and you are coming and promising democracy and so on. Make sure that you do that. Joseph Kabila, who took power in the coup d'etat in 2001, and he's been in power since 2001, does not want to leave. I call him, he's the United States monster. Why do I call him United States monster? The US created Joseph Kabila. In 2001, the only reason Kabila had legitimacy of being the Congolese police president was with the backing of the US. If the US did not recognize the coup d'etat in 2001, Joseph Kabila would not have been the president, and nowhere in the press they would have said that Joseph Kabila ascended to power. And I always make a joke out of that is, wait a minute, the president was killed, this young man becomes president, and people are talking about ascending to power. What about the Congolese constitution? What does it say when the president died? Why the so-called son of the president becomes the president? So that was with the backing of the US. In 2006, there was a presidential election. Not the first one in the Congo, but there was a presidential election where Joseph Kabila was declared the winner. During that time, there was huge protest. Jean-Pierre Mbemba, who's currently at the International Criminal Court, was a candidate and opponent. And through international pressure, Jean-Pierre Mbemba was asked to concede, and the US put their full back, their support with Joseph Kabila. But why were they providing Joseph Kabila support in 2001 and 2006? Because Kabila at that time showed that he will provide the US what the US needed. He was able to sign some mining deals, specifically for a mining corporation called Freeport McMoran, which had the largest copper reserve in the world, in the Congo. And that mine in the Congo is among the top 10 sites that the United States has to protect against terrorism. I think the audience didn't catch this. There is a mine in Congo that is on the list of the top 10 sites that the United States government has to protect against terrorist attacks. It's a mine, not the people. 6 million Congolese are dying. There is no protection. There is a mine that needs to be protected because it's so essential to the US because it has cobalt and copper. In 2011, the US again, after the election result came out and Kabila was announced again as the winner, while the Congolese people still today don't believe that he won those, the elections. On February 12, 2015, the US government again, through its ambassador in Kinshasa, came and say, and they recognized Kabila as the president of the Congo for the next 5 years. So it baffles me today to hear the US saying that Kabila must go. He must respect the Constitution. I applaud the US for finally speaking up, but Kabila is a creation of the US. So as Congolese are fighting, right, they are in the streets, they are being killed, what they are actually saying to the people and to the world that they want to control the affairs of the Congo. They want the leaders chosen for the Congolese to come from the Congolese by the Congolese. They don't want Washington to decide that, or London, and they are mobilizing. And that is the noble fight that the Congolese people are fighting. It's been 20 years, it's so long for so many people to die while the world remains silent. I'm very confident as I see the actions of the youth on the ground in the Congo today, that they will bring an end to this conflict and we shall see peace in the Congo. And I hope I can go home soon. I'm also itching to go back on the ground so that we can have a peaceful Congo very soon in my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Kambale. We're gonna go to you, the audience. I know you have questions. Please, let's start with questions. Questions to Kambale, questions to Claude, questions to Milton, because there is a lot that I know Milton has to say, but I think Q&A will help us elaborate more. Okay, so if you have a question, raise your hands. I'll give you a mic because we're recording this. Let's just try to be brief. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My name is David. Thank you. This is for you, Mr. Allimadi. If you can go into more about AFRICOM, I've been reading a lot about that in the New York Times and what they've been doing lately. If we can get some more details about that. And has there been any difference under the first black president than there has any of the previous presidents in relation to Africa?
Thank you, David.
Thanks for your question. Well, there was pretty much universal opposition to AFRICOM, the U.S. Africa Command. But they went about it, they found a solution. They found willing clients, which happens to be Uganda's General Musavuli and Rwanda's Paul Kagame. So they found out that by using these individuals, you really don't need to get too many African countries involved because that's much more complicated, right? They would ask questions. They would say, what is this for? We don't need you guys, right? So Museveni and Kagame right now pretty much serve as the AFRICOM, and they serve the interest of the West. As my colleagues have explained, how is it possible that millions of Africans can die and the people that are known architects of this are not prosecuted? because they serve a great financial interest. Kambale gave you the breakdown in terms of reports that came out actually mentioning the companies by name that are benefiting from this very profitable war. It's one of the most profitable genocides that has occurred in African countries. So while the bodies pile up, Western corporations are making a lot of money. And some of my students are familiar with this concept because we've been studying it in history. You know, when it was under first Leopold of the Belgians, and then of course it became a Belgian colony because they figured they couldn't do any worse than him after he had been responsible for the deaths of 10 million Congolese. And one other interesting concept. In those days, the argument was the white man's burden, right? To sort of cloud and disguise the colonial imperative of exploitation. So the argument was, we're actually here to civilize the Africans. We're uplifting them into Christianity and civilization. Sadly, in the initial invasion of Rwanda, that same logic was also applied. And if you go back and you look at some of the literature and the propaganda, there were articles in the New York Times Magazine, in the New Yorker, saying, in fact, in Rwanda, there were two sets of people. There were the noble Africans, who were the Tutsi. And in fact, in the New Yorker article and the New York Sunday Magazine article, Alex Shumatov in 1992 actually said the Tutsis were not really Africans. They were false Africans. They were more European, whereas the Hutus were stocky, were short, and they were thick-lipped. Now, how racist does that get? And what was the reason for that? Obviously, it was to prejudice the global opinion and public opinion against the Hutu. So the Hutu were thoroughly demonized. So it became acceptable to accept minority rule of the ethnic minority Tutsi in Rwanda because the whole world came to the conclusion that the Hutu were really all bad guys, you know? So thank you for the question. Has it changed? No, because we're still under a system. The US pretty much is an empire, and sometimes it doesn't matter who is the president. Thank you.
We have a second question from Shant.
For those who are
hold on.
watching live, you can send your question to the Crisis in the Congo Twitter, at Crisis in the Congo, or at Aglan GLR, and they will be taken here in the room.
All right, Shant has a question.
Thank you for the discussion. I think it was really interesting. I mean, I'm a communications scholar and not necessarily focused on DRC, but the points that you raise are really interesting to me in terms of the way that the conflict has been reported and also framed. So, I mean, just to pick up on the point that you were making just now about, you know, if you like, the intent behind some of the reporting. I mean, you know, I've sort of seen a few reporters who reported on Rwanda, particularly in '94, and also, you know, in terms of the broader frame, you know, between '90 and '94. And they sort of make the point that you go there, they were sort of essentially thrown in there with no real background. They might have done a little bit of, you know, sort of background reporting on it, but, you know, they really had no background by the time they got into Rwanda in April '94. And I mean, I'm just a little bit cautious about assigning intent where it almost, like, if you sort of listen to the stories coming from the reporters themselves, it was more born of ignorance, you know, about the reality on the ground and about the history that had contributed to it. But also, I mean, the other question I wanted to raise, in terms of the history going back to 1990, I think it's good that you raised that because it's important to understanding the conflict. But also, a lot of the way that this conflict is perceived by different people boils down to the justifications and whether you believe that they're relevant or justified or not. And I'm just, if I can just ask this very simply and plainly, do you consider that the 1990 invasion was justified or unjustified? Of Rwanda, sorry, from Uganda.
Wants to take that?
I'll take it real quickly. The last question was the 1990 invasion of Rwanda justified? I don't think that force is necessary to resolve conflict. There were Rwandans who had been exiled for 30 years, and they should have been allowed to come back much earlier. Negotiations for them to come back were actually underway, and the invasion happened. However, they should have been able to come back earlier. They should have been able to come back to Rwanda earlier. Do I think that the invasion was justified? I don't, because when they invaded, and actually the other day I was talking to somebody that was part of that invasion, and he said about the killings, because when they came, they didn't just come to bring refugees back, but they went to villages and they killed people. They called meetings like this, hundreds of people, and they threw grenades into the crowds. And I asked him, what did the kids have to do with your revenge? The babies who were just born, maybe months before that, or the peasants, the people in the villages. In the end, it turned out it was a war not only to take power in Rwanda, but it was the same blueprint that was used to go into the Congo. Same thing, some grievances that on the surface are justified. However, when you look at what they did to the human beings and claiming to, we're bringing human rights, we're bringing democracy and everything, and you're bombing hospitals. There's a clip of Dr. Mukwege talking about the invasion in '96 where they bombed his hospital, and he was wondering why, they did that. And it's the same thing that happened in Rwanda. If you are coming to bring back refugees, where are they going to get treated when they get there if you're bombing hospitals? If you're taking down schools, where are the children going to go to school? And things like that. So when you look at it and you look at what happened, it was not a justified invasion.
Before Milton get into that, I just want the viewers and also all of you to know that we are not endorsing, not at all, the genocide committed by the Hutu. It was wrong, completely wrong. But what we're doing here is we are analyzing the planning of invading Rwanda, which led to the genocide, and then invasion of the DRC. So that's what we're talking about. So we're not endorsing the committing of the genocide. It was absolutely wrong, but we're going beyond that.
I wanted to add one more thing. While Kambale was speaking, I was moved to make this comment when he talked about criminals without borders, right? The leaders of Uganda and Rwanda, especially the military leaders, consider that, and this is in relation to the United States. Anybody here heard of Nelson Mandela and what he did? Nelson Mandela was considered a terrorist in America up to less than 10 years ago. However, somebody that's been involved in the killing of 6 million people like a Museveni and a Kagame are welcomed here in the US. Just consider that and think about it. That just shows the urgency with which we have to act as citizens of the United States and other Western countries.
Thank you, and I'm glad Lubangi brought up that issue. By criticizing the dictatorship in Rwanda does not mean you endorse the genocide committed against Tutsi. And that's been used as a technique to silence people from being critical. So we want to make that clear. Nobody here is endorsing the massacres that occurred in Rwanda. And we have to be honest and realize there were many Tutsi victims and there were many Hutu victims as well. And I strongly urge people to watch the BBC documentary, Rwanda's Untold Story, because that puts it in some context. In fact, it has some of Kagame's most senior aides, General Nyamwasa, who was the commander of the army, and Rudasinga, the chief of staff, who later became the ambassador to the US, who in that documentary said it was actually Kagame who ordered that plane to be shot down. And obviously the Rwandan regime acted very aggressively against that documentary by the BBC. So this isn't just us talking. And according to Nyamwasa and Rudasingwa, that when the plane was shot down, Kagame knew it would spark those kind of killings, and that would then give the RPF the pretext to break the ceasefire, which had been negotiated between the RPF and Habyarimana. Because now Kagame could use the argument that I'm coming to end the genocide and rescue Rwanda. So I urge you to watch that documentary, Rwanda's Untold Story. Now, in terms of, the audience had a question about justification. In fact, that was part of the problem. Between 1990 and 1994, there was sort of a stalemate because the regional countries became involved, there was a deal in Tanzania, and there was a ceasefire. Because the big question was, how would an army that was comprised primarily of Tutsi be able to rule the country? So part of the agreement was that there would be elections in Rwanda. And the argument has been made that Kagame knew that if elections were conducted, it would fall along ethnic lines. So therefore, the majority Hutu would prevail. And that's been said as the argument that, in fact, he had an incentive for a military solution because that would then give him justification to rule by force of arms. So I think that addresses in terms of the justification. And then in terms of the intent, I wish I could be a bit more generous. But let me just read you a little bit from what I wrote, my critique of the reporting in the New Yorker magazine and New York Times Sunday magazine. Just very briefly.
I'll do it.
Thank you. This is from the article in the Sunday magazine, New York Times, December 13, 1992. And I refer to it as a propaganda piece. It romanticized the RPF, and it did not describe any of the atrocities that had already been documented by that time. So here's what I wrote. Shumatov, the author, Alex Shumatov, unashamedly adopted the blatantly racist 19th century traveler's writing style, contrasting the noble Africans, the Tutsis in this case, with the true Negroes, who are the Hutus. He described the Tutsis as, quote, refined and had European features. In the late 19th century, quote, this is Shumatov, early ethnologists were fascinated by these languidly haughty pastoral aristocrats whose high foreheads, aquiline noses, and thin lips seemed more Caucasian than Negroid, and they classified them as false Negroes. They are not a race or a tribe, as often described, but a population, a stratum, mystical warrior priest elite, like the Druids in Celtic society. As for the Hutus, here's what he said about the Hutus. They were short, stocky, local Bantu agriculturalists.
Thank
so
you.
I think there's some hostile intent behind this. I couldn't read it otherwise than to come to that conclusion.
We have a question from our viewers. I think, let me just read this first. It's, what is the impact of the first African-American president on policy in the region? I want Kambale to answer that.
I guess that's the answer.
We are ready, come on. We're running against time.
The truth is the United States president is the head of the empire. It doesn't matter if it's Obama, Hillary, hopefully not Trump, and others, right? So it really doesn't matter who's the United States president. The U.S. policy, be it U.S. foreign policy in Africa, be it Democrat or Republicans, have been quite similar. Obama, I feel quite guilty when I speak about Obama because I campaigned for this guy. I knocked doors, man. We went left and right in 2007, 2008. getting him into the White House. And I was talking to people that saying, McCain is not going to know anything about Africa. Obama knows. So, why? Well, his father is Kenyan, as one. Then the second thing that I said was, as a senator, there were only 2 bills that he wrote that became law. The first one was a mercury export ban, and the second one was the Democratic Republic of Congo Relief Security Democracy Promotion Act of 2006, signed into law by George Bush. And Condoleezza Rice did not implement that law. So I told everyone, when Obama gets in, the law that he wrote, co-sponsored by Hillary Clinton, will be the bomb. The war in the Congo in 2009 will come to an end. That was my optimistic view of American politicians at the time. Today, he has disappointed me, and then I understand politics much differently. U.S. policy, unfortunately, has not been to hold the perpetrators of the crimes in the region accountable, specifically in light of what unfolded under his presidency. Under his presidency, we had the release of the UN mapping exercise report that caused what's happening in the Congo war crimes, crimes against humanity, and possible genocide if proven in a competent court. This has been shelved, and no one has been held accountable. During his time also, the M23 rebellion was unleashed on the Congolese people. The most he could do was to sanction Rwanda by withholding $200,000. It's a small amount compared to the hundreds of millions of dollars that we provide every year to the Rwanda government. But what was important though, even though it was a very small action, it told me that there are people within the administration who want to see some change as well. They want to shift. While we saw with Hillary Clinton and the State Department blocking some of the actions toward Rwanda, Susan Rice at the UN before she left the UN, also blocking the UN report. There were those who were willing to do that. His mandate is coming to an end. And it comes to an end, I'm worried about who's coming after. It doesn't matter who comes after, I'm still worried about who will be the president of the United States. Because that's why it's very important for our Americans as we think, we hear about what's happening in the Congo or in Africa, that we should actually know where our politicians stand. Congo should be an election subject thing. That the candidate should be asked, if you are president today, what will you do about holding the perpetrators of the crimes accountable, be it in Congo, Rwanda, and Uganda, and then holding them to that fire so that we can get some justice. But that's at least on the U.S. But on the African side, though, while we may speak about the U.S., I'm also disappointed with African nations. There is the African Union. We also now have a tribunal in Africa that just tried the Chadian dictator. What are Africans saying around this, what is happening in the Congo? What about the SADC nation, Tanzania, be it South Africa? That we also have to hold African nations accountable, that the African leaders are becoming client agent of the West, where they can vote for the killing of Gaddafi, and no one raises their voice on that. So while we want to also put pressure on the U.S. and call out U.S. because we are operating in the United States environment, we also have to call out the Africans who are not doing something. When I'm saying that, I'm speaking about African governments who are not holding people accountable, such as Paul Kagame of Rwanda, Yoweri Museveni of Uganda, and of course Joseph Kabila of the Congo, accountable for the crimes that's taking place in the Congo.
Thank you, Kambale. Before getting your questions, what I would like you to do, if you have a question, please just raise your hands. So we're going to go around quickly. I just want to answer 2 questions from one of our followers right now. I think it's Twitter, Facebook. Okay, live stream. I'm going to answer that. The question is, how big is the Congolese army today, and is there any law that requires every citizen of DRC who is 18 years old or older to join the military and protect the country? The answer to that is no. There is no law that requires Congolese 18 years old to become a part of the army and protect the country. How big is the Congolese army? It's less than 100,000 soldiers, the whole army. And just so you know, the army is also run by people from Uganda and Rwanda, but they're not obvious when you look at the generals. They're mostly the ones behind those generals, and they control what they call Congo desk. Second question, I've heard Mr. Kambale speaking of the USA policy toward the Great Lakes. What is the DRC policy toward the Great Lakes, and also toward the protection of its people dying every day? Kambale, I'll get the questions from the audience, but I just wanted to say that DRC does not have a policy, Great Lakes policy toward Great Lakes region. What we are actually talking about here is how DRC is a subject to the policy dictated by Uganda and Rwanda. It's a victim, it has no policy. Okay, we're gonna go to Philip, right? Philip has a question, and if you have a question, please raise your hands, we'll come to you very quickly. Okay, go ahead.
Recently, my name is Philip. I'm from the Eastern Congo. Recently, there was a hedge fund that was sanctioned by the U.S., the Justice, and they fined them like 420 million or something like that. But I would like to know more detail about that, if you know, please. That's my question.
Okay, hold that question. If I'm going to a second person because we're running out of time.
My name is Zahra. I'm a journalist and filmmaker from Kenya, and I live in Montreal. My question is for Kambale, actually. I wanted to know more about, you mentioned the Clinton Initiative, and I wanted to know if you could talk a bit more about the role of philanthropists in Congo, and like, for instance, Warren Buffett, Clinton also, and anyone else, and their role in, because obviously they have a lot of power in what happens in Eastern Congo, and it's not very much talked about. So if you can talk about that, that would be great.
Thank you, Zara. All right, third question. See your name?
Hi, my name is Shay. This question is for Kambale. I'm wondering if there are any allies currently in the U.S. administration that we should be getting behind and making their voices louder.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to start? Anybody's taking the question about the hedge fund? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't think we know beyond what has been in the media that the firm, I think, is called Oxif. In order to gain control over some mining concessions, they paid someone who paid a judge to reverse a decision. And by changing the ruling, the judge allowed the control of this very lucrative mining concession to go to companies connected to this hedge fund. That's what's been reported in media. And obviously, it's not the only case. This is the one that we heard about. But that's almost business as normal in the Congo, unfortunately. And it goes back to the same point we've been making, that behind this tremendous body count, a lot of people are making millions or billions of dollars. And that's the sad part of it that never comes out when there's reporting about the Congo. I was reading a front page article in today's Wall Street Journal saying specialty coffee is now becoming a big thing in the United States. It used to be 16% of coffee consumption in 2006. Now it's 31%. And a lot of them are now sourcing it from Eastern Congo. And the article had one reference to the atrocities of the Congo. It said there's a lot of fighting going on between militants, and that's resulted in the deaths of 5 million Congolese. That was it, fighting between militants, not telling you that Uganda is actually involved, Rwanda is actually involved. And this is the Wall Street Journal, mind you.
Okay, Kambale, if you can ask, it was Shay's question. No, I'm sorry, Shay and Zara. Let's start with philanthropist. All right, Zara's question. We only have about 45 seconds. Go ahead.
I'll try to do it in 50.
Oh, we lost you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The question was, what's the role of the philanthropist, right?
Yeah, if you can talk about Clinton Initiative and Warren Buffett, and then any, philanthropist aspect of. Yeah, no, that's Shay's question. Yeah.
Okay. So for the role of philanthropist, Congo has a few tentacles around them. I want to present it in this way. The Congolese people are under siege by probably 5 forces against them. And as I hear more questions, I'm hearing the question around also the responsibility of the Congolese. So the Congolese people are in this circle where the local elite, being the Congolese government, is oppressing them. And this government was placed by Rwanda. Joseph Kabila is a former rebel who was the aide of the Rwandan Defense Minister, James Kabarebe. So you have to know that. So when you think of what is the Congolese president doing to protect the civilians, to help the people, no, you have that. He's not going to do that. He doesn't serve the interests of the people. Then you have foreign government, specifically the United States and United Kingdom, who are operating with the neighboring countries being Rwanda and Uganda. After that, you have multinational corporations, then you have multilateral institutions, and then sometimes I now mention the humanitarian industry. That's where the philanthropists sometimes come in. So I'm trying to be very careful to not confuse you. Like whenever I will speak about Howard Buffett and his real estate investment in Congo is really international speculation of the land. He has acquired so much land in and around the Virunga Park, and then comes back funding a film called Virunga to talk about what's happening with the gorillas in there. And you watch the Virunga, a great film. I love the film. I love the narrative they provided, but you don't get a sense of actually what's happening there. They're showing you the M23 rebel group in the film, but you have no idea that they are backed by Rwanda and Uganda. There is no mention of Rwanda in the film at all, while they present you with the M23 in the film. So philanthropists are coming sometimes, specifically for Howard Buffett, for land speculation and providing access to the land using agriculture. He's going to have a lot of land in Congo. He's going to grow Monsanto seed. Hopefully somebody's going to stop him from bringing those Monsanto seeds into Congo and make profit from that. The Clinton Global Initiative, I highly encourage people to read the Podesta emails, specifically the one from Desai, where he met with the Rwandan ambassador, providing platform for the Rwandan government to meet investors at the Clinton Global Initiative to bring Bill Clinton to Rwanda. And then lastly, the Rwandan ambassador was thanking the Clinton Global Initiative because Bill Clinton and Tony Blair provided that unwavering support while there were criticism of the crimes that they were committing on the African continent, specifically in the Congo. So reading that gives you like the sense also how through the humanitarian industry, through philanthropists such as so-called philanthropists, Bill Clinton, they are using the institutions that they control to provide cover for African dictators. That's been documented. So to the question of allies on the Hill, in the U.S. government in general, it's tough. It's going to be, there are some people who are helpful. I was actually very pleased with Feingold when he was the special envoy to the Great Lakes region. It was very tough around that. The M23 rebellion, I don't think it would have ended without his political action. For years, we've been advocating for having a special envoy to the Great Lakes region because it was a section in the law that Obama wrote, but no one wanted to enforce that. When he was appointed, we saw some action. Perilio is the current one for students and American students organizing. Will be good to continue to let the special envoy know your interest in the Congo, that for him to continue, one, holding the Congolese government accountable to make sure that there is timely election, that Kabila steps down December 19th, and so on. And we can provide that information to you if you are following the work of Friends of the Congo or signing up into our email list for actions for that. On the Hill, I look at the Africa Committee, specifically Karen Bass, who's with Karen Bass and Congressman Smith. Congressman Smith and Congressman Bass have been good at holding hearings on the Congo, also on Rwanda, and bringing up what is happening. What's always important for people on the Hill is for them to hear from the constituents. If people are not calling about the Congo, sometimes it's harder for them to justify that we are going to use the time in the Africa Committee to discuss that. On the Senate side, Senator Coons of Delaware. Surprisingly, there are a lot of Congolese in Delaware. I don't know if it's because of the no income tax there, but we have a lot of Congolese in Delaware. So Senator Coons have been hosting events on Congo in his district. He's been hosting hearings as well. So targeting him as is one. And Obama is on his way out. Planning on mobilizing people. I mean, I went to CNN during the debate, the CNN page. I was trying to leave a comment on the Congo. So we can do whatever we can to make sure that Congo becomes an election issue. Send a tweet to a journalist, call a radio show, write an article, do anything you can to bring about the issue of the Congo so that it becomes an election issue this season.
Thank you, Kambale. Well, I don't know if, we have come to a conclusion. I don't know if, Milton, you have a 10-second conclusion. Please.
Kambale raised an interesting issue about Kabila. Whose interest does he really serve? Look at this. The International Court of Justice ruled in favor of the Congo, that indeed Rwanda and Uganda had been responsible for a war of aggression, plundered Congo's resources, committed massacred, and ordered reparations of $10 billion for Congo. Kabila has not even tried to enforce that judgment. So this should tell you who he's really working for. This is money that's already been awarded to the government or the people of the Congo. And yet the government of the Congo is not trying to collect on that. Uganda has facilities all over the world, including its embassy building right here in New York, in Washington. The fact that he's not even made an attempt to put a lien on that would tell you this. And let me tell you, obviously, I'm a Ugandan, so I don't want Ugandan people to be hurt as a result of the dictator's behavior, Musavuli. So I would hope that, the Congolese would actually forgive ordinary Ugandans, such as myself, for the crimes that has been committed against the country. Ugandans love the people of the Congo. We're just as much victims of the same dictator, Musavuli, who has victimized the Congo. That's my closing remark.
Claude, your take. 10 seconds.
Just want to let you know, I would ask everybody in this room, you heard about the criminals without borders. Make them infamous. Let everybody know what they're doing in the Congo and what we can do to prevent them.
I'd like to conclude by saying this. Remember I mentioned my dad. I say my father in the beginning. I just want you to know that they've mentioned Paul Kagame. I mean, not Paul Kagame. What's the Minister of Defense name again? James Kabarebe. I just want you to know that my late father just passed about 45 days ago. Okay, my father. James Kabarebe actually saw him when they invaded Congo because he knew he was the head of paratroopers. because he had no idea. This is my father telling me. I met with James Kambale, he had no idea. So he wanted me to help him, but I declined it. So you know that what they've said about James Kambale actually was in charge of the Congolese army. This is official. My brother, who is somewhere in America, was indeed the bodyguard of the late President Laurent Kabila. So this is just to go, to tell you that there's so much information that we know. When you think of intent, there's a pool of ignorance that they've created where journalists and scholars can go and use it as reference. When you write, you're still vague. But the real story is somewhere. Some people are there. If you do your due diligence, you speak with people like Milton, Claude, Kambale, Friends of the Congo, you'll be able to know more than what is being said out there. I would like to thank you for coming, and please stay if you can, because we have more coming. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Lubangi. Just quickly, we're going to have our keynote speaker, Mr. Boniface Musavuli, who will be with us in about 15 minutes or so. But in that brief time, there are sandwiches. You can get sandwiches and drinks, and you can just come right back in, and we'll get started with our keynote presentation by Boniface Musavuli. Thank you very much. And for those of you who are online, just hang tight. We're going to be right back, and with the afternoon session starting in about 15 minutes. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started with the afternoon session. Our morning session ran a bit long, but I'm certain you didn't mind as it was rich and engaging conversation that took place. This afternoon, we're going to start off with a keynote, and Lubangi will be introducing our presenter. But I wanted to remind you and everyone online that this event is a part of the launch of Congo Week. It's our 9th edition of Congo Week. Congo Week is a global awareness and consciousness raising affair that takes place every 3rd week of October in an effort to elevate the profile of the Congo and showcase what Congo has to offer to the world beyond the tragedy. We focus on Congolese remarkable spirit and human potential, particularly among its youth. And we'll get into that a little more as the afternoon goes on. So remember, for those online and also in the room, we're using the hashtag Congo Week. That's hashtag Congo Week. And feel free to tag us at Congo Crisis or at Congo Friends on Twitter. And again, to remind you that this is just the first event in New York, and next weekend we'll be having Congo in Harlem film and performance series, where we bring together Congolese musicians, filmmakers, intellectuals, scholars, activists, practitioners, all in Harlem to discuss matters around the situation in Congo and what is transpiring among the Congolese people, both at home and abroad. So congoinharlem.org, congoinharlem.org, if you want to get more information. And we have for you in the room, make sure everyone gets a Congo in Harlem postcard before you leave, and take several to share with your family, friends, loved ones in your network. We want to have a good turnout for our next weekend at Congo in Harlem. All right, with that said, we'll have Lubangi take over and get going for the afternoon. Thank you.
All right, great to see you again. You guys ready? All right. Thank you for being there. And we are very appreciative of the fact that you came in to hear people from Congo, and also some people who are not from Congo but who know what is going on in the Congo. I have a great pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Boniface Musavuli. Mr. Boniface Musavuli, he's a writer and a political analyst who currently resides in France. He has authored a book called Les Génocides des Congolais. Les Génocides des Congolais. This is the book, or the genocide of Congolese. De Léopold II à Paul Kagame, from Leopold II to Paul Kagame. Mr. Boniface Musavuli is a lawyer. He earned his degree at University of Lumière in Lyon, France. He's a former member of the African Association for the Defense of Human Rights, known as ASADO. He also he's a member of the platform known as DESC Mondo. Wondo, I'm sorry, yeah. DEC Mondo, or in French, DESC Mondo. His area of specialty includes military analysis and analysis and politics of the Congo, and also of the Great Lake region of Africa. So we're gonna, Mr. Boniface Musavuli will do a presentation with in French, yes. And then, but what you will be seeing, there are English subtitles, you said? C'est écrit en anglais, hein? Okay. So there will be English subtitles. So he'll be speaking in French, but the subtitles will be in English, so you'll be able to follow. All right? So this is our keynote speakers. Let's give it up for.
Bonjour à tous. mon anglais n'est pas très, très bon, donc je préfère m'exprimer en français. Mais le diapositive est en anglais. Donc vous pourrez suivre en anglais.
Je traduis rapidement.
Vous pouvez traduire.
Hello, everyone. My English is not that good, but my presentation will be in English, so you'll be able to follow as I speak in French. I think we're going to go.
Okay. L'Est de la République démocratique du Congo. Oui, c'est le premier diapositive.
The first page of the PowerPoint has some pictures, so we apologize because it can offend. So we thought that we think that it is important to just show it, but so we ask you for to apologize again for that. Okay? Yeah. Thank you.
Very graphic, but this is the reality in Congo.
Donc le sujet, c'est les massacres de Beni. L'Est de la République démocratique du Congo est depuis 20 ans le théâtre d'une guerre atroce. Mais cette guerre est la face visible des gros enjeux géoéconomiques et des enjeux géostratégiques. Les enjeux géopolitiques consistent à l'accès des puissances étrangères aux ressources du sous-sol de l'Est du Congo, et les enjeux géostratégiques consistent au contrôle de l'Est du Congo, riche, par des armées étrangères. L'objectif final de cette mainmise étrangère sur l'Est du Congo, aussi bien pour contrôler les ressources minières que pour contrôler le territoire, et de pouvoir faire perdre cette région ou cet ensemble de provinces du contrôle du pouvoir du gouvernement de Kinshasa. Alors, sur le terrain, cette guerre est menée par des rébellions, des fausses rébellions, mais qui sont en réalité les armées des deux pays, le Rwanda de Paul Kagame et l'Ouganda du président Yoweri Museveni. Et derrière les deux présidents, il y a des puissances étrangères. Les États-Unis principalement, le Royaume-Uni, enfin les puissances anglo-saxonnes, qui ont changé de stratégie dans la région des Grands Lacs après la chute du mur de Berlin, en remplaçant le pivot de la région qui était Mobutu par les deux présidents actuels du Rwanda et de l'Ouganda, Museveni et Kagame. Alors, de façon cyclique, cette guerre connaît des pics de violence. Ainsi, vous avez par exemple, octobre 1996, le déclenchement de la première guerre du Congo. Août 1998, le déclenchement de la deuxième guerre du Congo. Juin 2004, la prise de Bukavu par des troupes commandées par le général Tutsi, Laurent Kunda, et le colonel Mutebussi. Avril 2012, vous avez le début de la guerre du M23. Et octobre 2014, vous avez le début des massacres de Beni. Donc, tous les 2 à 4 ans, cette région, l'Est du Congo, connaît des pics de violence qui se terminent généralement par des moyens inappropriés, des négociations, ensuite des intégrations des forces d'agression dans l'armée et les amnisties qui vont avec. Nous verrons par la suite que c'est cette façon-là de terminer ces agressions qui favorise la récurrence des attaques contre le Congo. Donc, notre sujet porte sur le massacre de Béni. Et sur la carte, nous allons commencer par la présentation géographique. Le territoire de Béni, comme vous le voyez sur la carte, se trouve dans l'est du Congo, à la frontière avec l'Ouganda. Donc vous voyez en rouge le territoire de Béni et à côté le territoire de Lubero et le reste de la province du Nord Kivu. Ça, c'est une autre carte qui illustre le territoire de Béni avec les différentes villes. Là, c'est toujours le territoire de Béni et les autres territoires de la province du Nord Kivu. Et là, sur la carte, vous voyez la zone où se concentrent les massacres. Les massacres se déroulent dans un petit territoire d'environ 50 km. Là, une toute petite zone où se commettent les massacres. Et dans une région où un très grand nombre de militaires a été déployé, mais qui reste inefficace. Et ça aussi, nous le verrons dans la suite. Nous essayons d'expliquer pourquoi. Alors, parce que nous parlons de massacres, on ne va pas vous montrer des fleurs, on va vous montrer la réalité de ce que vivent la population du territoire de Béni depuis maintenant 2 ans. Et c'est pratiquement, en moyenne, un grand massacre chaque semaine. Et nous avons tenu à vous montrer cet homme. C'est le père Vincent Machosi. C'est un prêtre qui luttait contre ces massacres. Il essayait de mobiliser la population pour la sensibiliser, pour lui faire comprendre les enjeux, ce qui se passe. Et il a été assassiné. Il a été assassiné le 21 mars 2006. Aujourd'hui, les enquêtes sur son assassinat sont en train d'être sabotées par le pouvoir de Kinshasa. 2016, oui. 21 mars 2016. Alors, la question que tout le monde se pose et que vous vous posez aussi, c'est qui sont ces tueurs? Qui sont les individus qui commettent ces atrocités? Depuis le début, le gouvernement de Kinshasa attribue ces atrocités à un groupe armé qui opérait dans l'est du Congo depuis 1995, qui s'appelait ADF, Allied Democratic Forces, Forces démocratiques alliées. Pour le gouvernement de Kinshasa, ce groupe islamiste, qu'il présente comme tel, commet ce massacre dans le cadre de sa nouvelle stratégie. Ce groupe opérait dans le territoire de Béni depuis 1995 et c'est seulement depuis 2014 qu'il commencerait à commettre des massacres. La question se pose. Cette version du gouvernement a été bâtie à partir des confidences d'un mystérieux personnage qu'on appelle M. X, sur qui nous reviendrons dans la suite. Mais cette version a rapidement perdu en crédibilité. Il est apparu clairement que les massacres ne pouvaient pas être le fait des ADF, de ces rebelles ougandais. Et nous allons vous expliquer pourquoi, parce que nous avons retenu plusieurs arguments, 6, que nous partageons avec vous. Premier argument, les mouvements islamistes, comme nous les connaissons, Al-Qaïda, Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab et tous les autres, ont une particularité, c'est de toujours revendiquer leurs attaques. Quand ils attaquent, ils posent une bombe ou ils commettent un assassinat, ils font tout pour passer à la télévision, pour passer sur Internet, pour passer à la radio, pour revendiquer l'attaque. Mais à Béni, depuis 2 ans, aucune attaque n'a été revendiquée par les ADF. Aucune. À chaque fois, c'est le gouvernement qui envoie son ministre de la communication, Lambert Mende, à la télévision, pour dire que les attaques sont le fait des ADF. Pas une seule attaque n'a été revendiquée. D'où cette question. Pourquoi est-ce qu'une organisation islamiste se mettrait à commettre des attaques sans les revendiquer? Et pourquoi est-ce que ce groupe islamiste ne cherche même pas à nier les attaques qui lui sont revendiquées? Deuxième argument qui affaiblit la crédibilité de la version du gouvernement. Le mouvement ADF, c'est un mouvement qui n'existe quasiment plus. Parce qu'en janvier 2014, une opération armée avait été menée à Beni, conduite par le général Jean-Lucien Baouma. Et cette opération, en avril 2014, elle avait réussi à mettre fin à ce mouvement ADF, à contrôler tous les territoires qui étaient entre les mains des ADF. Les massacres ont commencé en octobre, c'est-à-dire 6 mois après la fin de ce mouvement. D'où la question, pourquoi est-ce qu'un mouvement qui a été vaincu depuis 6 mois a tout d'un coup commencé à commettre des attaques? Où est-ce que ce mouvement a trouvé les ressources, les armes, l'argent? Où est-ce qu'il a trouvé des combattants? Parce qu'il est déjà fini. Troisième argument, la proximité des attaques. Les massacres de Beni se commettent systématiquement à proximité des positions de l'armée. 200 mètres, 300 mètres. D'où cette question. Pourquoi est-ce qu'un groupe presque inexistant viendrait commettre des massacres à 200 mètres des positions de l'armée? Pourquoi un groupe presque inexistant risquerait ces quelques hommes qui restent en venant attaquer la population à 500 mètres des positions de l'armée, alors qu'il peut commettre le même crime à 10 km plus loin? Quatrième argument, le profil des tueurs. Les victimes et les témoins décrivent les tueurs comme étant des hommes habillés en uniforme de FARDC. FARDC, c'est l'armée nationale, l'armée du gouvernement congolais, et qui s'expriment en Kinyarwanda. Le territoire de Beni, comme vous l'avez vu sur la carte, n'est pas frontalier avec le Rwanda. C'est-à-dire que la population de Beni ne parle pas Kinyarwanda. OK? Les seules personnes qui s'expriment en Kinyarwanda, ce sont les éléments rwandais qui ont été versés dans l'armée congolaise dans le cadre des mécanismes de brassage et de mixage. Ça, c'était en 2009, hein, en application des accords secrets entre le président Kabila et le président Kagame. Donc il y a plusieurs milliers de soldats rwandais qui ont été versés dans l'armée congolaise. On les a présentés comme des Tutsis congolais, bon, tous ces blablabla, tous ces baratins qui ne veulent rien dire. Mais en réalité, ce sont des militaires de l'armée rwandaise qui ont été versés dans l'armée congolaise. Et ce sont les unités les unités contenant ces éléments-là qui ont été déployées à Beni et qui sont signalés comme étant en train de commettre les massacres en territoire de Beni. Cinquième argument, les tueurs sont remis systématiquement en liberté. Ça ne passe pas. Ça se bloque? Assis, clique là. Et ici. Six. Bon. Donc, cinquième argument, les tueurs opèrent librement. Ils arrivent, ils encerclent un village et ils se mettent à tuer les gens, une personne après l'autre, les enfants, les femmes, les adultes. Ils prennent leur temps. Ils prennent même le temps de boire avant de commencer à tuer. Et quand ils ont fini de tuer, s'il y en a un ou deux qui sont attrapés par des courageux habitants, ils sont systématiquement remis à liberté. Et ça, même les experts de l'ONU, dans leur rapport, l'ont remarqué. Ils ont posé la question au gouvernement. Parce que vous savez, il y a un groupe d'experts des Nations Unies qui produit 2 rapports chaque année sur le Congo pour analyser les liens possibles entre la poursuite des violences au Congo et l'exploitation illicite des ressources du Congo. Donc, chaque année, il y a 2 rapports qui sont produits par les enquêteurs de l'ONU. Et dans leur dernière enquête, ils ont posé directement la question au gouvernement, pourquoi est-ce que les tueurs de Beni sont systématiquement remis en liberté? On les attrape, on les amène à la police. Quelques heures après, la police les remet à liberté. Pourquoi? Le gouvernement n'a pas répondu. Sixième argument, et c'est là la fin des 6 arguments dont j'ai parlé. Il y a le fameux Monsieur X. C'est M. X qui a vendu la version officielle selon laquelle les massacres de Beni sont le fait des rebelles islamistes ougandais. Ce M. X a fini par être démasqué. On a découvert qui c'est. Il s'appelle en réalité Adrien Muhumuza. Il a un grade de colonel dans l'armée FARDC et il s'était présenté auprès de la MONUSCO comme étant un ancien des ADF. Qui a abandonné les maquis. En réalité, il s'agit toujours de ce monde, des rebelles créés par le Rwanda et l'Ouganda, qui ont été versés dans l'armée congolaise et qui organisent toute une série d'activités criminelles, dont notamment les massacres de Beni. Alors, cet homme a réussi à mentir à la MONUSCO et à vendre la version officielle qui est en train d'être véhiculée jusqu'à présent, selon laquelle les massacres de Beni sont le fait des ADF. C'est un menteur, mais qui a été cru par la MONUSCO. Avec ces 6 arguments, nous avons abouti à la conclusion que les massacres de Beni ne peuvent pas être le fait des ADF, et l'actualité qui suit maintenant démontre que cette version officielle est un énorme mensonge, et qu'il faut commencer à chercher les tueurs de Beni en menant d'autres enquêtes ailleurs. Nous avons retenu 3 pistes. Ces 3 pistes nous ont amené à la conclusion que les massacres de Beni s'inscrivent dans la continuité de la guerre que le Rwanda et l'Ouganda mènent contre le Congo depuis maintenant 20 ans. Mais une guerre qui change seulement de visage. Au lieu de déployer leurs armées directement au Congo, les 2 pays utilisent leurs unités qui ont été versées au sein de l'armée congolaise. Mais cela ne suffit pas, comme je vais vous le montrer, frère. Il y a un premier groupe de tueurs qui sont des tueurs à la machette qui viennent directement du Rwanda. Ils arrivent en territoire de Beni depuis maintenant 2 ans dans des véhicules. On les présente comme des migrants. Les autorités congolaises, les autorités de la province du Nord Kivu, les présentent comme des migrants. Des migrants du territoire, non pas des migrants, ils les présentent comme des Hutus du Massissi, donc des Congolais du Massissi. Mais vérification faite dans le territoire de Massissi, il n'y a pas de village qui se vide. D'où viennent ces populations? Ces populations, en réalité, sont des populations rwandaises qui avaient été chassées de la Tanzanie par le président Kikwete, qui était en conflit avec le président Kagame. Il sentait que le Rwanda risquait d'attaquer la Tanzanie comme il avait attaqué le Congo, sous le prétexte de l'identité des Tutsis de la Tanzanie. Et donc, il avait chassé ces populations. Une fois ces populations au Rwanda, Kagame les a mis dans une base militaire pour les entraîner militairement. Et ensuite, avec la complicité des autorités congolaises, il les a envoyés au Congo en les faisant passer pour des Hutus du Massissi. Donc ça, c'est le premier groupe des tueurs de Beni. Ces tueurs arrivent à Beni, ils se dirigent vers la cité d'Eringeti, et une fois à Eringeti, ils disparaissent dans la brousse. Et qu'est-ce qu'on voit derrière? On voit derrière les populations autochtones de cette zone qui fuient avec des blessures, avec des cadavres, et voilà. Le deuxième groupe de tueurs, il n'est pas à chercher loin, comme je l'ai dit. Au fil des années, le Rwanda et l'Ouganda ont réussi à verser dans l'armée congolaise des milliers de leurs agents. Ces agents portent l'uniforme de l'armée congolaise, mais ils poursuivent au sein de l'armée congolaise et sur le sol congolais, ils poursuivent les mêmes objectifs que ceux qu'ils poursuivaient en 1996 lorsque les deux pays ont attaqué le Congo. Donc, le Congo, c'est un pays avec une armée noyautée par des ennemis. Et ce sont ces individus-là, habillés en uniforme de l'armée nationale, qui commettent des atrocités dans le cadre des objectifs stratégiques de leur pays. Le troisième groupe est celui des hommes armés qui viennent directement de l'Ouganda voisin. Vous savez, Beni est frontalier avec l'Ouganda. Et donc, il y a depuis décembre 2013 des infiltrations armées qui viennent de l'Ouganda, des hommes en armes qui viennent de l'Ouganda et qui envahissent le territoire de Beni. Ces hommes en armes sont des Rwandais et des Ougandais qui s'introduisent à Beni et qui viennent rencontrer les autres populations là, venues de la Tanzanie, passées par le Rwanda, qui arrivent eux aussi à Beni, et les unités de l'armée congolaise qui comptent des milliers de soldats rwandais déployés à Beni. Donc ça fait un cocktail, un ensemble de tueurs qui se donnent rendez-vous à Beni et qui se livrent à ces atrocités pour effacer les populations autochtones et les remplacer par les populations à provenance du Rwanda et de l'Ouganda. Je ne vais pas vous prendre beaucoup de temps. Je pense que les questions nous permettront d'éclaircir certains points qui n'ont pas été éclaircis. Mais voilà à peu près la situation qui se passe actuellement dans l'Est du Congo et qui, pour le moment, a échappé au contrôle pratiquement de tout le monde, tellement le mal est profond au sein même de l'appareil d'État congolais. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Boniface Musavuli. If you have questions, I will be able to translate your questions and also back to you. So what we're going to do, because we're recording this is live, so we'd like to, I'll give you a mic, say your name, and then we'll ask you. All right, here. En français. Beautiful, beautiful.
Je ne comprends pas quand vous parlez des groupes des tueurs. Il y a 3 groupes et le deuxième, ce sont les tueurs qui sont dans l'armée de la République démocratique du Congo. Comment ne sont-ils pas repérés et pourquoi le président du Congo accepte qu'il y ait ces groupes qui viennent du Rwanda et d'Ouganda? Je ne comprends pas le système qui fait qu'ils sont acceptés et sont intégrés.
Okay, I'm going to translate very quickly. I don't understand that there are killers, that are doing their jobs in Congo, and how can the Congolese government allow them to do so and not arrest them in a way? And you know, and those killers are part of the Congolese army.
L'armée du Congo, je ne sais pas comment on va faire pour traduire. Okay.
The Congolese army?
L'armée congolaise est formée par plusieurs forces qui se sont affrontées pendant la Deuxième Guerre du Congo. Toutes ces forces avaient été fondues dans un même ensemble qui forme ce qu'on appelle les FARDC.
Okay, the Congolese army is in reality a mixed of all these different forces that came from different countries. They were mixed together, and that's what forms the Congolese army today.
Il n'y a pas au Congo une armée homogène comme on peut en avoir aux États-Unis, en France. Il y a des factions. Il y a des factions, des individus qui sont dans l'armée, mais qui n'obéissent pas forcément au pouvoir central de Kinshasa.
So there are factions within the Congolese army who do not obey the central government.
Mais le gouvernement congolais fait semblant d'être toujours aux commandes de cette assemblée. C'est une mascarade. En réalité, le gouvernement congolais ne contrôle pas les différentes factions qui sont à l'intérieur de l'armée nationale.
In reality, the Congolese government is masking this, but they are not in control of these different factions who happen to be part of the national army in DRC.
Et lorsque le gouvernement congolais essaye d'avoir le contrôle sur ces forces, notamment les forces venues du Rwanda, ça peut se traduire par des mutineries, ce qui a provoqué d'ailleurs la guerre du M23 en 2012.
When the Congolese government tries to control those factions, there is always a mutiny, such as the M23 that attacked the eastern part of Congo.
Okay.
Question.
Thank you. David, I'm just trying to get the significance of that man's photograph that you showed in the priest that was dressed as a priest that just went right by me. I'm trying to understand the role he plays in.
Je vais comprendre le rôle qu'a joué le monsieur qui était, le prêtre qui était sur l'écran. Voilà, Père Vincent Makosi. C'est quoi son rôle dans tout ça?
Vincent Machozi était un prêtre engagé dans la société civile.
Vincent Machozi was a priest involved in the civil society.
Il luttait contre la présence des forces étrangères dans l'est du Congo, le pillage des ressources du Congo et le massacre des populations congolaises.
He was fighting against the pillage of the resources and the massacre, against or committed on the people in the eastern part of Congo.
Il le faisait de façon non violente, un peu le style Martin Luther King.
He was doing a non-violent, protest, like Martin Luther King.
Okay.
Is he still alive?
Est-ce qu'il est toujours en vie?
No, he has been killed. Well,
No, he's not alive. He's been killed. Hence the point, I think. Right. OK. Il y a une question?
J'ai une question là. Il me semble, le général Bahouma, il était le supérieur du colonel Ndala, je pense.
Oui.
Est-ce qu'il y a un lien entre la mort de ces deux personnalités-là?
Is there a link? Oh, est-ce qu'il y a? Yeah, is there a link between? Is there a link between the death of General Bahouma and Colonel Ndala?
Il y a un lien possible. Le général Bahouma est mort en août 2014 après un malaise qu'il a eu en Ouganda au cours d'une visite, d'une mission officielle.
There is a link because in August
2014.
2014, when General Baruma went to Uganda for an official visit. For official visit, when he came back, he died out of
AVC.
Yeah, he had a stroke when he came shortly after he came back from Uganda.
La réalité de l'histoire, c'est que en Ouganda, au cours d'une réunion, on lui avait tendu un micro et quand il commençait à parler, il a été pris de malaise, il est tombé et il ne s'est plus relevé.
Whoa. He said during the meeting, when they gave him a microphone, as he started speaking, he just collapsed in Uganda.
Après sa mort, dont la population du Nord Kivu considère que c'était un empoisonnement.
After his death, as the population in North Kivu considered as an assassination, he was empoisoned.
Yeah.
Poison, I'm sorry.
Il a été remplacé par le général Mundos, qui est l'actuel chef, qui est l'actuel commandant des opérations à territoire de Beni.
He was replaced by General Mundos, who is actually running Beni, the operations in Beni.
Alors, quelle relation entre la mort du général Baouma, la mort du colonel Mamadou Ndala et le massacre de Beni? Eh bien, voici la relation.
Now, here's the relationship between the death of General Baruma and the death of Colonel Mamadou Ndala and the massacre in Beni.
Le général Baouma est mort en août 2014. Le colonel Mamadou Ndala est mort en janvier 2014. La particularité des deux officiers, c'était qu'ils étaient ce qu'on appelle des patriotes. Donc, ils se battaient pour la population, pour libérer la population contre l'emprise des forces du Rwanda et de l'Ouganda dans l'est du Congo.
General Baruma died in August 2014, and Colonel Ndala in January 2015. 14.
Yeah.
Okay, so what they have in common is that they were patriots, and they were really fighting for the goods of people in eastern part of Congo.
Et après leur mort, leur assassinat, il faut le considérer comme tel, ils ont été remplacés par des officiers qui sont plus ou moins complices de tous les désordres que le Rwanda et l'Ouganda sèment dans l'est du Congo.
After their death, they were replaced by officers who happened to be working for both sides, Rwanda, Uganda, and DRC. Une question. Monsieur Milton.
Thank you for your presentation. First, just a quick observation. In Uganda now, many officials, when they go out, they bring their own food and their own drinks. They don't go to restaurants and let a waiter bring them a drink that's been opened already. Can you tell them that? And then I want to add a quick question. If you can tell that.
Juste une observation. Aujourd'hui en Ouganda, les officiers, maintenant, les autorités, quand ils sortent, ils prennent leur propre bouteille de boire et c'est difficile de le trouver en train de manger dans des restaurants. Je voulais juste dire cela. Et j'ai une question.
And interestingly, there's a reporter here from the New York Review of Books, Helen Epstein, who wrote a story about a Ugandan member of parliament who died under very mysterious circumstances too. But I also wanted to ask him the question, with all the thousands of United Nations troops there, how can all this still be happening today?
On a un journaliste de New York Review qui avait écrit justement un sujet à propos de morts, mystérieuses morts en Ouganda. Il est là. La question maintenant est celle-ci. Comment est-ce possible qu'il y a l'ONU là-bas, MONUSCO, dans cette région, mais les tueries continuent toujours à l'est du pays? Comment expliquer cela?
Il y a au moins deux explications.
There are two explanations to that.
La première, c'est que l'ONU ne vient pas dans un pays. L'ONU vient dans un pays pour aider les autorités.
There are two explanations. One is that United Nations goes to a country to help the authorities.
L'ONU ne vient pas dans un pays pour remplacer les autorités.
United Nations does not go there to replace the authorities.
Et lorsque l'ONU constate que le problème, ce sont les autorités, l'ONU ne peut pas se battre contre les autorités d'un pays.
When United Nations sees that the problem or problems are with the authorities, they will not then fight the authorities.
Plusieurs fois, les casques bleus de l'ONU ont eu des échanges de tirs avec des unités présentées comme des ADF, des rebelles, alors que ces individus étaient membres de l'armée congolaise.
Very often, United Nations found itself fighting against a group of soldiers, thinking that they were rebels, only to find out that those same members were part of the national army.
Alors, ce sont là les deux explications. Première explication, l'ONU ne vient pas remplacer les autorités d'un pays. Si ces autorités se conduisent de manière malhonnête, de manière exécrable contre leur population, l'ONU observe.
Okay.
Mais, oui, je peux traduire.
So the first explanation is that if United Nations finds out that the authorities of the government are acting dishonestly against their own people, what they do is they observe the fact.
La deuxième explication, c'est que les casques bleus envoyés au Congo viennent des pays pauvres et des armées faibles. Thaïlande, Malaisie, voilà.
The second explanation is that the United Nations soldiers who happen to be in Congo come from very poor countries and weak government.
Ouais. On fait une comparaison avec l'opération Artemis de 2003 qui était menée par l'armée française en Ituri. En 3 mois, l'armée française et de l'Union européenne avait réussi à sécuriser toute une province en 3 mois. On va faire maintenant presque combien depuis 1999 la MONUSCO 17 ans. Une force de plus de 20 000 casques bleus n'arrive pas à sécuriser le Congo à cause de cette raison-là que j'ai donnée. Ils viennent des pays majoritairement pauvres avec des armées faibles et ils sont confrontés à la réalité d'un pays où les autorités sont en fait impliquées dans la création de désordres à travers le pays. 2003, opération Artemis à Bunia. Oui.
Okay, in 2003, the French had an operation over there named Artemis, okay, which took control of the region in 3 months. They did that, compared to United Nations, who hasn't done anything since 1999. So it seems like 18 years, because they've found themselves in a situation where authorities or members of the Congolese government are being part of the chaos. He wants to add something?
Je voudrais ajouter quelque chose, la genèse même, puisque la question est de savoir comment cette situation persiste pendant que l'armée, notre frère vient de dire que l'armée a été mixte. Donc il faut aller à la genèse. La genèse, c'est à partir de 1900. Tu vas traduire. Ok. Donc, parlons un peu de la genèse de la situation, comment cette armée est entrée au Congo.
I'm just going to give you a genesis of how that army got into DRC.
En 1997,
In 1997.
Lorsque l'armée lorsque Laurent Kabila parlait de l'armée ougandaise sont entrés au Congo pour chasser Mobutu.
When Laurent Kabila in 1997 invaded Congo with the help of Uganda and Rwanda to oust Mobutu,
toute cette armée étrangère, l'armée ougandaise, étant arrivée au Congo, et il a pris position et occupé de postes stratégiques dans l'armée.
when they invaded Congo, the foreign armies like Uganda and Rwanda took control of strategic positions in the army.
Depuis en 1998, il y a une partie de l'armée qui était renvoyée au Rwanda.
In 1998, a part of that army was sent back to Rwanda.
Et cela n'avait pas plu du tout aux Rwandais.
And that did not please the Rwandese.
Puisque le président Kabila, Laurent Kabila, s'était autoproclamé président du Congo.
Because Laurent Kabila proclaimed himself the president of DRC.
Mais l'objectif, ce n'était pas que celui-là devienne président, mais c'était il fallait qu'un Tutsi devienne président au Congo.
But the goal was not for him to become president, but a Rwanda-related person to be president.
Alors, cette expulsion d'une partie de l'armée rwandaise chez eux, notamment Kambale, qui était le commandant-chef, je ne sais pas, alors, n'avait pas du tout plu au patron du Rwanda, qui est Paul Kagame.
Okay, when Kabila sent back a portion of the foreign armies out of Congo, hence James Kabarebe, we talked about him before, he was the chief of staff of the army in DRC. So he was sent back because he was actually originally from Uganda and Rwanda, both countries.
Alors, le président autoproclamé du Congo, qui est Laurent Désiré Kabila, et qui était venu avec toute cette armée ougandaise, dont Kabila, actuellement Joseph Kabila, était présenté comme son fils adoptif. Le même Joseph Kabila était le proche de Kambale, James Kambale. Oui.
So that action of sending them back did not please General Kagame, the actual president of Rwanda. Because when they invaded, Laurent Kabila invaded Congo with the help of foreign armies, some of them stayed, like the current president, who was Joseph Kabila, who was presented as his adoptive child. In reality, he was a close person to James Kabarebe, the actual minister of defense in Rwanda.
Nous savons très bien que Kabila a grandi à Tanzanie.
We all know that Joseph Kabila really grew up outside of DRC in Tanzania.
Joseph Kabila est venu au Congo comme membre de l'armée rwandaise.
When Joseph Kabila came to Congo for the first time, he came in as a member of the Rwandese army.
C'est la première fois qu'il a mis pied au Congo et il est resté au Congo comme fils adoptif de Laurent Désiré Kabila.
That was the first time in 1996 he set foot in Congo for the first time, and then he was allowed to stay there as Laurent Kabila's adoptive son.
Il n'a jamais eu l'identité congolaise dès sa jeunesse.
He never had a Congolese identity since he was a young person.
Il ne connaissait pas le Congo.
He did not know anything about Congo.
Il connaissait le Congo par le nom.
He only knew Congo by name.
Donc, il est venu attaquer armée étrangère.
So he came in to attack Congo with a foreign army.
On a plus de temps. Okay. Maintenant, voyons. Laurent a été assassiné. Laurent Désiré Kabila
Now
a
Laurent
été
Kabila is
assassiné.
gone, dead, assassinated.
Yeah. Il fallait remplacer Laurent.
So they had to replace him.
Maître nationaliste congolais, ça devenait un problème pour les armées étrangères.
Becoming a nationalistic leader in Congo became a problem for foreign armies in the Congo.
Il fallait rapidement trouver quelqu'un qui pouvait être présenté comme fils du pays.
They had to find somebody who had to be presented or introduced as a Congo son.
La femme adoptive,
The
qui est
adoptive son,
Joseph Kabila,
Joseph Kabila,
les autres présidents des pays frontaliers ont convaincu les Congolais qu'il est fils du Congo, on le met comme président.
all the foreign presidents of neighboring countries agreed to that. So he was introduced to Congolese as the Congolese general and Kabila's son.
Yes. Maintenant, tout ce qu'il a présenté, toute cette armée-là, est rwandaise. Joseph Kabila est rwandais.
So all the army that Mr. Musavuli talked about are foreign armies. Joseph Kabila is a foreigner.
Donc, Joseph Kabila est au Congo pour le service des Rwandais.
So Joseph Kabila, the president Joseph Kabila in Congo, is in reality in service of the foreign countries.
Il ne peut pas éliminer ses compatriotes.
He cannot eliminate, he cannot eradicate his compatriots.
Ils ont intérêt à garder cette partie du Congo à cause des ressources minières.
They have the interest of keeping that part of Congo because of the mineral resources,
Qui profitent au Rwanda et à l'Ouganda.
which profits Uganda and Rwanda.
Voilà un peu.
In short, that's what it is. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry if you have a question. He's here. You can go and then talk to him because we have to go on with the program. All right. Thank you very much, guys. So,
Merci à tous.
thank you, Mr. Musavuli. Merci beaucoup, Mr. Lusenge. Thank you, Mr. Lusenge. For those of you who want to get the book, if you want to get the book, the book is in French. I know so many of you speak French, but here it is. Le génocide de Congolais. It's out there. From Leopold II to Paul Kagame. There it is. By Mr. Boniface Musavuli.
Okay, we're going to go into the next panel shortly. The panelists for sexual and gender-based violence, Nita, Mama Jean, Dr. Mwantwali, if you all come to the front, please. And we'll be starting that shortly. I'm going to turn it over to Leanne.
Thank you so much, Maurice. Okay. Who's this one for?
Whoever will be speaking.
Okay. Okay. Wherever. I'm going to give you, well, we're doing, are we still doing an hour and a half? Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to turn off, actually, why don't we all talk about this for a second? Do you know where my slides went?
Your slides?
Yeah, do you know where they are?
I don't think they're on a browser. I think they're down here in PowerPoint.
Oh yeah, got it. Okay, so if I just come down here,
start
I'm just going to put one up there just so we've got one, and then we'll go into, I don't know what order we're going to do things. So, and I'm going to give that little overview in a minute. So why don't I go, where's PowerPoint? Okay. Oh, every single one. Okay. Okay, great. All right. So if I do this, and if I do this, okay, all right. We just leave that one up for a little bit, and then as people come up, we just hit escape. I don't know yet. I may just come over and do it, Ron.
Okay. You know about both.
Oh, Paul has one too. So everybody has something. Got it. Okay.
That was to get this kind of started.
So we do start with his then? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Do you want me to?
Switch over to that now.
Yeah. Or
Can you switch over in a second? Okay. Okay. Okay.
You can do it. It's up to you.
All right. All right. We'll see which one of us gets there first. Okay. So are we ready then? Okay. Can I go ahead? Clear the corner out. You want me to run them out, Maurice? Okay, I've been told to run you out of the corner, so if you guys want to continue out in the hallway or please, I'd love your You ready? Okay. All right, everyone. I think we're ready to get started here. Thank you so much for your attention. We have an excellent panel. I feel very fortunate myself to even be included with the folks that are up here seated behind me today and to be a part of today's event. So my name is Leanne DeRouche. I'm faculty at Penn State University. I study sexualized violence. My work is at Panzi Hospital. And I am also the co-founder of Panzi Foundation USA with Dr. Dennis Mukwege of Panzi Hospital. So that's what I'm bringing to this panel today. And actually, Nita Evele is also, she's an activist, but she's also a board member for Panzi Foundation USA. And she and I will be talking more about Panzi Hospital and the programs there and lift that up as a possible response. So these conferences can be difficult, right? A lot of heavy material, a lot of difficult images. And now we're going to talk about sexualized violence. So I think there's a challenge here for all of us. How do we deal with these subjects and do it in a way that isn't demoralizing for those of us that work on these issues? And I also want to recognize the fact that we may have survivors in the room. And I know that these images and the discussions that we're having sometimes can be a trigger. And so we want to honor and acknowledge that. We want to respect the inherent dignity in survivors and people who have suffered serious trauma. And so if you find that in any way, at any time throughout this day, that something is difficult, know that you have people here who will support you. And we know that it's difficult, and if you need to step out, we understand that as well. So I just want to make sure that we recognize that there are often survivors amongst us, and these can be very difficult subjects emotionally for us to address. But I think what's important that comes out of today is hope. Hope and inspiration. And so how do we do that, right? And so we're going to talk about sexualized violence, and you've got this fabulous panel of folks to talk about their insights about a difficult issue. But I want to make sure that we're talking about response. And what is our response? What is my response? What is your response? What is our collective response? So that when we leave here today, we're not, again, feeling burdened by the atrocities, but actually inspired to continue our activism or to take the next step, okay? And I look forward to interacting in the Q&A that we're going to have later on. So this session has actually been extended to an hour and a half. We have some short little video clips. There are some slides. We're going to incorporate some different media in that way that our panelists have brought along. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually just mention each one of our panelists, introduce them by name, and then we're going to go back through and give everybody about 5 minutes to, well, I'll introduce them by name. You're going to say a little bit about who you are, just what you do, and then we're going to go back through and I'm going to give everyone about
5 to 7 minutes to talk about sort of their insights and thoughts about sexualized violence, and we'll pull up the slides. A couple of points I want to make about language. Notice that I say sexualized violence and not sexual. That's my choice. There's nothing, you know, we use sexual violence often when we're talking about this subject. I say sexualized because I once heard a speaker talking about this issue, and she said, you know, when we think about something being sexual, that implies that there might be pleasure, and that is part of that notion, and there's absolutely no pleasure involved in rape and sexual assault. So that's why I choose sexualized violence instead of sexual, but both are appropriate. That's just my choice. I don't expect anyone else to have to use that choice. And I also want to make this distinction in the labels between survivor and victim. And I think that that's crucial. Think about both of those terms, and they're loaded, okay? And most of the women that I talk to that are survivors in the US or in Congo, wherever, male or female, they are 9 times out of 10 labeling themselves as a survivor, not as a victim. And I think that's a very important distinction for us to keep in mind as well. Okay, so with that, I'm going to introduce our panelists and give them a chance to say a little bit about themselves, okay? All right, so we'll start on the end with Mama Kasango. And then next we have Nita Ivele. And then we have Paul Ndio. And then lastly we have Dr., and I'm going to get this right, I swear, because I was practicing earlier, Dr. Mwantuali. So welcome to all of you. Thank you so much. So if we could, yeah, I know, please, yes. It's an impressive group. All right, so if each one of you would just say a little bit about what you do, and then we're going to go back through and talk more about the topic at hand. Would you like to start?
Good afternoon, everyone. Bonsoir, Mbote. My name is Maman Jeanne Kasongo. Why Maman Jeanne? Because I start to have street children in Congo. I help them, and they come with to my house and they live with me, with my children. And as in Africa, all mama is mama, all daddy is daddy, but with the name. And it's why I start to become mama, to be called Mama Jeanne from 1990 until now. And it's why I prefer people to call me Maman Jeanne, and it's why. And I start my organization named Chalupe Foundation, only for those kids. They come and we help them to go back to school and take care of themselves. And as you read, you know, the papers, my name actually it's not Ndongo but Ngondo. Ngondo means moon. And in 2000, I start Chalupe officially from Congo, Kinshasa, and when I came here, I continue to help even here in America, street children. They are, you call them homeless, but for me, they still street children. And I became in 2004 activist by accident. When I met the Dr. Denis Mukwege, and he talked about the rape and everything is going on in Congo. It's why I became activist and started to talk about Congo and what is going on. Women and women. I met Nita in Washington with Dr. Mukwege. We went with Yves Ansler. We did everything to talk about the rape of Congolese women. As we are here, I think it's good to talk in French as our, for me. Because why I say that? Because last year I was in a UN conference on March, Women Conference. 20 years after Beijing on a conference, when we were there, all those men, when they see what it was happened in Beijing, no women in Africa, they don't know. And they say, oh, nous n'avons jamais entendu parler de ça. Nous n'avons jamais. And we're celebrating 20 years, Beijing 20 years, on the right of women. And here, we're celebrating today 20 years of genocide. I think most of Congolese people back home, they don't know that there were now 20 years of genocide in Congo. It's good to speak in English, yes, but it's good to speak in French too for them to know really. Because even those in the eastern part, they don't know it's now almost 20 years. In Rwanda, it was only 100 days. Whole world talk about Rwanda genocide, Rwanda genocide, Rwanda. Even when we go to the conference, we could be there 5 Congolese. We're talking about for almost 1 million women or 2 million women, men, and babies and girls raped in Congo. When one Rwandese girl stand and all room, people start crying. I say, okay, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Can we come back? Yeah. That would be great. Thank you. Thank you. There's much to say. Yes.
Thank you very much. Like Mama Jean just said, my name is Anita Evel. I'm also an activist. I'm a Congolese first, an activist. And like Leanne just introduced me, I'm a board member of the Panzi Foundation USA. I became activist a long time ago. I think I've been trying to talk about DRCs, I don't even know how, I think 15 years ago. And I've been working with Friends of the Congo at the same time also to try to bring the issue on DRC in the media and in the spotlight. That's why every October, Friends of the Congo organized the Break the Silence, because the war is so silent that most people don't even know there's a war that's been going on in DRC for 20 years. And I hope we're gonna come out to the reason why that war remains so hidden, although we all have our cell phones and media 24/7 every day and on the line, everywhere. But the war is not coming out on, from the dark. Like I said, back when we started doing this, it was every day it was story about Darfur. I remember, most people can remember, there were Save the Darfur movement, because nobody talks about Darfur no more, but the war is still going on in Darfur till today too. So everybody was talking about Darfur at that time, but there were a genocide happening in DRC and nobody was aware of that. So we decided to get together a group of people and create an organization that could push through the media and everywhere else to talk about what was happening in DRC, especially what was happening on sexual violence, because at DRC became really clear and very viciously that the war in DRC was, people have been fighting on women's body. So we wanted to make clear that in DRC, sexualized violence, as Leon is talking about it, was on another level than the sexual violence that we see in other wars. So we created an organization called Congo Global Actions, and we had a conference in DC for 2 days at the Holocaust Museum, just to make the point that what was happening in DRC was also a genocide, and in which we had all the experts, and Mama Jeanne was there, and Dr. Mukwege and everybody to talk about what was happening. Believe me, that was back in 2008. People came to us and say, you guys are lying, that cannot be happening. And how come it's happening and we have no idea it's happening? So this is how we've been talking about DRC, and unfortunately, today is 2016, almost 20 years later, some people still ask us, what are you guys talking about? And that's not correct. So we're trying to break that silence and tell everybody what's happening, because he has to stop. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anita. My name is Paul Ndiho. First of all, I want to throw out a disclaimer here. I'm not in any way speaking for the Voice of America or the United States government. So that said, I want to say that I'm eminently underqualified to speak as an expert on the subject, but I will speak as a reporter who has been following the story. Thank you.
I don't know how we arrange women on that side and the guy on this side. I will tell you, we didn't do that on purpose. Yes, my name is Joseph Mwantwali. I'm a professor at Hamilton College. I teach French and African literature, and also Caribbean. And I'm also a writer. Actually, that's why I was here. And I want to thank the Friends of the Congo for inviting me, but also I want to thank Maurice and the Friends of the Congo for the great job you are doing for the tragedy in the Congo. Right. But there's something I would like to say quickly that I can't resist to say. You heard the number throwing here that there are 6 million people have been killed. That's what we call official number. When you go to the Congo, in general, from Africa, you're going to hear the number 10 million. And for me, that is more like it. The number of 6 million is official, but it dates like by 2006, right? So Hitler killed 6 million people. We are about to have the double of that number. That had been said, I really had to say that. And we want to make sure that history, by the end, get it right and not diminish what's happening. But I'll be coming today in the angle of the victim, because what I did is I wrote a book about a woman who lived this tragedy, not only as a raped victim, but also from inside the rebellion, both with the Rwandans and the Ugandan soldiers. So I wrote the book, is there if you saw it, both in French and English. In English, title is Tell This to My Mother. And the French is Tu le diras à ma mère. So please, if you have time, read it, you will see how you can see the things from the victim perspective, but also who is from inside the rebels. Thank you.
So I think what we'll do is start with Paul, because Paul has a short clip that I think might get us started. So Paul, is that okay with you? We'll start with your clip? Okay. Is it? Okay. And we do a volume or we don't have volume to this?
Countries are named in the report, but Rwanda and Uganda are singled out for the mass killings, rapes, and forcible genocide of Hutus as they allegedly pursued them into the Congo. From 1999 to 2001, I was embedded with rebel factions in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, but nothing prepared me for the violence I witnessed there in 2001. One morning, I was caught up in the middle of the Lendu militia attacks against the Hema Boboro village near Muniania. In this and other villages, scores of people were killed and thousands were driven from their homes. What started as a land dispute between two normally peaceful groups grew into a larger clash when Ugandan forces entered the region. The Ugandan forces sided with the Hema, and this favoritism caused the backlash from the Lendu, leading to widespread killing. According to eyewitness accounts, they led to attack the Hema at dawn, killing everyone they encountered, including women and children. A cloud of heavy smoke blanketed the village. The stench from the burning bodies was unbearable. That same night, the Lendu militia also invaded Muniania where hundreds of people were hiding and cut them into pieces. Scores of nearby villages were also burned to the ground. I saw several mass graves where hundreds of people were being buried, and the Hema, armed with bow and arrow, stood ready to defend their village.
Sexual violence against women in the Democratic Republic of Congo has left thousands of victims in dire need of assistance. The United Nations is trying to reach out to women who bear the brunt of war. The UN recently opened a new community center for women survivors of gender violence in Bukavu. Paul Diho has that story.
Rape has been used as a weapon of war in eastern Congo for more than a decade. It is estimated that hundreds of thousands of women have been raped by war-hardened rebels and government soldiers. The UN-funded City of Joy is Congo's first rehabilitation center for victims of sexual violence. The center opened its doors just weeks after a mispat of mass rapes in eastern Congo.
And pressure is growing on other nations to cut off aid to the M23 rebels. The fighting has caused hundreds of thousands of people to flee. We'll get more from VOA's Paul Diho.
Since April, the Congolese army, supported by the United Nations peacekeeping mission, have been battling the M23 rebels. The violence began when several hundred disgruntled government soldiers deserted the army and joined the rebels led by Bosco Ntaganda, nicknamed the Terminator. The M23 insurgents is the latest incarnation of a Tutsi-dominated rebellion that has repeatedly tried to integrate into the Congolese army, only to withdraw. Tensions have been fueled by accusations from UN experts who say that Rwanda is backing the rebels.
Thank you so much. I'll start with the first clip that you saw. My assignment that day was not to uncover a massacre that was taking place. What you just saw there is not Hollywood. It was happening in real time. So I happened to be in a village. I'd spent a night in a town in eastern part of Congo called Bunia. It's up north, it borders Uganda. And that night, I was supposed to go and spend a night in a place called Nyekunde. One of my contacts there had invited me to go and spend a night at his place. So I go there, I pass in a village by Nyekunde. There is another village nearby called Bogoro. Everything was fine that evening. We even went out and ate, ate dinner at one of those small towns. Then in the morning we slept. In the morning, like at dawn, hell broke loose. People were crying, screaming, babies, women running. So I asked the guy, I said, what's going on? He said, you know what, we've been attacked. So you need to run, I said, run where? So he said, he gave me a guy, one of his assistants to take me around who had a motorbike. He said, we've been attacked by, he was a Hema. We've been attacked by the Lendu. So I said, who are the Lendu? Who are the Lendus? So the guy said, oh, we've lived side by side for so many years, but occasionally there's parts of violence here and there because we are competing for the same thing, land. The Hema are traditionally cattle keepers. The Lendus, on the other hand, they are farmers who depend on their land maybe to fend for their kids, to provide for their families. So what happened was the Lendu, rather the Hema, came from wherever they were coming from this time around and started grazing their cattle on Lendu's land. And that helped to blow up, and that what you just saw led into these massive killings. In one day, just in one day, I personally counted over 200 bodies. So when they talk about 6 million, we're talking about maybe 10 million people who have died in that war. Most of it is not documented. Very few cases have been documented. Even if you were to do like carpet bombing, where you have planes coming and dropping planes, chances are that you're not going to kill 10 million people or 6 million people. even if it's in a month. We talk about, he brought in an example of Hitler killing 6 million Jews. It wasn't done in just a couple days. It takes a long, long time. But what you just saw there is an example of what has been happening in Congo and what is not documented. Most of what happens is this kind of massacres where some of them are fueled by the external influence, especially from Uganda and Rwanda. Some of it is internal. We never talk about the internal conflicts that are taking place. Most of the murders that are happening are taking place not because somebody is fueling that, but people are fighting for the resources that are in Congo. And earlier, Boniface painted a very good picture of what's happening in Beni. Those massacres didn't start yesterday. They've been happening even when I was there. I spent some good time in Beni, all the way from Bukavu to Bunia. I was there for, I would go in and out, so I know the area very well. Even at that time when I was there, things were happening. People were being killed in hundreds. And you'd wake up one day, you find that so many people have been killed. Fast forward maybe to the second clip. Maybe this is the larger picture that we are talking about. I will not speak about rape as an expert. I will speak about it as somebody who has seen firsthand what happens when these rebel groups enter a village. Basically, when they enter a village, their number one target is what? Is women and children. Whoever crosses into their way, they just grab them. No questions asked, they do their business. If you don't respond to what they want, they'll kill you. And I saw so many of those people being killed. I can share with you one story. I met a woman earlier. I was talking to Anita about it. This lady, bless her heart, I think I tried to reach out to her, but I think she passed on. She told me that I was interviewing her, and she started crying. I said, how do you what keeps you going? She said, you know what, they have violated me so many times that I feel like part of me is not my body because they have done it over and over and over again. So those are the kind of stories that you hear. It's one thing to talk about it. It's another thing to see it. Like these women who live it, their experiences. You don't want to be in their place. You don't want to, your sister, your mother, your daughter to be the one who has been constantly subjected to all sorts of rape. And I'm not talking about just rebels here. It's become part of the culture there. Men do it because they can get away with it. That's the bottom line. And the soldiers do it because of impunity. They know nobody is going to hold them accountable. So those are some of the things that have been happening. When you look at, I don't know, I don't have the statistics, maybe the experts will bring in the statistics. When you talk to these women, when you talk to these young girls over there, what they tell, they're horror stories. They are not stories that you want to repeat. So covering that for me really changed the way I look at things, changed my life, changed how I report on these things. And fast forward to the violence, the rebels. Since the invasion, the second invasion, I'll speak only to the second invasion, Uganda, Rwanda invading Congo for the second time, because that's what I'm familiar with. Over the course of the war and what happened later, all these guys, there were so many people changing. The leadership of the rebel groups was changing like on a monthly basis. So we have so many different key players. But like you saw a clip of General Nkunda there, and I also, when I was there, this guy was a junior guy. He wasn't even one of those guys. But I was surprised that he was actually indicted by the International Criminal Courts because he had risen through the ranks to be the guy who was in charge of most of these atrocities that you see. but you can, the Kivus are so, the violence is so widespread that even if they sent a whole US army there, it would probably not do much because of the nature of the terrain, how hard it is to get around from one place to another, and how people live, basically. So you find that there are spots where that are more prone to invasion, or that where these rebels target because of what minerals. Not every small place over there has the same amount of minerals, but there are some places that are more likely to be attacked by the rebels because they use that to finance their wars. They use that to do everything they want. And once they get access to those minerals, then there's nothing that can stop them. And I also maybe wanted to throw, for me personally, I feel like the Congolese people also have a role to play in this. For somehow they have stood back. They haven't told their story. Every time I read a story about what's going on in the Congo, I don't see a byline written by a Congolese. I pick up stories that are written by somebody from the US, London, France, but not Congolese. So how are we going to keep telling the Congolese story if the Congolese themselves are not standing up and saying, you know what, Uganda, Rwanda, all the key players are not telling their story? I think it's important. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Paul. If I forget, somebody asked this question, or if you remember, because you are a journalist and you've started to speak to it now, but I think we need to move on to the next panelist. But later, please speak to not only whose voice is being heard, but also when it is the outsiders who are writing about Congo, the stereotypes that are being perpetuated, the lack of attending to the complexities of the violence. So we end up with stereotypes, caricatures, right? And not a very nuanced understanding of what's actually happening there. And how can we resolve the violence if we don't know the root causes, right? So if you can speak to that as a journalist later, and if I forget somebody asking that question, okay? I think for the order, it would make sense for us to go to Mama Jean next, and then I'm gonna come over here to the good doctor, and then Nita, we'll talk, I'll have you finish up, and then I've got some slides of Panzi Hospital that we can pull up, and we can talk about Panzi as a response as well. But Mama Jean, the work that you're doing is also very much a response to sexualized violence, so we would love to hear from you about the work that you're doing and your insights.
Thank you. To start, I want just to thank the friend of Congo, particularly Maurice, because I met Maurice in 2006. He bring me in Washington, D.C. to talk about the Congolese matter. And we talked together, and I met Paul and Kerry. Thank you. You are the really true friend of Congo. Those who talk really the true story, Congolese true story, they are not considered. Nobody is going to take care of them because the organization like the Friend of Congo will be the biggest organization here in America who's talking about Congo because they're talking about the truth. They will still there where they are. But all those liars, they are the biggest organization. They are finance everything to do whatever they want. I don't know if to talk about sexual violence and everything in Congo, I can't take sexual violence out of what it's really happened in Congo. If now there is sexual violence in Congo, it's because of the war. Why is the war in Congo? Because the Congo is the richest country in Africa. I'm not going to say in the world, but in Africa. And as we used to say, Congo is the beautiful woman in the Africa. And all men and everywhere around the world love Congo. They have Mobutu, and Mobutu allowed everything, but he secured Congo. But when Mobutu was ready to go, to pass away, they choose somebody else, and they choose the killer. It's why they start Rwanda genocide. Rwanda genocide was a pretext for people to invade Congo. And today we know that everywhere Congo is called the world capital of rape. And the prevalence, I will read, because my kids, when they said, they ask me how many minutes they give you. I say 15, we know you. When you start to talk about Congo, it's you will talk and forget everything. When I saw the first woman who come to my house to talk to me, how she was raped, I said, it's a story. Is you see the movie, or you talk me this. She said, you want to see? You want me to show you? No, don't. And when I saw the man, and he's talking to me, I say, no, I will tell you, because they ask him to rape his own wife in the front of his children. He refused. They cut his sex. And they talk, you want me to show you? No, don't show me, but he shows me. I think I spent, more than 1 month without eat meat. I can't. And they kill his wife and children. You see, that is we are here. I don't like to talk about the gender violence in Congo. But all Congolese women here knows those activists, Nita, Common Cause, our sister Chefu Bibian, she's here in New York, Marie Claire Farai, those in Brussels and Paris, and even us. As my friend there said, Congolese don't talk about them or wrote books. We talk about Congo. But nobody here Congolese. This priest you see there was living with us in Boston. He have, if you have time, you can read him, all things he wrote on his Beni Lubero online. You'll read it. When he told us he's going back to Congo, he said, why? And I told him, they're going to kill you. He said, no, Mama Jeanne, I want to go. It's my people. I will go there. I'm not come from East. He said, you are not come from East. Look how you talk about it. And me. There I have sisters, I have niece, I am auntie. Let me go over there. And the day he was killed, I was talking with one of chief of village. They talked together, and when they finished, he said, okay, he go in his room to sleep, and the chief too go in his room to sleep. He was killed there, and the chief slept until in the morning when the people come, and they never see this chief of village. All this part of Congo is no more Congolese people there. They speak Kinyarwanda. It's very, very hard. In Congo, we don't kill people with machete. Congolese people are not, I would say, sauvage. No. All of those, we grow up with all those people. As Muniania said, when we grow up in Kinshasa, we grow up with Rwandese and Burundis. We call them Rwanda Rundi. In Kinshasa, we call them like this. But they are our friends. We grow up with Angolese. We grow up with Tanzanian, Zambian, and Brazzaville because we are 9 neighbors. Why only Rwanda and Uganda? Okay, they talk about Congo's is invented, but we have, as they said, the biggest UN army over there, peacekeeper. I don't call them like this. But now, does MONUSCO bring again the robots from South Sudan? They are there in Congo. They come in the MONUSCO cars. And the South Sudan people want now to invade Congo. That is how it starts. They bring us FDLR, and it starts. Now we have the rebel from South Sudan. I think it's going now the same and the same. There will not be an end. The end is when, as Kambale said, to end the rape in Congo is the implementation of this law. To implement this law, as all us of Congolese, American Congolese, we do what we can to vote Obama. Because when we say, wow, his senators, look what he said, look what he did for Congo. We think if he becomes president of America, wow, everything he said for Congo is going to happen. And Bush, the President Bush signed the law. He left the file on his table. And Obama will fight for this law. When it takes place, he take the file and put it in his chair and sit on it. He never talk about this law. Never. And everything, if you want peace in Congo, everything in this law is going to be peace in Congo, and there will be no more rape in this part, and we're going to live peacefully in Congo. It's what I could just tell you. As Congolese, we're talking about what is going on in our countries. And women, particularly women, even men, we're talking about what is going on in Congo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Jean. Just to give you a little bit of context, estimates are that literally hundreds of thousands of women and girls, men and boys, have been raped in Congo. So just to give you a little bit of perspective, it's unprecedented historically. And so the question becomes why, okay? And that's part of the reason why this panel is here today, and we'll be talking more about that. And it's a combination of factors, right? One that I want to mention before we move on is this notion of trauma. So how one of the panelists, it might have been Paul, mentioned that there has been an increase in the number of civilians that are perpetrating rape. And what is that about? And so it could just be that it's someone who's now out of uniform. But you also have to remember that the eastern part of the country has been horribly traumatized. People have experienced trauma in every way, as victim, as perpetrator, and so when that level of trauma is not being treated, how does it interact with the other dynamics and factors in your environment, and then that lead to the continued assaults? And so that's, I think, trauma. We talk about policy a lot. We talk about what needs to change, what needs to be different, and that's all important. And we need to get people education and skills and et cetera, and change U.S. policy. But I don't hear many people talking about trauma. And unless we've dealt with the trauma, where are we? Right? So a woman can be given a skill, but if she suffers from depression, or she still has fits of anger because of the trauma, or her child is a trigger because her child is a reminder of her assault somehow, because maybe that child is born out of that assault, then we've not done what we need to do. So this piece of trauma, I think, is hugely important, and we need to keep that in our minds too, in terms of how that's contributing and also what needs to be done about that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Joseph, and we have a clip. Do you want me to? Okay, so do we have one clip for you or two clips? Just one? And do we have slides for you as well, or just the? Okay. Do you want to set this up, and then you just tell me when you want me to play the clip from the video?
So is it ready?
It's ready.
Yes, go ahead.
You want me to. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You want to just set it up for them? Let them know what this documentary is, and So the clip we're going to, the documentary is called The Man Who Mends Women, and it's about Dr. Mukwege. We've been showing it around the U.S. now, and it's all about his work at Panzi Hospital. And Dr. Joseph there's a particular clip from this that he wanted us to share today. So this is a moment where Dr. Mukwege is actually in surgery, and it's a poignant moment, and it's quite short. And then, Dr. Joseph, you're going to speak to that. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yes, Paul, you did a good job pointing out about the voice of the Congolese, and I hope you read this novel, Tell This to My Mother. And the novel came here in 2013 in English first. And since it came out, the reaction has been incredible. And Coco, actually, the reason why I really would have wanted her here today, she's in Oklahoma. She has been all over the place giving talks. And when the French version came out last November, I was actually in Paris. So the reaction was also incredible, and we had a lot of press about it. And indeed, people need to hear voices of coming from the Congo.
Post-viol, il y a une déchirure de la cloison recto-vaginale. Et alors, il n'y a pas de différence entre l'anus et le vagin. Là on est incapable d'aller. Comment tu vas reconstruire? Bon, je vais reconstruire, mais maintenant, le challenge, c'est rendre le vagin terminal. Vous n'avez jamais vu ça avant? C'est pas un acte isolé. Il y a 4 petites filles qui attendent le même type d'intervention. Je signale que ça fait c'est donc très intéressant. 3 décès. Dont un enfant de 9 mois, un enfant de 2 ans et un enfant de 4 ans. L'année passée. Maintenant, on est 13e cas. 13e cas. Non, la maman pense qu'en fait, sa fille a été violée pour voler l'utérus. Et elle s'est dit, mais est-ce qu'on a fait ça gratuitement? Puisqu'elle ne croit pas que ce soit un acte sexuel. Elle pense que c'est un acte pour des intérêts financiers, vente d'organes, des choses comme ça. C'est une spéculation, puisque bon, les gestes ne se comprennent pas. Pourquoi on peut poser un tel acte? La maman qui vient d'avoir ça, elle pense qu'on lui a enlevé un organe parce qu'elle ne comprend pas pourquoi on fait des atrocités comme ça à sa gosse. Comment est-ce qu'elle va faire la procédure pour porter plainte? Tu vois, Denis, moi ce que je ne comprends pas, c'est comment est-ce que ces femmes peuvent faire toutes les procédures pour pouvoir porter plainte. T'as vu ce qu'on exige d'eux? Moi, je pense que il faut que les mecs prennent la responsabilité. Nous ne pouvons pas tuer les règles. Ça, c'est pas suffisant. Ben non. Parce que moi, je pense que ces petites filles, avec cette petite fille rose à 20 ans, ne pourra même pas avoir de rapport sexuel. Et elle s'agit de fichus comme ça. Ben, elle ne sait pas combien de fillettes ce monsieur va détruire avant qu'on la frappe. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for bringing that video. It's a very, very powerful video, like you see there. If I recommend it to everybody. It's hard to see, but it's very important. Everybody who has met Dr. Mukwege is a very, very calm person. I was not surprised, but as you can see, he gets very angry there. I identify with this when I was writing Coco's book. It's a moment where you feel angry and you
you can't help but if you want to do something, but you don't know what to do. I met Coco in Manchester, Coco Ramazani. By chance, I was visiting, and they present me this young lady, barely 20. They say she just escaped from the front line. And as a writer, I got very interested, and I tried to help to get the story until I convinced her that we can write this story. It took me 2 years of painful pulling this story out of her. Writing went fast. It was pulling that story out of her. And you just can't believe how people can be that cruel. 6 women taken as slaves in a military camp of 2,000 soldiers, raping them day after day after day after day. Coco had lived in Rwanda, so she speaks fluently Kinyarwanda. So by the second day, she started listening to what they were saying. And she told me that it was interesting because they raped her, each person who raped her was insulting her. And because she speaks the language, she could hear what they're saying. And they were not insulting her as a Coco, you, the woman we're raping, but we're insulting Mwanamuke, the Congolese woman. We're raping you as a Congolese woman. Okay? So what was happening there is, as Coco was saying it, you see in the book, it's a methodically planned to go and kill the women, like Dr. Mukwege is saying. Okay? So, and the title in English says, Man, the Woman, in French, repair. The man who repairs women. It's interesting, it's a very clever and double entendre title there. You repair a watch, you repair your car. But how do you repair a woman? And then you get to a point where, okay, you repair a woman because somebody purposely have destroyed this woman. Then another question that comes to my mind is, when I was writing this book, I said, this woman, this girl is not going to be alive by the time I'm done with the book. I was very surprised. I think writing this book helped her keep going, okay? And I tell myself, yes, now she's living, but this woman, they have killed her, okay? So now my question is, how do you repair a woman they have killed, okay? And then because they were killing this Congolese woman, they killed the Congolese women, they killed the whole society. How do you repair a society that has been killed? I just said it when I was invited here that I need to bring Coco here so that she can talk to you. But because she's in Oklahoma, I was lucky enough, there's a very special woman who lives right here in New York City. So her name is Mimi Makwad. She is actually working on a video. And we both hope like this is going to be a film by later on, with somebody who's going to make a film. I will, if you don't mind, bring Mireille here, Mimi Makwad here, to say something of her experience with this story, but also maybe read a few paragraphs of my book. Please welcome Mimi Makwad.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I've known Joseph for quite some time. We were actually both in the African Students Association at Penn State University quite some time ago. And my heritage is a combination of several continents and several cultures. My mother is French. My father is African. He's Senegalese and Moroccan. So, of course, as I learned about this, what's happening in the Congo, I was shocked, angry that I didn't know about it, because I thought I was, that I knew, I would have thought that I would have known about this, but because of the limited coverage in the media, I didn't know about this. And what happened was Joseph and I, went on with our lives, and I was visiting my mother in Paris, who is also a former professor at Penn State, and I saw this book on the bookshelf in her room, and I said, "What's that?" And she said, "Oh, it's a really powerful book. Go ahead and read it." So I read it, and I'm going to back up a little bit and just tell you, both my parents are intellectuals, professors, readers. I was never really a big reader. I was more, run around and play outside type of person. There is a handful of books that I can say throughout my life that really changed my life, and this is the most powerful one. I could not put this book down. I read it straight through for 2-3 days straight. And when I finished it, as Joseph said, and as it says on the back, he didn't know whether she would survive until it was published. And I was devastated for days because I didn't know if she survived. And of course, I was relieved to find out that she was. And I've since been in contact with her and consider her a friend, and was hoping she could be here, but she's not, and hopefully another opportunity will come up for her to be here. So I'm going to read a passage here. Sorry. Excuse me. As an orphan, always able to imagine the situation of those children in the West, and now in certain parts of Africa as well, who pedophiles abduct from their parents, abruptly snatched from her parents who love her, who is forced to spend her whole life at the mercy of beings who are terribly sick in their heads, who can do with her anything that their perverted minds inspire them to do. This situation always reminded me of that of the slaves uprooted from Africa. At the forestry, we lived both these situations. The soldiers did everything, absolutely everything they wanted to us, indefinitely, as no one knew when or even if an airplane would be sent to get us. We watched each night approach with terror. Oh, the fear of the night, the black night of the forest that transformed each of these shoulders into jackals, into anonymous hyenas who knew in advance in which ndaki they would be lined up to gang rape us. Horrible, too, was to be side by side the whole day, and perhaps even be served food by the very same men who had raped you the night before, and who would rape you again that very night. It was unbearable to see them without being able to identify them. Unbearable to watch them smiling at us, shamefully camouflaged as they were during the day in their soldiers' uniforms and at night by the darkness and the forest. In reality, night as well as day, it slept, that forest, or rather pretended to sleep, just as out there the world pretended not to hear our long nocturnal sobs. For the night that pretended, for the world that turned a deaf ear, I said after every rape session in my little heart of a worthless young girl, you will end up coming to your senses, world. You will sooner or later feel and see and hear us. And so we let out. Our long sobs filled the forest freely, carried along by the wind, and then flying far above the trees. I told myself again in my worthless little heart, let our cries and tears and blood mark the tops of the forestry's trees in red. Let them mark the heavens with India ink. Let the world, sooner or later, wanting to admire the blue of the sky, be able to finally see what the women of Eastern Congo had to endure while it had its backs and its eyes and its ears turned. And let the rain of the blood, let the rain of our blood, one day tell this great world the story of these thousands of men who came from other countries, raping women and men, young girls and young boys who had never done anything to them. Let each tear, each liquid cord falling from the sky wail out sobs and tell all those who have ears what they must hear. Here lies their blood and their human dignity, and there are the trails of those who are still at large out there, criminal agents and criminal commanders with complete impunity. Do nothing, and you can be sure it will happen again.
Thank you, Mimi.
Thank you. All right, so Nita, let's talk about the response, shall we? And talk about what can be done and maybe some of the programs at Panzi, and I'll pull up some slides.
Thank you. But I'm just going to maybe introduce, I'm sure everybody's looking, I can see the puzzle face, why, the why part, and the how, and how we got to that little girl, actually, that you saw on TV, actually. Like most, I'm sure in the morning, everybody told you how this war started as an invasion, okay? In Africa, we have a say that says, when two elephants fight, the ants are the one who pay the price. In DRC, it's not two elephants. It's a stampede of elephants. We're not just fighting against our own governments, who is working against its own people. We're fighting against our neighboring neighbor countries who figure out that they can make tons of money by helping, guess who? The big multinationals and the corporation and the big powers that are, you know them, the United States, the France, the Canada, all those big people. So we're fighting all those people, actually, to survive. And like many of you, I'm sure some of you are part of know about a lot of conspiracy theories or want to believe on some of the conspiracy theory. In DRC, the conspiracy theory coming to light, actually. And not only that, I'm sure some of you maybe have an idea of becoming a tyrant maybe later. Congo is one of the country in this history that shows you how you can be a tyrant and profit from. Why? Because when the invasion started in '96, actually, we all know that it came from because there were genocide in Rwanda, and then the international community, of course, the UN has allowed the former army of Habyarimana, who was the Hutu president, to cross into DRC with his army, with his guns and tanks and everything, and everybody else that fled the war in Rwanda came in DRC. Then the new government, because it was backed by the biggest country in this planet, United States, decided to invade the DRC with the pretext to go fight the Hutu military that were staying in DRC. So they came in, and then of course, I'm sure Claude talked about that story, how they themselves perpetrated another genocide. But because the invading power, which is the Tutsi power in Rwanda, was backed by so big power, which is all those big powers, the story in the media already had a nuance. So we all know the genocide in Rwanda was only one-sided. That's only the Hutu, the Tutsi who died. The Hutu were the perpetrator of the genocide, but everybody else who died was Tutsi, and everybody else was the bad person was the Hutus. But when the war started in DRC and then the genocide of the Hutus happened, nobody changed that story. It remained. They had to kind of cover that story because nobody would believe the new lines that now the Tutsi who's supposed to be the saviors are doing the exact same thing, but inside the DRC. But then after that, the story is true. I'm not making this up. It's on the mapping reports. I think Kambale talked about the UN mapping reports, who expert in the UN went into DRC and wrote 600 pages on how the army of Paul Kagame has committed genocide in DRC. So after that, everybody, when the invading power came in Rwanda and Uganda, they were embedded with American soldiers. They had all those experts, multinational expert on geologists who were doing the mapping of the minerals. So when they invaded the Congo, they mapped all the minerals and where they were, and they had a map of all the riches that the Congo had in the east of the part of the country. And it was clear now they had to get it out. And to get it out in the cheapest way, they didn't want to build new manufacturer of, let's say, cell phone in DRC. They didn't want to have a melting company in DRC. They just wanted the mineral, which was easy for them to take out through other countries and bring it out. And that's where I'm sure they figure out it's going to take long, it's going to be expensive, and how they're going to fight a war that will take a long time and that will cost nothing. And the idea, I believe, it came out that they have to use terror. And terror in DRC came in the form of sexual violence. I'm going to explain why. So, at first, like Paul explained, it was invading power, invading army came in, and when they will invade a place, they will rape the women, just like we see on most of the wars. We saw that during the genocide in Rwanda, in Bosnia, in all those places. And then even at that time, the broken army of Mobutu, they were not really an army, they were thugs. They were doing the same thing and everything. And then after that, it changed. It became the Hutu who fled in, the former army of Abiyarimana who fled in, who were pretty much decimated by the invading power. Now they fled in the forest, and they wanted to prepare themselves and fight back. Like they wanted to make sure they're going to recreate another army and fight back. And that's where you see, it's documented in the mapping report, they start abducting women in villages and taking them to the camp and like cattle and impregnating them to create an army. So the mass is slave of women in that part was, the idea was, how can we create another army? Don't forget that most of the fighter that they picked during all those war, they were child soldiers. So they picked kids 5, 4, 6 years old, all those kids, they picked them up and turned them into fighters. And those fighters, they were growing, knowing nothing but violence. So after that idea of recreating an army by impregnating Congolese women, at one point, and the invading power decided to stop that idea. So they were going also to other village, preventing the women of DRC to be pregnant. So it was like a war on women body. So one was trying to have babies, the other one was trying to prevent women for having babies. That's mean when they get to a village. Sometimes it's not just rape women like you know it. They just destroy the women's genital parts. Like they'll pull gasoline and put fire. They'll put a gun and just shoot, just to prevent that from happening. Like all the girls, and then women, like Dr. Mukwege will explain to you that sometime in his tiny little hospital in Bukavu, she will have a victim of sexual violence. And without even asking, that lady will tell you exactly where she's coming from. You're coming from this part of the DRC where this group, rebel group is. Or it's your Rasta or whatever, Motombo. You can tell you because they were leaving a signature on women's body. When we say that the sexual violence in DRC went beyond and it's unprecedented, that's what we're talking about. Where people decide for the cheapest way to fight a war or fight your enemy is not to by sparing bullets or looking for them in that humongous forest. You just prevent them from having fighters, because most of the fighters there was child soldiers. Then after that, it became the fight of the minerals. Everybody wanted to make money, so the militaries, the military, the invading power, and everybody else will use sexual violence to put terror on the villagers, so they will leave the land and so that they can mine that part of the land. So women of DRC has fought for 20 years this war on their own body, the youngest, and then all those child soldiers. And also, like I said, in DRC, we're not just fighting our own government, we're not just fighting a tiny country, Rwanda, we're fighting all the power that support that system. And the multinational that support that system, they will when we'll talk about it and people will learn about what's happening, small pieces of reality when it comes out of the media, then they'll try to help. Most of the peace accord that we signed made the things blur. So it just blur what's happening. You're not very sure. Is it an ethnic war? What is it happening? Is it a political war? I mean, it's just blur because, first of all, like one of the panelists said, they decided all the peace accord we had, they've decided all those militias, including those foreign fighters who came in DRC, become part of the army. So you wake up in the morning. Yesterday, the same person who came and rape your family, kill your husband, kill your children. The next day, he become the leading army in the Congolese army, and he's supposed to protect you. That's a joke, because that person sees you as an evidence. He's not going to protect you. He's going to make sure that he doesn't see you every day. He's going to threaten you so that you leave, or at least he's going to make sure that you never repeat that story. So that's what not only they didn't have justice, those women, they didn't see the world come to their rescue, but the world become their oppressor, because the same oppressor became today including the president of the DRC. He used to be a child soldier. He used to be in the army. He was part of the Tingi massacre in Kisangani. So today he's the president, and most of the people in army or in the parliaments either were Mai fighting, doing the same thing, raping and killing and all that, who they were part of the rebellion, all the rebellion that came in DRC all these 20 years. So I think we're going to continue this story through some picture and what people do. I heard here, what is the Congolese voice? We did try. We try as hard as we can to tell the story and keep to the truth, because most people wanted us to change the truth. They wanted us not to say. I remember when we started doing a little bit of activism in DC, and then you come to conferences and say how this is not an ethnic war, this is an invasion, and people just kick you out because they believe you lying, or they don't want to listen to you because the reality they don't want to hear. Or when you say that the M23, the latest invasion in DRC, the M23, are not a rebellion of the minority Tutsi in DRC fighting against everybody else. That one was another story they were telling, because they say everybody else in DRC didn't like the Tutsi, that's why we're fighting them. There's 450 ethnic groups in DRC. All of them cannot fight just one Tutsi power. How many of them? That was another story. So when we're trying to correct it, and most people wouldn't listen, and including the media, Paul, I'm sorry to tell you that, the media had already a langage, to tell the story, and they didn't want to hear the other story. You can correct them as much as you want, that, hey, I'm sorry, but Congo war, it's not an ethnic war. But they'll still repeat, there was an ethnic war, it's a war of power, this group and that group is fighting for land. Okay, yes, just like any neighbors, there's fight, of course. You fight for land, or we fight for this. When you put poverty and violence and trauma in that society, that violence can only go higher, because everybody's traumatized in eastern part of Congo. Most of the people, like we were saying, there's 20 years of war. That means a child who was born at the beginning of the war, today is an adult. All that child saw, it's violence, either by machetes or by violence somehow. And those kids are extremely traumatized. That's why in Panzi, for instance, Panzi Hospital, Dr. Mukwege had decided just healing the body of the women was not sufficient. That's not going to help the problem, because the more he was performing the surgery, the more women were coming back. So he came up with an idea of holistic way of serving the community, where Panzi is only one hospital in the tiny little village, capital in DRC. The violence happened all over eastern part of the Congo. So that little hospital has a holistic way of solving this issue. That means not only the women go through surgery and they're cared for, but also they have a psychiatrist that tends for their mental needs. And after that, because most of the people came from villages where everything was burned, the husband died, the kids were killed, or the kids were taken as child soldiers. So she has nothing to survive after that trauma. So the hospital tried to help them with skills, like maybe alphabetization or literacy skills, or skills on doing sewing or something, so that when she comes out of the hospital, she has something else to fight for. Or just sometimes they just give her a little bit of money to start maybe selling charcoal or whatever on the street so that you can survive. So other than that, they have La Maison Dorcas, that's what they call it. It's a place, it's like a sanctuary, because like we said, those women have been traumatized. Some of them can never leave the hospital, never, because they have so much wounds that as soon as they leave the hospital, they die of infection. There's women where all their genital parts has been destroyed completely, including the way to eliminate fecal matter. So they cannot eliminate fecal matters through the normal way of doing that. So they have tubes and bags and all this thing where somebody has to tend for them for the rest of their life. And that number is between 40 and 60% of women in Panzi hospital alone cannot leave that hospital. It's just sentencing them to death. But other than that, the Panzi hospital also have a legal team that allow those women to complain if they can. Most time when they complain to a judge or anything, the perpetrator are pretty much arrested for one day and free the next. So it's very dangerous, because if you go and testify against somebody and then the next day is on the streets and with impunity, it might even kill you and nobody will say anything. So it's a very delicate job. Dr. Mukwege almost got killed 3 times. The people trying to murder him for what he does. Meanwhile, in DRC, the perpetrator of mass atrocity has been free, given high position in the government, given money. We just saw the last one is the guy Gedeon Kyungu in Katanga, because east of Congo goes from Oriental province all the way to Katanga. Kyungu, murderers who've been arrested and condemned to death for what he does. This guy, Gedeon, was a Mai in Katanga. He has killed, raped, eaten people, eaten human flesh, and he was proud of it. He's walking around when he was a Mai with somebody's head in his head and genitals hanging on his. This guy has been pardoned a couple of days ago. He's free in Lubumbashi, and pretty much soon, him and his fighter will be part of the DRC army, because that's how they do. This is what they say. We have to amnesty everybody who made mass atrocity and not amnesty the people who try to help the crisis that we have in DRC. I hope you understand the genesis of the story and how we got to now with a traumatized place where now babies and children are a victim of sexual violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Nita. Hello. Thank you, Nita. Thank you so much. So I think you've been very patient and very attentive. Thank you for that. And we're over an hour, and we have an hour and a half. So we have about 20 minutes for Q&A. So appreciate you hanging in there with us on all of this. It's a lot to absorb. So let's move to that question and answer time. Yes.
Beside the hospital is just a surgeon, but now he has to do more. He has created a program called Badilika in this community, where is including the youth in the community to show them how to be patriots, how to love the country. Because also the one thing I didn't say is in Panzi Hospital and everywhere else in DRC, those women who got impregnated or get raped, some of them have children. And some of the women, they don't want to tend to those children because it reminds them of their perpetrator. So some of the kids are abandoned. Some of the kids are dropped at Panzi Hospital. So the Dr. Mukwege has also in City of Joy and in Dorcas House, they care for those children and try to show them how to become patriot of that country, although most of the time they call them names, and because they don't believe they are part of the community, because they remind them of the trauma. So we try to attend for them. But also the program Badilika is to help the youth be part of the political political life. I mean, they have, when they're voting somebody, in the parliament or as well. They have to think about it. They have to be proactive in the community. They have to be part of it so that we can change it together. It's not just one person. It's not just one tiny hospital, but everybody together. That's how we change our community, and everybody's participating. And there's other hospitals, of course, that try to do that. You have Heal Africa in Goma, and some other small hospital. Dr. Mukwege is creating another Panzi hospital in another part of Sud Kivu also, so that's there's two. He was trying to move the holistic idea to move it to other provinces or of DRC, but the government don't want to hear what he has to say. And I just learned a couple days ago the government is telling everybody that how they eradicated sexual violence in DRC. That'll be the first time in the history of the world, because sexual violence is everywhere, and including the UN Special Envoy on Sexual Violence. She was in Goma yesterday or the day before, saying how the UN has helped the DRC solve the issue of sexual violence, and sexual violence is no longer happening in DRC. Now they try to eradicate, and they have to take that idea from DRC and move it elsewhere. But I don't know. But that's where we are. Like I say, our own government is fighting us and fighting everything that we try to do to solve the issue. Not long ago, the group like Lucha, they were trying to clean. Every Saturday they do community cleaning, like to help also sanitize their community, because if you want to change in your community, you have to start by doing it yourself so that others will follow. And then they send the army to shoot at them. They got the bomb with lacrimogene bomb, and so that's where we are.
Yes.
Cuba for over 50 years, and also in Iraq. So my question to the panel is, do y'all think that sanctions, because some people feel that it hurts the people and not the government, is the United States Congress and the European Union pursuing a policy that will lead to what we want, which is a change in government and the development of the people of the Congo?
Yes, the nuance is that it's the United States who put sanctions in the DRC. And they call it targeted sanction on individuals, not the country. The country continue to receive aid through USAID and everything else, but they put sanction on 3 individuals. The chief of police of the capital, Kinshasa, they put sanction on John Numbi, who was the former chief army. He was in Katanga. He was cited in the mapping report I'm talking about as the one who been giving guns to rebels. And then the third person was Amisi, General Amisi Tango 4, the chief of land army. Is in Kinshasa. So those are the only 3. The EU is trying to do the same, to implement a sanction, to targeted sanction to individual, so that their assets are frozen. They cannot travel to US or UN or EU. They cannot use dollars to do financial transaction. So those part of that's why they're trying to nuance, not a sanction on a country, but a sanction on individuals. I don't know if anybody has anything to add.
Actually, we could link the idea of sanction to that topic. It's not sanction actually that we need. Okay, let me just add another vocabulary to what Liane was giving now. This is the scholars now talk about femicide or feminicide. It's making a program, send your military to a neighboring country and tell them, go kill women. So it's not a sanction we need now. We need an international criminal tribunal. Remember that in Yugoslavia, they did it within a year. In Rwanda, in Arusha, they did it within months. In Sierra Leone, they did it immediately when the government asked for the creation. For the Congo, they would not do it. Okay? Right now in Europe, in France especially, there is a big organization of women who are called themselves the Marraines. So they actually have put in place a group of about over 50 women, the most recognized, the most, the scholar and well-known, fighting for this sanction to be established by the Security Council in UN. The government of François Hollande is backing them, but he told them that you cannot do it just with France. You have to convince other countries to do the same thing so that Security Council would establish this. So instead of applauding Kagame and Museveni and saying they're great people, they're criminal, and you hear all the things they're saying here. They should be brought to that tribunal, but they would not do it. Okay? So one of the things, I'm going to get that, one of the things, what we're trying to do here is put something like they're doing in France right here in the United States. So we're doing it through the Friends of the Congo. So if everybody here, before you leave, you subscribe. If you're not member of the Friends of the Congo, please do it. We're going to have there a list. You sign up, you spread the word. We're going to put pressure so that another group like that here in the United States can push so that that tribunal be established. The UN is refusing to do it.
I'm sorry. I think I have to share something with you. Last night I was looking for the subway, so I entered through the 7th Avenue, going through 6th Avenue, and there's a long corridor, and I just had a panic attack. You just had a panic, and you cannot believe you are. It's easy to talk about the trauma about women, but what about men? It's easy for the Congolese, they see me as a Rwandese. I'm a grandson of a king of Ruchuru, where the M23 were. I'm a mix of the Hutus and the Tutsis. And you cannot believe what they do to us. No, they are here. The government, the American government, legal studies, but 24/7, once they target you there and they say something like, it's like we are worse than terrorists. So it's something that is not, the only one thing, because I'm a mix of it's a tribal thing. This, we cannot deny it. We cannot say it's not, it's ethnic, it's tribal. Because in my family, the Tutsi side is still alive. Everybody is, I can't find any Hutu cousin. In the past 20 years, the people I went to school with, the people I play with, it is just, death is there. People die every day, every month, every week. And you say, only one side of my family, what about the other one? It's just natural death, so selective. So it's so deep, it's so, but for me, I never suffered back home. I left willingly. I had a job, I had a life, but because I said no to those policies, because I said no, I choose not to participate, you cannot believe the hand of the government that came after me and the power that they use here. But my question to you will be, what are they? We don't even have the avenue to make our voice heard, even here. We are so muzzled, and they will turn you into a homeless person. They'll send you to jail. From Africa, they will send him. Even what I'm saying here, in less than 10 minutes, people will hear here in Africa. Somebody's going to text it. We are not even safe in this environment. So we just talk, we will never find solutions. I'm sorry.
That's what I was saying when I was talking about the media narrative, where they only choose one side to be the bad and the other side to be the good. And this is what happened. People in between, like our friend Philippe was a Hutu in Rwanda, is seen. I'm sure even Americans, if you talk to Americans, citizens about a Hutu, right away they are killers. They are the genocider. That's the name they know. They don't know that there are a lot of Hutu didn't participate. A lot of Hutu were not even in Rwanda. What happened? And everybody, even the Hutu who are Congolese or Hutu who are from other part, are considered genocider. And that's the part, the bad story about about when one side is has a narrative and is backed by big power. That's what happened. We see it also like another story in Burma, where we live here. Most people don't even know what's happening in Burma. In Burma, because we all know that the Muslim should be the bad person, that in Burma the narrative doesn't match, and nobody want to talk about it, because you're going to have to explain, oh, in Burma is actually the Buddhists who are killing the Muslims. I mean, this is what happened now with the media, the entire media. Although it's 24/7, although it's everywhere you pass, but this information, the true information, doesn't go through, and we see it in our presidential election this year. Oh my God. It's become a mature-only audience. You cannot have your child watching the presidential debate or anything, because all they talk about is really mundane thing, and that's sad. But that's why professor just said, the doctor said, we have to figure out how we go to other places to get our own story. We go to Friend of the Congo and sign up for what's really happening in that region. When you're part of that region, I started my story talking about Darfur. Today, South Sudan is not part of Sudan, but people don't know that Darfur is still part of Sudan. If Bashir want to eliminate everybody in Darfur, nobody's talking about it. I mean, the story is there, but like I said, the international community will help, but not will help all the way. They will just, especially if they already pick a side, they will blur the story when their side and their story doesn't match, and they're trying to make sure that it doesn't come out. I mean, that's the reality, and we just have to make sure to talk about it.
Let me add just maybe a little bit of, thank you so much, Philippa, for bringing up your story. Maybe I'll start by maybe quoting former president, U.S. President Richard Nixon, who once said that if you want your story to be told, you either write it yourself or commission somebody to write it for you. So by you coming out, there are a number of journalists here who have heard you, who are going to write your story, if you're willing to tell your story. When I go back, maybe I will introduce you to some of my colleagues who can help you to tell your story. Thank you.
Hi, I wanted to draw attention also to the sexualized violence that's happening outside of direct conflict in Eastern Congo, and to look at, I think that everything that's been brought up is so relevant to look at how it exists in conflict, but also to recognize the broader societal perspective of gender relations. And just because that is a way for individuals in society and society itself to shift those dynamics and to prevent violence. And I feel like that's a very empowering perspective. I don't know how to stop these armies coming in, but I know that if we can focus on societal relations, that can be very meaningful. So I wanted to know if you had anything to comment on that.
I'll make one comment about that, which is that thank you for that. And what you see now are so many more programs directed and aimed at men, right? So that men need support. There are so many. I mean, this is part of the problem with the coverage and the narrative, the prevailing narrative that's out there about Congo. You would think that it's this awful, terrible place where every man is a rapist and every woman is a victim, right? I mean, you would think that's the case based on the press. And so we know that that's not how it is, and there are so many wonderful, amazing men that are there that need support, who have witnessed terrible things, who were trying to defend their families when atrocities happened. And so you now see many more programs being created and supported funded that are aimed at men and boys in terms of trying to understand, what are our gender relations? What does it mean to be a Congolese man in our society? What does it mean to be a Congolese woman in our society, right? And sometimes this is about redefining what it means to be a man if we want to try and prevent perpetration among certain, some individuals, right? So you see many more programs now that are supportive of men, but also helping men begin to understand, what does it mean to be a Congolese male? And that speaks to this gender, and we're seeing a lot more around that, and more so than we used to. Anybody else want to speak to that?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask two questions. The first one is, the children that are born as a result of the sexualized violence, is there any special attention or any thought about how they might be dealt with specifically? Because I can imagine how some women might feel about the children who are a result of that. And also, is there any effort being made at all to approach the men who are guilty of these crimes directly, to confront them, to ask them, like, what's up with that? What's going on? To hold them accountable, not necessarily through what might be called a justice system or whatever, but just to approach them on a one-on-one basis and try to hold them to account, like what's going on through, in your own mind, to do this to your own women.
I think she spoke in length about the impunity of where justice is not really being applied. And right now we're in a big fight in the Congo of changing the government. I think if we change the government, we have a very democratically elected president, we will have an army, we have a totally different system that functions. Right now we have no state. It's a failed state. That we start from there. But I'm going to let her comment on the question regarding children.
Of course, there's a lot of children that were born through all this trauma, because the numbers of women that have been raped is so tremendous. Some people talk about 100,000 women during the 20 years of war. So it's a lot of women, and there's a lot of children who have survived. And some of the children, of course, the mother kept them and trying to take care of them, but most of them are being abandoned. Like I gave an example, Dr. Mukwege with his Panzi hospital had no choice, because he will see women come pregnant from those slave camps, and then after having the baby, she doesn't want to take care of that baby. She doesn't want to even look at that baby, because that reminds her of all the trauma she's been through. And they had to do something with the children. There are also some chief in some villages is trying to make sure to get those children not to become tomorrow's rebels. Because, like I said, this war has been fought with child soldiers. When I say child soldiers, 5, 6 years old children that they put into those army. Today they are adults, and of course the question is how you the societal part. But those children also have PTSD. I mean, they're part of the trauma. Today they're adults. They've been through all this violence. They perpetrated all this violence. They don't even know why and how they got there, and they've been abandoned by everybody pretty much in the society. Some of them has been put into the army, which is worse, because now they have guns. They can just continue to do what they know better. Now they have power with impunity and lack of education, lack of functioning society. It's a bomb that everybody's afraid is going to blow up pretty soon. Like I said, we've been talking about how the government is part of the shame, So the east part of the Congo is pretty much not, there's no authority. The government is pretty much not present there. The warlords and the neighboring country does whatever they want, because there's mineral to be taken out and sent to our cell phones and everything. So that part pretty much is, if you have guns or you have or you're part of my group, you're pretty much a king and do whatever or pretty much a god. You decide who dies and who lives the next day.
All right, I'm sorry, but I've been told that we have to stop. We're a little over our 90 minutes, and I know that there are individuals here who would be happy to meet up with you to talk more out in the hallway at dinner, whatever. You all have been great. You've been sitting for a very long time, so thank you so much for your attention. We really appreciate it. Let's show our appreciation to the panel. They were great.
All right, we're going to get ready to go quickly into the next panel, but before we do that, I would like to take a 5-minute break. You can go to get some water, there's food. Those of you who haven't eaten, the washroom is around the corner. And the next panel will be on mass atrocities and accountability, which will also be followed by the role of U.S. foreign policy in the Great Lakes region of Africa. And we have very special speakers coming up. So within a few minutes, we're going to get started and take a quick break. And as soon as we get back, we'll get started right away with the next panel. Remember, for those of you online, use the hashtag Congo Week. Tag us at Congo Crisis or at Congo Friends. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Samar.
I'm Lusengi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm going to just very, very briefly introduce everyone in the beginning, and then we'll have Dan because he needs to leave. And then we'll jump into your presentation and Marie Claire. So should I introduce you as Emmanuel or Lusengi?
No problem. Oh. Okay. That's Emmanuel Malinota and Adi Lusengi.
And Lusengi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because this one has Paul is my name, so this one is on the flag. So Emmanuel Malinota Lusengi.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. So our panel is on what?
Mass atrocities accountability.
Okay. Okay, let's use the remote.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started because we are running short on time. Thank you all for coming back here and sticking it out. I know it's hard in these late hours of a long day. My name is Samar Albalushi, and I'm a PhD candidate at Yale doing research in East Africa, specifically in Kenya, on human rights abuses related to counterterrorism policies. I'm really happy to be here today with this panel on mass atrocities accountability. And I'll just very, very briefly introduce our panelists, and we'll dive into the talk from Dan Fahey because he needs to leave quite soon. So Dan Fahey served as the finance expert on the UN Group of Experts for the DRC for 2 years in 2013 and 2014, and was coordinator of the group during his second year. He received a PhD from the University of California at Berkeley for his research on conflict in Congo's Ituri district. Our second speaker will be Emmanuel Malinota Lusenge. He was born in Butembo, a city in the North Kivu province of the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a master's degree in agriculture and zoology from the University of Zaire, and has dedicated his life to pursuing peace and securing justice for the people in the Beni territory of the DRC. So I think we'll go ahead and get started with Dan, and then once Marie Claire is online, we will have her introduce herself. Thanks, Dan.
Hi. Is this, okay. Yeah, so I'm very happy to be here today, and I was really happy when I saw that this event was going to happen, because I think it's really important that the 20 years of nonstop war in Congo is remembered and discussed. I think this anniversary could have easily passed by, and you know, at the 25-year mark, we might be doing this, but I think it's really important that this happen now. And I'm gonna mainly talk about some stories from the group of experts, but when I did my PhD on the war in Ituri, I was looking at the resource curse. And the resource curse is the theory that commonly it's known as, you know, if you have a lot of resources, then you're at greater risk of war. What it actually says is that if you're a country that has a lot of valuable natural resources, then you're at greater likelihood that a rebel group is going to start a civil war. So when I was looking at the theory behind the resource curse, I looked at how did this resource curse idea get conceived. And basically you have a lot of academics, some are in New Haven, some are in Palo Alto, some are at Oxford, and what they do is they take conflict lists. So there are people who create lists of what they call civil wars, and then they take these lists and they run regression analyses using other data, and then at the end, you know, they get a result. And so you had people, and I'm going to single out Paul Collier, who's an Oxford economist, who were saying that Congo is, you know, kind of the paradigmatic example of the resource curse, and they based this on understanding and analyzing the wars in Congo as civil wars. And I just couldn't understand this as I was doing my research, because it's very clear that what happened in Congo and what continues to happen there has a very significant international angle. But when you look at 1996 and at 1998, these were foreign invasions. Who started AFDL? The Rwandans. Who started RCD? The Rwandans. Who started MLC? The Ugandans. These were foreign interventions, invasions, and creations of conflict. So when we talk about accountability and mass atrocities, the academics who just solely study conflict by sitting in offices in their universities have created very misleading narratives about Congo in particular, how the war started, what kind of war they are, and also the nature of the resource curse, because this was not rebel groups starting the war to get Congo's natural resources. This was foreign governments who started the wars, invaded, occupied the country, plundered it, took out the resources with the consent and the knowledge of the international community. So it's always really bothered me when I was doing my research on this and I would go to conferences, academic conferences, where people would present and say, this is why the war in the Congo is happening, and then find out that they had spent 2 weeks in Congo collecting data from government ministries that they used to crunch numbers. So, when we talk accountability, I just wanted to start with that as an example of academics need to be held accountable for shoddy analyses that have created false narratives about the war in Congo. So I'll just jump forward in time. I focused on the war in Ituri for my dissertation and what happened in that conflict, but that eventually led me to get a call one day to ask me if I was interested to be on the UN group of experts on Congo. And probably a lot of you know something about the group, or at least you've seen the reports, but this is a group that is created by the Security Council, and the mandate varies from year to year, but basically the group has been around more or less since 1999, when there was a panel of experts. That evolved into the group of experts. The group of experts is mandated by the Security Council to look at several things. So when I was on it in 2013 and 14, we were asked to look at any kind of violations of the arms embargo, so any arms coming into the country, but also to look at natural resource smuggling and at human rights abuses. And we took our job very seriously, I would say. There were 6 of us on the group. But one of the things that I noticed very quickly is that on the group of experts, when you have 6 people and you look at this report and you see 6 names and you think, all these people are experts. Well, that's not necessarily true. And I hope someday I'm going to write about some of the backstories for the group of experts. But once you get on the inside, you start to see things very differently and realize that not all these people are experts. And that some bad information actually makes it into the report. And unfortunately, when I came in 2013, the 2012 report had been very controversial. And although the nature of the controversy was really that it pointed the finger at Rwanda for supporting M23, that was absolutely true. Unfortunately, that group, there was some sloppiness on that group that allowed some bad information to make it into the report, which really should have just been footnotes, in the context of the larger story. But the Rwandan government used those mistakes, and they were real mistakes, and some of them are known and some are not known, and they used those as a hammer to bludgeon us as I came in 2013 and made our work very difficult. But when I'll just tell a couple of stories from 2013 so you get an idea of what we do, but also what the limitations are. I spent a lot of time in Bunia in Ituri, and after M23 took Goma, there were protests in Bunia that were started by students. And they initially went to the PPRD office and they burned it down. They were very angry at the government, but very quickly these protests got manipulated by the local police and the army, and it was basically, it became an excuse to go around and loot some of the NGOs that were in Bunia, but also target some of the expat houses. And a lot of stuff was stolen. UN was targeted as well. And so we looked at this as part of the broader context of what was happening in Bunia, and we identified a guy named Colonel Bonane. And he was one of the key guys who was going around organizing the looting of Bunia, you know, pretending that this was an anti-government protest. It was just an excuse to loot. So we really documented this very clearly, not just us, but the local authorities documented Colonel Bonane's involvement. We put him in the report. We recommended him for sanctions in a confidential annex, which maybe I should just mention that. The group of experts puts out a report, usually 2 reports per mandate or per year. And then there's a confidential annex. The confidential annex goes just to the Security Council members, and in that you recommend that individuals or companies or organizations be sanctioned. And we recommended that Colonel Bonane be sanctioned. Not only did nothing happen, but he got promoted to general. And that was very frustrating to us because we felt like, you know, we were identifying a really bad person who had done bad things, and there was a lot of evidence there. And then to have the Security Council not act, but on top of that, to have Kabila's government promote this guy to be general was just like a slap in the face. In 2014, I was the coordinator of the group, and in 2013 and 14, I looked at ADF. I was leading our work on the ADF. On the group of experts, you're with 6 people, there's only so much you can do, and there's so many issues and places where there's conflict going on in Eastern Congo that you really have to just pick a few things and try and focus on those few things. So that's why when you look at the reports, you might say, gee, there was nothing on Katanga. And that's because you know, the group may just be stretched too thin and they weren't able to go. But I looked at ADF a lot, and so I just wanted to tell a couple of stories about ADF because I know that that's a big interest of people here and of this event. But in 2013, when we were looking at ADF, there wasn't as much interest. Everyone was focused on M23 and then to a lesser extent on FDLR. And when we talked to people and did some research in Beni, we also became aware ADF is not the only armed actor in Beni territory. There were other groups, we could call them Mai Mai, we could use different names for them, but they were also carrying out some attacks, including there was an attack in Beni town on FARDC to try and liberate some people. So, you know, we were able to get some insights into what was happening with ADF, also that they had attacked a town called Kamango. They had been going after a particular chief there. They didn't find him. They killed another chief. They also looted the pharmacy. And so, you know, from what we could tell, they were preparing for probably a defensive position to defend their network of camps in Beni territory. So we were trying to call attention to this, but also encouraging MONUSCO, the UN mission, saying, hey, you really need to start paying attention to this. MONUSCO was just singularly focused on M23, and were really ignoring what was happening in Beni. And so we encouraged them, but nothing really happened. In early 2014, when we started the second year that I was on the group, there was a military operation against ADF. I really view this as it was an excuse for Kabila not to go after FDLR. That's my personal opinion. The international community was really pressuring him to, after you defeat M23, go after FDLR. Instead, they attack ADF. So now they're too busy with ADF to do anything on FDLR. But during this operation, FARDC they took a lot of casualties. They also killed a lot of people in the ADF camps, and that was never really, you know, I think talked about either. But they probably killed about 1,000 people, men, women, and children. It was indiscriminate. There was no one there to see what was happening. But as the operation progressed and some people were able to escape from the ADF camps, we started to spend a lot of time in Beni at the Cachot interviewing former ADF. And initially, they didn't want to talk to us. But over time, we gained the confidence of some of these former ADF, and we started to learn quite a lot. But I'll just tell one example of how MONUSCO was completely missing this story. We were telling MONUSCO, hey, you have to get up here and have people here to try and understand what's happening right now. And they didn't have people. Still, MONUSCO was very focused on FDLR, and so they didn't have people up in Beni. But then when they started to send people, they sent a couple of military observers, and they sent 3. Out of the 3 military observers, only 1 spoke French. So you had 2 guys who didn't even speak French, let alone a local language, who were up there. And one day when I went to the Cachot, because I heard there were some new ADF who had come in, and I went and I talked to the colonel who was allowing me access to them, and he said, well, you can't use the office because MONUSCO's coming today and they're going to interview some people. And I said, okay, well, can I use my car? And he said, yes. So I took 2 guys, I put them in the back seat of my car, and I sat in the front seat. And I was interviewing them about, this guy had just come out of the bush, and the other guy was translating for me. But while I was sitting there, I was right in front of the Cachot. During that time, the MONUSCO guy who was inside interviewed 10 people. He would talk to them for 5 minutes, and then he would have him leave, have the next guy come in, the next guy, and you can't learn anything that way about ADF, about Congo, by doing little shotgun 5-minute interviews with someone. And I just give that an example of how MONUSCO was really, they weren't sending out the people to understand what was going on. They weren't making a sincere effort to try to understand what was going on. And we were trying to push them on this as the group of experts. And I can tell you they didn't appreciate it because they felt that we were on their team. They wanted us to share everything. They wanted my notes at one point in the summer of 2014 when starving people were starting to be found. People in ADF were starving to death. ADF was leaving them if they were too weak to walk. MONUSCO was transporting some of them back to Beni. Suddenly MONUSCO got very worried because you had people literally starving to death, and that could make them look bad because they weren't doing anything. But when we pushed them to do something, they contacted me. They said, we want your notes. I said, I can't give you my notes. You need to have your own people up here doing this work. And it was right about that same time that a guy suddenly appeared one day in Butembo at the MONUSCO base, and he claimed that he was a senior ADF commander and that he had all kinds of great stories to tell. And he started to tell these stories. And when the MONUSCO staff contacted me, I said, gee, that's very strange, first of all, that this guy would show up in Butembo when all the ADF are up near Beni. But then the things he was saying just didn't make a lot of sense. And I ended up interviewing this guy myself, and it was very clear that he was a liar to me and to others who interviewed him. I don't want to mention the name of an organization, but who interviewed him and also knew quite a lot about what was going on. But what he was saying was that ADF, that Jamil Makulu, the head of ADF, had left Beni. He had driven in a car, in a RAV4, to Sudan, and then he took a flight to Pakistan, and he was picking up, he changed the story a bit over time, but basically he was picking up 25 Boko Haram who'd been training with the Taliban in Afghanistan, and then he was going to fly to Dar es Salaam with these 25 Boko Haram who'd been training for 3 years in Sudan, Iran, and then Afghanistan. He's going to bring them back to Beni, and they're going to start carrying out terrorist attacks against MONUSCO. And I said to the MONUSCO people, I said, you can't be serious that you're believing this story. But what happened was, and I don't fully understand why they accepted this guy, but it was the terrorist talk. He claimed that ADF was working with Al-Shabaab, with Boko Haram, with Hezbollah, with the Taliban. I mean, Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb. he was anyone he could think of, he was naming that, and that's pushed some buttons with people, and MONUSCO got very confused and freaked out because they had so little knowledge about what was actually happening in Beni. And so I wrote a story about, I tried to get journalists to write the story because I didn't want to write it because I had the confidential information. Finally, last year in August, when I heard that MONUSCO was still believing that this guy was credible, I wrote the story up, and it was published this summer. It's called Congo's Mr. X, if you want to read it. He was called Mr. X because one of the things he claimed was that ADF was behind the assassination of Colonel Mamadou. And Mamadou had led the FARDC against M23 and defeated them, was really considered a national hero. And then he was sent up to Beni to start to plan that operation, and he was assassinated one day as he drove north out of Beni. So this guy told a story that ADF had paid some money to get information about Mamadou's travels, and then they had killed him. And then there was a trial that took place in Beni. It was a complete show trial out in the public, and the government's star witness, guess who their star witness was? It was Mr. X. It was this guy who would come forward. His real name is Adrian Muhumuza. And when they brought him onto the stage, they had his head covered, and they had him wearing sunglasses, and they called him Mr. X in the transcript. But he had been living as a VIP in MONUSCO's DDR camp outside of Goma when I interviewed him, which I just thought was outrageous too, because the ADF we had been interviewing, and you can think what you want about ADF, they did a lot of bad things, but the way they were treated by FARDC was horrendous. And I tried to get MONUSCO, I said, this is a humanitarian issue. Also, these guys have information you're not getting. Please come to Beni and get them out of this situation. They were being beaten every day, malnourished, very poorly treated. Well, while you have Mr. X, who's living literally as a VIP, hot meals being delivered to him, and when FARDC asked for him to come up and be the star witness in the Mamadou trial, the UN just handed him right over, even though they should have known by that point this guy was a liar. What I didn't know at the time, though, because we were wrapping up our work, and last year the new group of experts, which I was not on, what they learned is that Mr. X was actually an FARDC officer. So what it appears is that FARDC sent him in to surrender to MONUSCO to tell these fantastic stories, to both, I think, be a source of disinformation, but it's also very ironic that when the trial of Mamadou happens, that he suddenly becomes the star witness in that trial, and they basically blame the assassination of Mamadou on ADF and some rogue FARDC, so that we could maybe not really understand who truly was behind the murder of Mamadou. So I think maybe I'll leave it at that. But with the group of experts, what we tried to do was get as much information out there into the public about what was happening in Congo, with the hope, the goal, the desire from the Security Council is that people are subjected to sanctions as a result of that. But the work does do more than that, because it informs a lot of foreign policy decisions that take place about where the money's going to go. But I think and I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I personally was very frustrated that we very clearly documented a lot of bad people from not just Congo, I mentioned Colonel Bonane, but from neighboring countries who were doing bad things in Congo, and we provide that information to the Security Council, and then to have it just basically disappear, and the public will never even see it because it's a confidential annex. And so, I think the other thing I just wanted to say is that with some of these reports too, you have to realize that not all of the information in it is always completely, is 100% accurate. I used to think that when I was doing my academic studies. I couldn't wait for the group report to come out. Oh, this is great, it's totally authentic, everything's true. Not necessarily. People get it wrong sometimes, and the skill level varies of the people who are on the group of experts. In fact, that whole group of experts concept needs to be rethought because it's very dysfunctional. When we had a meeting here in New York of other groups that were brought to New York, I was actually really relieved to find out it wasn't just our group that was highly dysfunctional. It's actually common among the other groups of experts, and there's about a dozen of them that exist, looking at different countries. So it's something that has the potential to do a lot more than it actually does. And then on the other hand, you wonder, do people actually want it to stay dysfunctional, because then you actually don't get to go to that deeper level and really understand what's going on and call people out. So I'm really sorry that I have to run out right now. But I just am in town from California for 48 hours, and it coincided that this event was happening. But I already have a lot of things planned with my family, so I need to go. Yes? Are you talking about the confidential annex? That I don't think, I mean, unless, that one has never been leaked. The group of experts reports are kind of regularly leaked by someone. The confidential annexes have never been leaked. I don't know, but I mean, but there's a, and I, you know, when I was on the group in 2013 and 2014, I wasn't allowed to see the other confidential annexes from the years before. So I don't know who was named. You can only imagine who's been named going back in time. But yeah. The people who are recommended for sanctions, well, they're all named in the report. It's just that when you, for the confidential annex, you need another level of evidence to assure the lawyers in places like the Treasury Department here that there's sufficient evidence and you have enough information about their birth of date, you know, personal information that you can provide them, a photo, things like that. So I don't know. I only know for my 2 years that I was on it, we had Congolese, we had many who were in the government, but we also had Ugandans, and we had Rwandans. No Westerners, no, we didn't, yeah. But as I said, it's very limited in what we can do. So, you know, for my second year when I was doing it, I focused primarily on ADF. My number 2 was gold smuggling through Uganda, and my number 3 was ivory in Garamba. And that was all I could look at, so. Okay, thank you. I tried. Thank you. And I'll leave you in the good hands of the other panelists. I'm very sorry to run out, but I think it's a really great event. I've been sitting here for a few hours, and I think it's really important that a lot of this discussion is happening and that we remember what's happened and is continuing to happen, because it hasn't, I think it's far from over. Thank you.
Hello.
All right, next we'll hear from Emmanuel.
Hello, everybody. I'm trying to speak in English and to let you know just a little bit what I know about the atrocity in Congo. First of all, as you for the that's a great talk here. Our panelists just do, but that if I came back to the report of UN for a group of experts, there is many things as we cannot understand it because there is a big interest in this war in Congo. The population of Congo, they consider them that like let's say you see when you have a fly in your house and you beat it, it died. That's what they consider it. Why? There is no considered as human being because of the big interest we have behind there for the minerals that are exploited in Congo. So I have been one of the experts working with the UN for 20 years before to come in the US. And really, I was sometimes mad with those experts, my colleagues or my superiors, because of the philosophy of UN. When we are saying who is accountable for the atrocity in Congo, those who are in the list on the report, they are not really, they are used by other people, as we say, that's some hands behind. They are on front. They see them, but they are not really responsible for what is happening in Congo. We have to ask ourselves. Those people, they don't have they don't have factory for weapon to give to the rebellion. They don't have let's say they don't have a airplane to drop something or to go to carry some minerals in the field, but they are used by some power in the world. So if we want to look for who is accountable for the atrocity in Congo, let's go to the genocide in Rwanda. The genocide in Rwanda started by the airplane, the president airplane. When they shoot it, it crashed. And there the genocide started in Rwanda. But who is responsible for the genocide in Rwanda? In Rwanda, they don't produce the weapon. They don't produce the missile. But they use some missile, they bought it somewhere. Okay. Now, all this mass population from Rwanda who went to Congo. And Rwanda came from all the Rwandese army, they came from Rwanda to come to kill all those refugees in the camp. Who did that? And the international community knew that. And they never appointed someone to be responsible for that atrocity in the camp. When Laura Kabila came from Rwanda with Rwanda's army, they spent more than 1 week in the Congolese forest. What were they doing there? Just kill all those refugees, kill Congolese population, and no one, there is no media who talk about that. No one. When they say that there is 6 million people dead in Congo, or 8 million now, really that's the estimate numbers. It may be more than that or less than that. No one, there is no, no one went to really to look for the evidence in the field to say, okay, this is what happened. We came from 1996, 2014. Just Musavuli presented you here all the steps for the atrocity for the war in Congo. Those are not really, when we say there is this rebellion group or this one, it is just to mask something, But behind those people, we have the really responsible, they don't want to appoint them, say, or to put them in the list. Why this report, the panelists talk about, is never published outside? Because there is someone who is exert some pressure, say no, if you do this, you will not get this too. It is a big interest outside there. And those people, if we don't stand with them, they will continue to kill them until they get what they want. They will continue to kill them. So we have to do something. We have to do something. What do we have to do? Just talk. Don't shut our mouth. Those people, I don't talk about the women. In generally, the atrocity is from children, women, young women, and men. All they are victims. Somehow. They don't have voice. They are crying, but no one hears them. So if we know something about them, we have to speak, to talk about them, and speak to people who can defend them. Many statistics is going out over there. We not go because we don't know really. When we say the independent media said that, oh, there is 60 people killed, the government will say no, it is 20. The other media will say no, it is more than 100. Who to believe? Who? But the fact is there, people are dying. That's the fact. People is dying. People are dying in Congo, people are dying in other countries, but we are talking about Congo. Who is accountable for those deaths? That's a big question. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Claude, okay. So we'll just proceed with Q&A. I think we've heard a lot of food for thought from our panelists about an international system that is clearly flawed and almost inherently, from an institutional perspective, politicized. So I think that raises some important questions about the possibilities for accountability with regards to international systems, whether it's the International Criminal Court or mechanisms like the UN monitoring process. So I'll open it up for questions from all of you. Yes, in the back.
I think for something to be done, the truth is that they are protected. And when they want to when they want to take some sanction against them, you know, those power country, let's say if we say US or UK, those countries, they protect them. But to the people of Congo, I think they have to stand up. They will kill them, but they will not kill all of them. And they have to stand once, not only in one location and the other one. If we have Congolese people, they stand up and manifest the disagreement of what they are doing, I think the community international will say, hey, there is something happened there. And they can take some, how do you say, they can punish them. No, the one is, I don't know if you get, something can be done, but it cannot be done immediately for the community international. No, because they have big interest there. But it has to be done by the population. We have a work to do but no, right now, but down the road, it may happen. Excuse me, I'm not sure that I catch you. And I want everybody to understand what.
Is this on? So, given the limitations of international accountability and the inherent failures that have been described by our panelists, I wonder what your views are on, or what the alternative forms of accountability might be. So looking at examples in South Africa following apartheid, or even in Northern Ireland, where there were more local forms of reconciliation and accountability.
Okay, you know, that's a good question, and it is very complex. It is very complex. Because the accountability don't depend only in the national level. As I said, even it is we have the report from UN expert, but the decision don't depend to those who write that report. It is the high level. That high level is controlling by other power. That's where there is limitation everywhere. So I think that that's why I'm talking about the grassroots. If really Congolese people say, if I don't act, I will die. If I act, I will die. So, if they manifest the disagreement for what is happening now in Congo, they will go, mass population will go in the street, they will kill some of them. But that have to be for all the country. All the country. But that's a big work to do. It is not for tomorrow, for today. It's not for today or tomorrow. It has to be done just in the grassroots, slowly, and one day, the people will, Congolese people will stand, and something will be done.
sort of like our sister's question, but on the opposite side. I know there's been a warlord, so-called warlord from the Congo, who has been convicted at The Hague, in the International Criminal Court. Do the majority of the Congolese people, when they see that, if they know about it, if they hear about it, do they accept that as a form of justice, or do they see that as something that is so remote from them on the ground, as you said, the grassroots? So my question is, do the majority of the people in Kivu, around Goma, in the eastern part of Congo, support so-called warlords, people accused of war crimes, being tried in The Hague as opposed to locally?
What I can say, of course, they support that. When they hear that there is one of the rebellion leader, is arrested, and they send him to the international court, they say, okay, but it is not enough. Because really, let's say, as, who is that? Yeah, we have, Mbemba, no, it was political things, no problem. But the other one, let's say Laura Kunda, he's the one who started the war in Kivu. And he was saying that he is Congolese. And just to escape that procedure to arrest him, to send him to the International Court in Hague, what he did, he just go back in Rwanda, and he say he's no Congolese. He was Congolese when he was he's a general of rebellion, but now he's not Congolese, he's Rwandese. He's protected by the president in Rwanda. Okay. The other one, who is his name? Yes. What he did, he just take the initiative himself to go, to say, okay, I want to go to international court. Why? Because I did this. Do you see that it is serious there? No one can go say, okay, now I'm guilty. No. That's a game just a game they are playing there. Now, if they say, oh, we arrest Laura Kunda, even he's in Rwanda, we say yes. That one we know that he's a criminal. He's a criminal. If they arrest Mundos, those general, if they arrest Mr. X, we will say yes, it is serious. If they arrest Kabila, we say yes, it is serious. But there is a game playing there. That's an international game, just to put a mask in Congolese people or in international opinion. And if you agree, I think that you never, since I'm here in America, no one of the media, American media, or CNN or something, they never talk about what is happening in Congo. Never. Why? They are misled. There's one question.
Good evening, everyone. I think I have a question on I think we all have, we know that there is a big elephant in the room, which is the elections that are about to happen, or I don't know if it will happen this December or it will. Oh, or it will happen eventually. The question that I have is the elephant in the room, which is the elections. The election that will happen maybe December, maybe next year, maybe will never happen. And since we are on the topic of accountability and our leaders, I think we have also to have accountability on our president. He was recently in Tanzania, and I think this is the repetition of his politics and the way that he talks about domestic issues. Every time that he's in the country, he doesn't not address anything that is happening internally. But when he was recently on his trip in Tanzania, he was asked about what was happening in Beni, and he really commented on that. So I just want to hear your talk. I don't know if the other women can comment on it. I just want you to comment on how can we account, make him to be accountable for his action, and also how can we make sure that the election that are coming, or the accountability on those two things, the elections and his presidency. I just want to hear your thoughts and comments.
I hope you are not talking about American elections. Congolese election? I can say the accountability of the election in Congo. We don't know yet if we will have election or not, because the term is almost over for the president. And I think that they are watching American election, because you know what happened in Rwanda. Rwandese president now, and what was the referendum, something like that. He's allowed to stay until 2035. Okay? What can we do? What can we say about that? What the international community say about that? They have a constitution, but they allow this. Or we give you the genesis of Kabila. Kabila is the product of Kagame and Museveni. If those two people they are there, they are doing their best. They are doing their best to keep Kabila in power, so they can do whatever they want in Congo. So nothing is accountable there. Election, we don't know if really election will happen, and if we just, the opposition of Congolese people, let him continue for one year, it will be 10. It will be maybe 30 years. We don't know. All those presidents who surround in Congo, if you see how long they have been on the power, that let us think about what is coming in Congo. They will throw the constitution away in the garbage. So let's stay vigilant for that. Thank you.
I need to speak now?
Yes, please.
Hello? Hello, everybody. I'm not sure if everybody can see me or they can just see the presentation.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
I am Marie-Claire Farai, calling from London, in the United Kingdom. I'm originally from the Congo, but I'm a British citizen. I have been invited to contribute to this panel on mass atrocities and accountability, specifically with regard to lack of international accountability on gender-based sexual violence in the Congo. I am not sure if I'm really sorry that we were not able to put the slide on. I don't know if the slide can be seen on the live stream, but I have prepared a few slides to share with you, particularly with regard to the proportional link and the correlation between the exploitation of natural resources, the conflict, and the increase of sexual violence, and the fact that there is local, national, regional, and international lack of accountability, and actually local, international impunity. What I wanted to share with the audience there is mostly how today actually the narrative, the international narrative is that, you know, the rape that is committed in the Congo, all the violence that is committed in the Congo is basically to do with the local civil unrest. And I just wanted to show through those slides how actually at the international level, starting with the UN, some of the security member, permanent representative of such as the US, the UK, France, Russia, China are all involved in commanding multinational corporation and the middleman and the executioner in the Congo in this conflict. We've seen throughout all this panel discussion since this morning, because I have been following it through the live stream, we've seen how through the UN, we has been there for over 10 years now, there were several experts report. The UN in itself actually sits on legally binding legal framework, such as the Geneva Convention, as well as many other, and with regard to women, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, and we have all these other resolutions that has come in, like Resolution 1325, 1820, 1888, 1889, which might not be legally binding, but they are part of resolution that comes from the United Nations. So one of the key things I wanted to show is that if we look at the map, because we have a map, I am a member of Common Cause UK, which is a platform of Congolese women here in the UK. We've done some research and we've shown how the invasion and the war in the DRC has affected gender-based violence in the Congo, particularly toward women. And the correlation between the passive facilitation of illegal exploitation of resource, the continuation of armed conflict, and violence. We can clearly show how rape has been used as a tool of sexual violence, because in 1999, between 1999 and 1997, if you look at all the statistics that were generated into hospitals, such as not only the local hospital run by priests, not only in Kinshasa, but in the East, all the sexual violence that were reported there were mostly of common law. But from 1997, 1996, 1997, 1999, we start seeing rape with extreme violence and rape to destroy the reproductive organ of women. And on those dates, you can also see how the financial network of companies involved in the DRC, such as Anglo-American, De Beer, Afrimex, Banro, VentureStar, how their production has increased and how those companies have been transiting their mineral through transit countries such as Uganda and Rwanda. And you can see the increase in exploitation of resources such as coltan, gold, and all the other minerals through Rwanda and Uganda. All these are documented in all the UN expert reports since 1999, 2000, every 2 years, up to the mapping report. There are two main cases which I want to highlight. It's the case of Mwenga, where women were buried alive by rebel group sponsored by multinational company, rebel groups such as the RCD, the Rassemblement Congolais, which was led, and most of the leaders of that rebel movement, so-called, are today in Kinshasa, walking around. You have Mr. Rubera, you have Lambert Mende, the current Minister of Information, Kinkie Mulumba, Tambwe Mwamba, the current Congolese Minister of Justice. You have Colonel Kasereka, who used to be colonel, but probably now is a general in the Congolese army. Tango 4, Amisi. All these people were part of that rebel group in 1998, 1999, and 2000. And they are still in the Congo. They travel around, they meet US delegates, they meet UK delegates, governments, official, UN official who are in the Congo. While we know exactly those people have been involved in mass atrocity in the Congo. Laurent Kunda, General Mutebuzi. We have Bosco Ntaganda today at the International Criminal Court, but these are really like small fish. The big fish in all this are financial companies, financial networks. Why can't they ask Banro to answer to OECD guidelines? Most of those countries, particularly those permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, they've also signed to the OECD guideline, but all the multinational corporations have been breaching OECD guidelines. So, this local impunity actually stems from international impunity. The international impunity are being maintained in order to continue to keep the Congo in a situation of instability so that they can continue to loot. And all this is a strategy to balkanize, in the end, the Congo. total lack of accountability just shows the plan. And the United Nations Security Council, with its mission, because this is a United Nations Security Council mission in the Congo, is actually a mission to legitimize the balkanization of the Congo. This lack of accountability is actually a lack of political will to end the conflict. Even though I can tell you all the legal framework, because if we look at the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights has been breached, all the convention, the Geneva Convention has been breached, International Covenant of Economic and Social Cultural Rights breached, the African Charter on Human Rights of People breached, the African Charter on the Right of Women, all the resolutions, all of them have been breached. None of them has been respected. So this clearly demonstrates the lack of political will to resolve this issue in the Congo. Hence, going toward the balkanization of the Congo, which has been planned since the invasion, or even before, because when you look at the invasion of Rwanda, you look at the so-called rebellion of Uganda in 1985, all these are a plan to reach to where we are today. And I can say that the only way justice is going to be done in the Congo right now is through popular uprising. And this is going to happen because if the international communities who are breaching all these international laws and are demonstrating lack of accountability, cannot protect Congolese, they will have to take their own responsibility in protecting themselves. And that's where they are leading the Congolese. That's what I wanted to share with the participants today. And we are with the Congolese, particularly with Congolese women. Today, I think you've heard, you've seen all the presentation showing you how dehumanized Congolese have become. And in order for them to gain their humanity, there will be a popular uprising. And this is going to be our justice. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, If we ask you a question, will you be able to hear us?
Microphone.
Did she say yes? Okay, she can't hear. All right, so we'll just go ahead with a few more questions. I think we have about 5 more minutes until we close.
In the spirit of what you just said about a popular uprising, what do you think about the possibilities? Oh, okay. In the spirit of a popular uprising, the much talked about Arab Spring, where social media was used a lot. You know, some people feel that social media is good to get the word out. Others feel that it's too much information because everybody's monitoring social media. But anyhow, how do you see a popular uprising taking place in the eastern side of the Congo? How will that materialize? Well, what could that possibly look like?
Is this a question for me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, the youth in the Congo are actually who can now see the world through their mobile phone. But unfortunately, it is not going to be as other revolution, because at the moment, the internet is being used also to oppress Congolese in terms of they are actually putting on negative images, and also what is happening is that they've increased the price of the internet, so we're not seeing social media as a way where Congolese will get their uprising. No, the suffering is gone beyond what you can understand. For them, is even if they stay, they are not acting, they will die. They act, they will die anyway, because they're already dead. They've already dehumanized them. So they will stand up. They are actually standing up. Some of you just don't know. They are being killed while they're standing up. Because the media is being used also to oppress them. Because negative and false stories are coming through the social media. So they are standing up, and the revolution is there. It's coming out. The only problem with us is that we are a bit scared that it's actually being hijacked right now. But it is happening. It is happening.
Thank you, Minister. So we'll just close. I think Emmanuel, if you want to respond.
You have a question? There were one question there. Can you take it?
Somehow in the question. But I was here all day and I followed the whole meeting. My name is Donatien, and I'm from Africa, specifically in Rwanda. It's so sad that we're here today and talking about the atrocity that happened in both of our respective countries, and neither one of us deny that all those atrocities happened, which was very sad for me myself, who was Rwandan. But my problem is not what happened in Rwanda or what happened in the Congo. My problem is us Africans. We need to emancipate ourselves. We need to change the way we think. We need to change the way we treat each other. We could sit here talk about the UN report, the UNESCO, the la 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 la, all those blah 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 blah, NGOs. We could be here all day. But as long as we, our own Africans, don't sit together and look at each other's eyes and have a common ground, we will be here again next year talking about another country. My brother is Congolese. I'm from Rwanda. My brother is from Uganda. Now, we're talking about Congo. There's someone who's from Burundi who's here in this room. You know what's going on in Burundi right now. So we're probably going to be here next time talking about Burundi. Now, something that struck me earlier when they were giving the first panel, when they were talking about, someone was describing an article. I mean, it's Milton, my brother, who was describing an article of someone who give a distinction, who are giving a distinction of Hutus and Tutsis, how they look like, how they don't look like, how one is noble, the other one is not noble. That's how the West get us. That's how they divide us. And if we keep thinking on those ways of distinction, it will be a bigger problem. I'm going to talk a little bit about Rwanda, since that's where I'm from, and I'm proud of it. Rwanda have went through a tragedy. But let's think about what came out of it today. If you look on Rwanda today, there's a progress. People who were victimized, they were canceled. The kids who were non-parent, they were adopted by other families. So it helped the country go together. With due respect, yes. I'm not arguing. That's what I see, progress where people can help themselves and each other. The progress I'm talking about is they heal each other. Yes. Because, now hold on, let me tell you. I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about the people like you and me.
We're going to have to close this panel, unfortunately. I'm sorry. You can continue your conversation afterwards. All right.
I know that.
You can continue your debate outside. Thank you very much.
You can respond. You can ask for the word.
It's time to move to the next panel.
But what I'm trying to say is what happened with the Rwandan government asked
We
people
don't
to
have
forgive
time,
each
sir.
other.
I'm sorry for a long explanation. We don't have
No,
time.
I'm
We
not-
need to move to the next panel.
That's it. So what happened was they forgive each other. That's why the country is going well. Now, in the Congo, as much as that they have all these minerals, the problem with Congo that I know very well, they have a problem of mismanagement.
Okay. We need
It's
to...
not an insult. I've
we
been
need
there.
to bring this panel
I grew
to a
up there.
close.
My family live in the Congo, by the way. So I know Congo. It's not like a story. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to thank all of our panelists. Thanks, everyone. We'll be transitioning, I think, directly into the final panel for today, which is on the U.S. role in the Great Lakes region. Thanks very much.
Quick announcement. Dinner would be served right after this panel discussion. So if anybody is hungry, just a few more minutes. A few more minutes, there will be, should I say real food, hot food, you know, soul food. So I want to thank you guys for your patience the whole day. And I also would like to thank those that have joined us online watching. This has been live streamed on YouTube the whole day. So I would like to thank everybody that joined us online as well. And so if you've been following everything that we've been talking about the whole day, if you're like me, I'm really outraged by everything that has been going on. Women being buried alive, women being raped to the point where their reproductive organ is being destroyed, 6 million people being killed. I mean, you just have to ask yourself, why is this not the breaking news on all the media platforms, all the international media? Why is the whole world not focusing on this? I mean, you guys, as you're aware, if there's tragedy in various parts of the world, people change their Facebook profile pictures when things happen in France. People talk about it. It's all that you hear on CNN all day. When 230-something girls were kidnapped in Nigeria, everybody heard about that. Is anyone here that protested, bring back our girls? Anybody here took part in the... Even the First Lady of America held the Bring Back Our Girls placard. You know, everybody was like, what's going on? So, but why is it that 6 million people, 6 to 8 million, I should say, have died in one country, and this is not the hot topic on all the news platforms? Why are people not talking about this? But most importantly, why is the US not talking about this? I mean, the US, you know, whenever things are happening in various parts of the world, the US will be the first one to get involved. So what is going on? Why is the US being silent about what is happening in the Democratic Republic of Congo? And that's what we want to talk about right now. The role of the US in what is going on in Congo. Is there more for us to know than meets the eye, like all the stories that we've been hearing? But not only that, what are the possible solutions? What can we do? What can you and I do besides just talking and meeting here today? What are some practical steps that we can take to ensure that this becomes like the Bring Back Our Girls issue that everybody is talking about? And also, there's going to be election next month in the US, and what can we do? What can we plan before that even happens? And I'm so excited about our panelists today because of the spirit of Pan-Africanism that is here. Because we have people from different African countries. Actually, there's nobody here from Congo, but this is just for you all to know that the issue of Congo is not just about Congolese people. It's about the whole of Africa, because Congo is not the only country that is being, should I say, exploited and going through a lot of things. And it's not just an African issue, really. It's a global issue. Women are being raped. If you're a feminist, if you believe in women, you should be outraged by what is going on in Congo. Children are being killed. So if you love children, you should be outraged by what is going on in Congo. If you have a cell phone, which I believe you all do, you should be outraged by what is going on in Congo, or laptop, or if you fly, or even if you ride in a car. So that's why today we have people from different parts of Africa. And Milton Allimadi has been on panels today, so you all know him from Uganda. He's the publisher of Black Star News. Please give him a round of applause. And also Ni Abwete, all the way from Ghana. And he's an activist. Thank you very much. He's an activist, he's an analyst. He actually briefs the US Congress about issues going on in different African countries. And also Claude, he's all the way from Rwanda. And he's the co-founder of the African Great Lakes Action Network. Please give him a round of applause as well. So, and your humble self, I'm Adeola Fayewon, and I'm from Nigeria. So I just want to start out. We've mentioned this in and out throughout the day, the role of the US, briefly, but just in case anyone is here that is not completely clear about how the US has been directly and indirectly involved in what is happening in the Great Lakes region in Congo, I like to start out, let me start from Milton actually, since he's sitting on the other end. If you don't mind, just maybe in like 2-3 minutes, this will be a conversation. I will ask them a few questions, they will all get to answer. So we'll go maybe like 2-3 rounds, and then I will open it up for you guys to ask them questions, which I believe you all do. So Milton, if you just don't mind to talk to us a little bit about the direct role of the US, especially in the invasion 20 years ago.
Okay. Thank you again, sisters and brothers, for staying for the whole session today.
You may have to put it.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you, sisters and brothers, for staying for the entire session today. And I want to answer her question, but I can't before saying this. If you're not familiar with her show, Keeping It Real with Adeola, please go to YouTube. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. She breaks down African news on a regular basis in the best way that I've seen. So please watch that. All right, now back to the question itself. The US actually trained many of the individuals who became officers leading the various combatants involved in the war in the region. Kagame, for example, was trained in Fort Leavenworth here in the US. And many other officers, not only who were in the Ugandan army, in the Rwandan army, in the Congolese army. So for example, during a period in the 1990s when the conflict first started, because we have to go back to the invasion of Rwanda from Uganda in 1990. At that time, the US were training an average of about 10, 15 officers from Uganda every year. At the same time, was training 10, 15 officers from Rwanda. So it was training both the combatants. Habyarimana officers were being trained by the United States here in the US, while officers in the Ugandan army that became part of the RPF were being trained in the US at the same time. That's how pernicious it is. Now the current, why has it lasted for so long? Because of the value of the resources. Congo's estimated resource known resources is $26 trillion with a T. That is what is known. It could be double, it could be 50. So for that price, the West is willing to ignore the lives of, somebody said 6 million was an undercount. That the more accurate figure is probably 10, because 6 million was in 2006. Can you imagine? And yet we hear about Aleppo on a daily basis. And that's not to say we don't value the lives of Syrians and Syrian children. Of course we do. So we're familiar with the bombing in Aleppo on a daily basis. But what does that say about the value that we attach to the lives of Africans? That is the question that needs to be answered, right? Think about that. 10 million Africans dead. Many of you were not even probably familiar, and you are the informed, and that's why you came here. What about the rest of the country? People who are less informed. Think about that. And U.S. policymakers are aware of that, and yet keep silence. Why doesn't the U.S. have allies? Why don't we get the First Lady tweeting something about the Congolese as well? Think about that. Is it because that might conflict with the U.S. agenda in the region? Think about that. So to fulfill U.S. agenda, we are willing to protect Kagame, willing to protect Musavuli, and ignore 10 million Congolese lives. That is a serious question. And yes, I agree with the brother that the Congolese have to do something. But the Congolese have been doing a lot, to be honest with you. The Congolese have been fighting since Leopold, who killed 10 million. And now we have modern African Leopolds, Museveni and Kagame, killing another 10 million. So I submit that we, as friends of Congolese, we have to do our part too. We have to make it difficult for the West, for Washington, for London, to pretend as if this is business as normal. We can make impact. We should make sure we can influence U.S. policy and have a much more beneficial policy towards the Congo. Thank you, sisters and brothers. Well, the estimate is 6 million, but that was in 2006. Oh, $26 trillion. That's what's estimated as the known wealth in the ground.
And so thank you so much for that, by the way. It's a great opening. And just to expatiate more on that, Nee, I'm wondering if you can tell us, was there any direct, supply of weapons from the U.S.? Was there any monetary supply during the invasion? And also, when Kagame invaded Congo, he said he was going after those that were responsible for the genocide. And then eventually the world found out that they were killing women and children and civilians. Did the U.S. know about this, and what did the U.S. do when this came out?
Well, let me also thank you for moderating this. Let me thank Friends of the Congo for doing this. And truth in advocacy. I'm sitting between two friends. I mean, I talk to these guys all the time. We are friends. I'm friends with everybody. So what I'm going to do is to try and pick a fight with them. so that, and thank you for staying so late. And let me say that I believe you did that because we always save the best for last. So you are the best. But here is the thing. The short answers to your questions are, yes, the U.S. knew. Yes, the weapons were transported there. In fact, one book that I just remember, you can Google it, Making a Killing. It was published about 8 years ago. It has a chapter on how Western corporations facilitate wars in Africa, especially the heart of Africa, the Great Lakes, so that they can grab the resources. I think that has been said all day. But the work that I do in Washington, where I have lived for 4 decades since I immigrated from Ghana, is to hold the feet of the U.S. Administration so that the policies can be good. Now, in the last panel on accountability, we talked a lot about the international community. So I was sitting here itching. My question is, who is the international community that we are talking about? I think if you drill it down, a good approximation are the 5 members of the the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. Those 5, the US, the UK, France, Russia, and China. The first 3 are the West, the US and France and UK. Put aside China for a minute, even though China is also grabbing African resources a lot. Put aside the Russians for a while. Let's look at the West. They have democracies. They are not perfect democracies at all. And one of the fights I want to pick with Milton is when people call the US an empire, I want a definition. Because I'm from Ghana. Ghana became independent in 1957. I won't tell you the year I was born, but it was before 1957. So I was born into an empire. So when you call the US an empire, I think you should make a distinction. And the reason I'm saying that is, here you can vote, okay? If the US has a bad policy in the Great Lakes, and I say they do, and they have had it for a long time, you know who is responsible? All of us are. Okay, if the Chinese are doing something terrible in Africa, the average Chinese person, I don't hold them responsible. Because in China, there is a professor who wrote just one page saying, we have made a lot of economic progress in the last 30 years. So now is the time to do political reform. They put him in jail. In China, if you just write that you want democracy, you go to jail. In the United States, you can change the president, you can change the governors, you can change the senators, and therefore you can change US policy in the Congo. And one more thing. Somebody just wrote a book, and I just bought it because I was going to write it. They wrote it first, but I'll do a review. It is a book on the US history of supporting dictators around the world. I'm going to review it because they've been supporting dictators in Africa the whole time. When these guys did, they did a panel, somebody asked the lead author, so who's the worst? And they said, well, we think it's Mobutu in Zaire. I actually disagree with him. I think the worst is the guy who was just jailed in Senegal. Hissène Habré of Chad. Because Reagan and the French plucked him from Darfur and imposed him on the Chadians. And he killed so many people, including, go and read the transcript of his trial in Dakar in April. There was one witness who said, I was tortured below the president's palace. And the president, Hissène Habré himself, came down into the dungeon and raped me 4 times. Okay, I've never heard anything like that before, and it was true. So my point is, I know we are talking about the Congo, but I'm saying the US has a history of supporting dictators, and it's done it all over Africa. It supported apartheid for more than 100 years. And the only people who can break that is us. Because these American presidents who support the dictators, why do they do it? Because they pay no price, okay? You don't punish them when they support dictators who kill 6 million people. Every time I see Kagame in this country, it makes me so mad because I'm an African. He has been involved in the deaths of 6 million Africans at least, and he comes to this country like a hero. It makes me feel worthless. Somebody who can have my brothers and sisters killed and nothing is done to him, and this is my government. So I want you to get mad at it, send a message to the policymakers that from now on, if you support African dictators, we will make sure we grab you where it hurts, which is your power. So thank you. I know I didn't answer your question, but I think this is important.
I think you said plenty, which covers my question as well. But Claude, I just wanted you to expatiate on the role of, should I say, how Americans, or if you're an American resident, how we're directly or indirectly involved in this if you're paying taxes, unless you're Donald Trump. I like to assume everyone here pays taxes. So is our taxes going towards any of this? And you know, from everything that has been said, the question would be why? Why would the US, turn their back towards what's happening in Congo? Like, if you can just talk about some of the things that you think that the US is, getting from being silent about this, including Rwanda and Uganda being able to send soldiers to Somalia, Sudan, and stuff like that.
First, when Neil says he's gonna pick a fight with us, I'm tempted to strike a pose like the Mandela Muhammad Ali pose, like you've probably seen. But I'm also, I never thought that I'd be on a panel with Keeping It Real. Adiola. I don't know, if anybody has not seen that show, go out and look at it. Yeah, just take a look. There's plenty of episodes. Some of it on the Great Lakes, actually. So I'm gonna keep it real also. And I also want to thank the people that are following live. I've been getting messages from all over the world. We got people in South Africa, in Zambia, in Ghana, in London, and Paris, and Brussels, and people all over the U.S. are sending messages. They're following what's happening here. And I mean, it's great that people are recognizing that the Congo is a global, the issues of the Congo are a global issues. And the resources of the Congo are also resources for the whole globe. But speaking of the U.S., as a U.S. citizen, and Nee just talked about it a little bit in terms of elections, it pains me to know that I work hard, pay taxes, and my money is sponsoring the killing of my brothers and sisters in the Congo, in the form of foreign aid that goes to the Criminals Without Borders. You remember those guys? We talked about the government of Uganda, the government of Rwanda, the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Each one of those governments received a minimum, this is the disclosed amount, a minimum of $200 million a year. From
America?
From the U.S. And on top of that, this is just disclosed, military aid on top of just that money. The U.S. is the second donor nation to Rwanda and Uganda. And I believe it's the top donor nation to the DRC. And someone once said, when you give a war criminal resources, they commit more crime. And we are, as taxpayers, enabling those crimes to happen, especially when we say nothing. It happens and we say nothing. We have a responsibility. Everything that we heard today, we heard from, sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly, from survivors, you know, people who have gone through this. And when you hear these stories of survivors, you become a witness. And when you become a witness, you have a responsibility to do something. This is like walking down the street and you see somebody getting strangled or getting assaulted, and you look to the side and you keep walking. Would you do that? So now that you know that your tax dollars are sponsoring the Criminals Without Borders, one thing that I suggest is to raise the issue. There is an album called "What a Time to Be Alive." What a time to be alive when you can actually own your own media. Everybody, or almost every person, has social media. It may just be your network, it may just be your friend. But put out a message, let everybody know. Let your American friends know. And let your American relatives and everybody know our taxes are funding this crisis. Our taxes are funding this tragedy, and it needs to stop. You know how things go viral? These days, it's one person starts it and it just takes off. But we cannot be comfortable in the fact that this is an overwhelming problem when we can actually do something small. And what I mean is the media makes a big difference. And that's why I thank the members of the media earlier that have covered this. Because when people don't know what's happening, they cannot take action. They will not take action. There are other organizations that, people that we've met here that are doing great work in the Congo. Just, put it out. Let people know what is going on so that when a person is informed, just like that person walking down the street, at least has the option to take action. But that is how we are, on one hand, as taxpayers, are indirectly funding what's going on over there. The other piece is our appetite, right? Everyone has a cell phone. Everyone has a laptop, a tablet, a flat screen TV. We've got all these technologies that are powered by minerals that come out of the Congo. But people don't have to suffer. People don't have to die. 6 million people are not worth, the newest cell phone. It can be done. We can still have those things. And the people do not have to die as a result of that. So we've got to also look at these multinational companies and Nee didn't speak about his experience as part of his anti-apartheid fight in the U.S., but there was a boycott movement. That's one of the other things that we can think about doing, so that, you know, on two fronts, on the tax front and on the consumer front, we can make a difference.
Thank you very much. I really want to focus more on solutions, on practical steps we can take, because we can talk about the problem all day. So I'm just going to ask questions about some possible solutions that you guys may have, and then I would leave the floor open for everybody to ask questions. But before I do that, I just wanted to mention the fact that in return for the money that the U.S. is giving Uganda, Rwanda, these countries are supplying soldiers on behalf of the U.S. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes. So these soldiers are going in the form of UN peacekeepers. And what an oxymoron to have a war criminal being called a peacekeeper in another country. And what happens with these UN missions? You guys have seen the atrocities being committed against the people they're supposed to be protecting. So the U.S. is sensitive. American people are sensitive to Americans dying in battle in other countries. And now what happens is, when Rwanda and Uganda receive this money, in turn, they provide their militaries, our brothers and sisters, again, to go to these hot,
like
hot
Somalia.
hotspots. You got Somalia, you've got South Sudan, Darfur, Haiti, Central African Republic, all of those countries. Yes, Iraq, providing soldiers to go and fight these wars. So that's another thing that, again, American people don't know, that we are funding this. And again, once you know, once you're aware, you might care and do something about it. And that's what we need to do. We need to let people know. We need to let the world know. The world must know what's going on in the Congo and how we're connected to it. And then when there is enough people making noise about it, there is no choice but to act. And that's what happened in the case of apartheid South Africa.
And if I may add a quick thing, Kambale was on the screen earlier today, and I thought he did a great job. Yesterday, he circulated one of the leaked Mrs. Clinton emails, but actually this one was from the Clinton Foundation. One of the officials there had summarized a memo of all the ambassadors that he had met with on behalf of the Clinton Foundation. And the last two lines of that whole email struck me. I was telling Claude, it made me angry again. It fired me up, because the ambassador of Rwanda told the Clinton Foundation, we notice that the criticism of Rwanda and Kagame has lowered, has died down. And we want to thank Bill Clinton and we want to thank Tony Blair, because they keep defending Rwanda and Kagame. So what I want to say to you is, I think it should outrage you. Let's raise our voices again, because in Kigali, they think it's dying down. So let this conference fire us up. Let them see wherever, whether it's calling your congressman, email, writing for Milton, whatever you do, raise your voice. I want another report to go back to Kigali that says, oh my God, the criticism of Kagame and Rwanda is shooting up again, because it makes a big difference. It really does. They need to know that we are not accepting that Rwanda and its role in the Congo is not acceptable. And killing 6 million people is not acceptable. We all know about Black Lives Matter. It should be Black Lives Matter all over the globe.
Thank you so much for saying that, because I was just going to talk about the fact that Kagame is friends with the Clintons, So, and that's what I wanted to Milton to talk about. But it's very important for us to talk about this, because no human life is superior to the other. If something like this is going on imagine 6 million people dying in Canada. I don't think everybody would just be quiet. Imagine 6 million people dying here in the US. I don't think people would just keep quiet. So why shouldn't my life as an African be as important as the person that is in America or Canada. So that's why it's very important for us to talk about. It's all about equality and how we see our fellow human beings. So election is coming up next month, Milton, and do you mind talking about the bill that Ms. Clinton and Barack Obama was part of when they were both senators, and whatever happened to that bill today that we are no more hearing about it, and then other solutions that you may have?
Yeah, actually, on the bill, I'll mention briefly, I think Nia is much more conversant on the bill, and Claude as well. But you raised another good question in terms of why the value of black lives in Africa does not have that resonance. And that's where we really have to question the media as well. This is what the media did in a very expert way, corporate media, not all media, because we consider ourselves, progressive and productive media. But they shaped the narrative in Rwanda as a very simple story. You know how here people became familiar with bad guys and good guys, right? Cowboys and Indians. So in Rwanda, the good guys were Tutsi, and all the bad guys were Hutu. It was that simple. So when that was transposed toward the Congo, then it became anybody that's supporting Hutus must also be bad, and Tutsi are still the good. Very simplistic. And obviously we know in life that's not possible. There are good people in the Tutsi community and bad people as well. There are good people in Hutu community and bad people as well. So whenever we get these simplistic type of narratives that don't add up, don't make sense, reject it and try to explore more. And I think getting past that hurdle has been difficult. It's been so ingrained that even after the BBC came out with that documentary, Rwanda's Untold Story, that explores the more complex aspects of the whole tragedy, and raising the possibility that it was actually Kagame who ordered that plane to be shot down, meaning he actually sparked the genocide so that he could come in like a rescuing hero, and that would establish his credibility and allow him to rule Rwanda for as long as he could. That narrative has not been challenged or questioned. In fact, I don't think Rwanda's Untold Story has been shown in the United States, to be honest with you. It showed everywhere else except in the US. So you ask yourself, could major media outlets be involved in a conspiracy to suppress this story? It wasn't a documentary made by some small independent outlet. It was the BBC. And the BBC, as far as I know, is considered to be a credible media outlet. Why has it not been shown in the US? Why is it so important to maintain that narrative as the only narrative of Rwanda? Good guys on one side, supported by the US, everybody else is a bad side. And until we challenge that narrative and tell people it's much more complex, I think it's going to be hard for us to get a broader part of the population to understand what's really going on.
Thank you very much. So while Ni will talk about the bill, and you can also talk about it as well, I just want to add to the question that, like I said, the election is coming up next month. And I feel like as Africans, especially Africans in the diaspora and also Africans in Africa, we should have a plan, even before the new president comes up. Because the bill that they will talk about had been sponsored since 2002, 2006. And when Obama became president, nothing happened to it again. Other things became priorities. It was swept aside. So I feel like before America even gets another president, then we need to come up with some kind of plan, some kind of strategy so that Congo can be part of the conversation right from the onset. For good 8 years, it was not part of the conversation. So I want to talk about, what you have in mind that could stir us up, what we can do to make Congo part of the conversation, and also the bill that was sponsored by Clinton and Obama.
One of the good things about, I admire the Black Lives Matter movement so very much. First primary reason is because, from my point of view, these are all very young people, okay? And so they fired up the movement. But another thing is that, from what you can tell, it's not hierarchical, okay? It's being done on a broad scale. So one of the things I'm going to say is, yes, we have to have main plans like that, but everybody here in your circle, just do something, okay? It doesn't have to be all centrally designed and sent down, whether it's a letter, whether it's a comment in a newspaper section to call attention that, hey, look, this is what is happening in Africa. It is being done in our name as Americans, and it is wrong, and we are not going to stand for it. Now, with respect to the bill, you know, Congress is in session every 2 years. Any bill that is started, if it doesn't get passed, it dies, and it has to be resurrected. So I do believe that what we should do come January, a new Congress and a new president will take office. So we should be thinking, what are the things that we are going to demand? When the Democrats did their convention in Philadelphia, I looked at their platform. They had like half a sentence on Africa. And I actually was complaining to somebody because we had been saying we want to make sure Africa is in the platform. In fact, when Mrs. Clinton and Bernie Sanders debated in this city, some of us tried to feed questions on Africa. It went part of the way, it didn't make the cut. So we have to keep trying. The half sentence in the platform, somebody told me, well, you have no idea how much we had to fight to get even the half sentence into the platform. So we should be prepared to have an Africa agenda for the new Congress and the new president when they come in. But, you know, politicians, what they do, I mean, I've heard a lot of people who are disappointed in Obama. As the son of an African being president, many people say he hasn't done enough. And I find that hard to wrestle with, because part of me agrees, but part of me also justifies it and says, he does. Every American president does what he is pushed to do. If you don't push him on Africa, don't expect him to do anything on Africa. And let me just brag for 5 seconds. 8 years ago, when he won his election, I was so excited. I wrote an essay that was published, and I said, I think what he should be saying to Africans is that instead of being so happy that I have been elected, especially the presidents, he should say to them, listen, I'm part of a minority in the United States, and I was elected. So I want your democracy to be robust enough that you can elect a talented minority too in your country. That would be the best way to celebrate mine. But I also finished by saying, look, he is not going to do that if we don't organize and push him. So we have wasted that 8 years. So I will say we need to do our homework. We need to have a plan. We need to push so that however long the next president stays, whether it's 4 years or 8 years, we are not going to say another 8 years wasted. And I am from Ghana. I was heavily influenced by somebody that I know Milton likes a lot, Kwame Nkrumah. You know, and he said, look, in every public policy problem, there are 3 solutions. 3 things you should do: organize, organize, organize. So what I'm trying to do is, I think Africans in this country need to organize seriously and push for better US foreign policy. Otherwise, it won't happen if we don't push for it.
Thank you very much. And lastly, I just want to know what are your thoughts about possible solutions, and also, do you mind just saying what that bill was supposed to do if it was actually implemented?
Yes, the bill was Public Law 109456, and what it did was it was actually a long bill that had provisions for things that it was a democracy promotion bill in the Congo. So a non-democratic president or government in the Congo was not acceptable by that bill and should have been punished according to the law in the US. So there should have been some sanctions. On top of that, any foreign countries that were destabilizing the Congo were to be sanctioned. And that would have been, just to state the obvious, Rwanda and Uganda, because that was directly happening. And if you guys remember, in 2008, when President Obama was elected, it was at the height of the CNDP taking over all of Eastern Congo. using child soldiers, which was also in that law that you can be sanctioned based on using child soldiers. That one ended, and then came the M23. And instead of the U.S. Enforcing their laws and sanctioning Rwanda, where you had satellite pictures showing pathways from military camps inside of Rwanda all the way to the camps of the M23, where you had the Minister of Defense, James Kabarebe, that you saw in the film, for those of you who were here earlier, the central person in the invasion of the Congo. Charles Kayonga, another general in Rwanda, and Jack Nziza, another general who is an advisor to Kagame, all of them implicated in recruiting, organizing, and using not just child soldiers, but all kinds of people going in to invade the Congo. You know what the U.S. did? They tried to block the report from being released. And it wasn't until the media leaked that report, and the people, ordinary people like us here in the room, were outraged and started making phone calls, calling the U.S. mission to the UN, to the point where even American ambassadors were calling, saying, hey, you got to release this report. Susan Rice was blocking the report from being released. And instead of enforcing their own laws, they were stopping this report that just talks about what happens. It just says what happens. So that law was a good law if it had been enforced. But what I can say is there is hope, and a lot of hope, for Congo and for Africa. Because I can tell you, 10 years ago, or more than 10 years ago, even when I told my own story of surviving the genocide and the war in Rwanda, when I talked about the crimes of the RPF and Paul Kagame, people laughed. They were like, oh, this is a really good creative writer. This child is a good writer. That was it. And it wasn't until the more and more you just share it, people who are actually, who value human life will, hear the story and it resonates, and they can see the humanity in the person. They can put the face of a human being on the atrocities. And today, even members of Congress in the U.S., I would say Ed Royce, for example, he's criticized Kagame. There are members of Congress criticizing Museveni. This is not something that would have happened, 5 years ago. And the fact that, it's kind of moving, we just have to keep pushing. But I have a teammate that I play soccer with that says, every shot you don't take, you miss, right? You miss every shot you don't take. So we have to do something. We cannot sit and do nothing. And at least raising awareness of the issue is the first step. And letting other people know that the issue is there is the second step. Taking proactive action to demand that not on our dime, that sounds like a hashtag, not on our dime. We do not want our money sponsoring war criminals. I mean, is that really hard? There are people who don't care about human beings, but they care about their money, And for every one of you in this room, I'm pretty sure, I'm very convinced that you actually care about the human beings, and this is not a difficult ask.
Thank you so much, guys. I just want to open up for a few questions if anybody have questions.
Hi, my name is Francesca, and I first of all just wanted to thank you for a really interesting panel. I wanted to ask about the Dodd-Frank Act, particularly concerning conflict minerals, and just sort of hear your thoughts on the conflict-free mineral movement in the United States and how that's affected Congo.
What I haven't kept up with it as well as I should, but I do know that there is a Kambale process. It doesn't cover all minerals, but it does cover some. And the idea is that before it can be sold, you have to certify to make sure that it was not, first of all, stolen from another country and that it was extracted the right way. So that's a general broad movement of looking at minerals, because as everybody has said all day, a major reason for raping and tearing up the Congo is to extract the wealth, and because there is a market for it. So if you can make sure that what you might call blood minerals, there isn't a market for it, then you can slow it down. I know about the Kambale process. There are other things that I'm not that aware of.
Yeah, I can't add much to what he said, but I know that there were complaints by some of the companies that it was very hard to enforce it. But, you know, obviously that's just an excuse. You know, they shouldn't be mining. I mean, if you're going to be exporting minerals from the Congo, it should be exported out of the Congo, not through Uganda and through Rwanda. And that's one obvious way. You know, if they did it the right way, we wouldn't even need a bill like that, you know? So if we really are serious about it, from now on, if it's going to have some added cost to it, just make sure that Congolese minerals don't get shipped from Rwanda. Rwanda became a major exporter, I think, of gold and coltan, even though it does not produce it. So you don't need a bill to figure that out, right? Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that how can a country become the largest exporter of what they don't produce? So.
Thank you. No, I agree that it's the masses that make change, revolution that was talked about earlier. But often people follow strong leaders. So my question is, you know, Nkrumah's name has been mentioned. Can each of you identify a living African head of state? You know, people have their opinions about Mugabe and Gaddafi's dead, but a living head of state who you think is working in the interests in general of the African people or his nation state. And then also, you mentioned Ed Royce, someone here in the United States, either an elected official or someone else prominent, that is saying the right things, producing the type of energy or possibilities that could move us in the direction that I think we all want, which is a developed, prosperous, healthy continent, including Congo. So an African head of state that's alive right now, and an individual in this country, either elected official or prominent, that y'all respect, that's doing the good work.
The first mention, I would say John Magufuli of Tanzania. If you look at, he's new, but if you look at what he's doing and the reforms he's bringing in the country, I mean, I think that is something to really admire. And maybe you should take a look at
okay, yeah,
another
I
one
have
of
an
those.
episode on him.
Yes, she did an episode on him.
I do.
But he's been doing amazing work in curbing corruption, in getting, you know, the institutions to do what they're supposed to do. And also, a lot of Southern African countries have gotten it right. You know, Namibia, you know, Botswana, and even Mozambique. You know, a few places that I can mention, but there are many. But Southern Africa in general, the region, has gotten it right. And then to your second question, what was the
U.S. figure in America.
So Kambale mentioned Chris Smith and Karen Bass. Those are members of Congress, and they've been doing a lot of you know, shining light on what's happening in the Congo, and it's bipartisan. One is Democrat, the other's Republican. I think Ed Royce has been a big voice and a good voice for the Congo, and I'll let my colleagues mention anyone else that you can think of.
In terms of what's common in the countries that he mentioned, Botswana and Namibia, he mentioned those countries, but you notice he didn't really mention the leaders, right? Because what makes those countries stand out are the institutions. The institutions are respected. They know they have a president that's going to serve 2 terms, and he's gone. So that immediately brings confidence into the country's institutions. And we don't have that right now in many East and Central African countries. Yes, it's true, Magufuli is a good example in East Africa, although I'm concerned that recently he came out with some laws that were very restrictive to media as well as political opposition, holding rallies. So that's a concern. But otherwise, compared to the others, he's great. But ultimately, what we need is to have institutions that outlast these individuals. We can't have one guy in Uganda, president for 32 years. That's preposterous. Can you imagine, as an American, having one person as president for 32 years? Just rigged elections in February, and yes, the U.S. pretty much continues, mildly critical, but continues to do business with him as if it's, business as normal, and we can't have that. Now, in terms of what are some possible solutions, just based on what I've heard tonight, I think we could start campaigns. We could pick up one company, maybe say for the next 1 or 2 months, we're going to focus on one company that is involved in some of the transgressions in Eastern Congo. And let's just launch a campaign against that company. Have people emailing, tweeting, and just exposing what that particular company is doing. And then after that, we move on to another company. I think that eventually something like that could really get media attention.
Can you name some companies?
Actually, do you have the list? I think Kambale has a whole list of all the companies that were involved.
Yeah,
there were some Canadian and some American companies. Do you know the names?
I can highlight a couple. Anglo Gold, Ashanti, Barrick Gold. Yes. There are a few, and there are a lot of people in Canada that are concerned about this and are willing to take part in these campaigns. But there is a site, conflictminerals.org, that you can actually get the list of these companies. So the site is conflictminerals.org.
Thank you.
My brother, I noticed throughout the day you asked great questions, so I was going to use this opportunity to say I would like to get your card because I was going to also duck your question, but I've been friends with these guys that we think alike, because my answer was going to be never mind the leadership, focus on the institutions, which is why when Obama went to my hometown Accra and said Africa doesn't need big men, it doesn't need strong men, it needs strong institutions. I thought he said it clearly then, but of course, throughout the 8 years, he's veered away from that. What we need are strong institutions, not individuals, because the individuals will die. And whatever they've achieved will collapse. We need to be focused on building strong institutions. And on the US side, again, you can find some admirable people. One of the people I admire in Congress has been mentioned, Karen Bass. But here I'm looking at process and American foreign policy, which is why I have this book, because these guys know, in the State Department, they have a phrase, friendly tyrants. This is their term. This is what they call these criminals without borders that they support. They know they are tyrannical, but they say, look, they are doing our work. These people are killing people. So on the US side, what I've been obsessed about, and I would like to persuade everybody to do that, is to say, stop supporting friendly tyrants, okay? U.S. has no business, because it's even short term. When the U.S. gets in trouble with some countries in the Middle East, they will say, why do they hate us, okay? They don't understand. I would tell you, as an African, I know one African proverb. It says, the axe forgets, but the tree limb does not forget. If you take an axe and you chop off the limb of a tree, you can clean the axe, you oil it and hang it, and it looks new. You go look at the tree, years later, it still has a stump. It never forgets. So when the U.S. partners with tyrants like in Chad, like in Congo, like in Somalia, like in Liberia, like in South Africa, years later, they say, oh, we don't have good relations with them. What happened? Well, the people there knew who supported the dictators who killed them. So supporting dictators is not even good for the U.S. in the longer term. It may be good for the president who is in the White House for a few years. So it's in American interest to put an end to supporting friendly tyrants.
And I just want to remind everybody that they will be serving dinner as soon as this is over, because I know we're hungry. And any other question?
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment on conflict minerals. I know she talked about it, and you guys talked about it a little bit. I was very surprised that it wasn't talked about more. The section 1502, I believe. of Dodd-Frank, which is a Wall Street reform, and allow that basically forces every U.S. company, every publicly traded U.S. company to disclose the minerals, the 3Ts, tantalum, tungsten, and gold that come from the Congo, and if they use those minerals in their products. Now, many companies have tried to show these reports. They have to report, on how, if they get those minerals from the Congo, and if they get them from the Congo, we can actually trace where they get them in the Congo. Now, schools are working on, many students, activists are working on passing resolutions, which basically states, like for my school, I'm working my school trying to pass a resolution that will say that my school, RET, will, before they purchase electronics, they would take a look at the report to see whether that company, whether it be Apple, Intel, or whoever, if they get minerals from the Congo and where they get it from the Congo. Now, if they found out that that company gets the minerals from Congo and it's through some shady deals, we will go with another company. We'll forget you guys. And that's something that even cities, even people who work for different companies can push. And I wanted to tell, you mentioned about targeting a specific company and, doing hashtag and all that kind of stuff. And I wanted to tell just an anecdote to how effective that is. When Apple went to open a store in Washington, D.C., I believe this was their first one, individuals and other activists led by the Enough Project, they went to protest at the store. Before it opened, this was supposed to be a big media event, and they were there with signs that says we don't want conflict minerals in the products we get from Apple. And that very same night, the CEO of Apple called the leader of the organizer and said, "What is going on?" They listened, and I believe it was the next week. The CEO called the organizers to go talk to them and say, what can we do? Yeah, you can actually put this issue on their table. And something has been done with Intel, and now they're leading, other companies in saying, hey, and it's actually one of their advertising strategy now to say, hey, we actually produce items that do not have conflict minerals. Come buy from us. So whenever you go purchase a cell phone, computer, or whatever, ask whoever you're buying from, where do you guys get your minerals? And if there are enough voices, they will listen.
Thank you.
Did you raise your hand? Mention something about the conflict minerals thing. Is that it is? If you. Oh, sorry. No, I just wanted to intervene on your point. Is that it sounded like a very good initiative to trace minerals, but I think, as with what we've been talking about today, things are very complex on the ground with a lot of the certification. And I think what people have found is that it's very difficult to actually trace minerals and find the ones that are not from conflict areas. And also what I understand, and I don't know if someone else can talk about this too, is that these small-scale miners that have been mining minerals in Eastern Congo were very badly hit by this law when it actually was implemented. And so I don't know if anyone else in the room maybe also knows more about this, because I think, yeah, and there was also a very good Al Jazeera documentary sort of going back to trace the impact of this law, that maybe it's. Thank you.
Did you hear that? Okay.
I think I still go back to what I said earlier. We know it comes from the Congo. Let's make sure it's not exported via Rwanda and via Uganda. I think it's much more simpler to enforce that than the tracing aspect. But if that can help in some aspects, like it did in this case, fine. But if you don't produce it, you can't export it, right? I think, that should make sense. And I think that is something that can be effectively enforced, because it would have to be exported from an airport in Rwanda. Rwanda is landlocked. It's not going to be shipped out. Is it going to be exported by rail out of Rwanda and then shipped out? That can be enforced too. Let's make sure Congolese products are exported by Congo.
Just one more question.
With respect to these conflict minerals, with due respect, what you say may be correct or may not be correct. I'm from Burundi. We produce coffee. We produce tea. There are some people from Rwanda, they buy coffee from Burundi, they export to the United States, to other parts of the world. Minerals are basically produced in Congo. There are people in Burundi, they buy minerals there legally. People from Rwanda, they buy minerals there legally, and they're not prohibited to sell that anywhere they want in the world. But what I want you to know is that as we file income tax return every single year, people who import those minerals, now they are required by the federal government to file a certain form per year every time they import those products, showing that it's illegal, it's not coming from conflict zones, and it's not blood diamond. If they don't file that and they're caught by the federal government, they can get a fine up to $500,000. That's that's happening today. Thank you.
I wanted to comment on what he said, but just lastly, he has a question as well.
Actually, my question was on African Union. Yeah. Is it possible that we can trust the African Union right now to manage minerals around Africa if countries and individuals can't manage it?
Well, I think it's worth trying. There are a lot of problems in Africa and opportunities that cut across countries. So working regionally and continentally is always a good idea, but I don't think it's the solution for everything. And I come back to where we are sitting. We are sitting in New York City in the United States. We have representatives who make things easy for these, quote, criminals without borders. So I think one of the easiest things to do, I have had congressmen tell me, look, we got 3 calls from 3 Ghanaians in New York, and now we are looking at 8 to Ghana, okay? So what I'm saying is, one, we should do a lot of things. Yes, we should encourage the African Union, but let's not leave the American policy makers out of it. Because I've always said, the most powerful force I know of in the world is the United States government, and there is only one thing the United States government is afraid of, only one entity. That's the American people. They are scared of you. When I talk to people in Ghana, they tell me, tell us the difference between American politics and African politics. And I say, it's easy. In Africa, the little people, the ordinary citizens, are afraid of the big men. In America, the big men are afraid of the little people. Because if they do something, they want to hide it, because if it's found out, they will be in trouble. So please scare American policy makers to withdraw their support from the African tyrants, then the African people can deal with them.
Just quick, I just want to add to what the young brother said. And I agree with you that at some point we would like to see African institutions like the African Union become much more effective and taking a leading role. But that means we have to hold them to account as well. And sometimes it's difficult because the African Union is made up of its membership, right? So if you have a couple of presidents who don't want to leave, then it means they are not only weakening the institutions within their own country, but they're also weakening the Pan-African institution, which is the African Union. So it works both ways. We resolve the problems in the individual countries. That way, the African Union itself will become stronger as well.
Please let's give them a round of applause for everything that they've done. Yeah. And
let's give her a round of applause, too.
Thank you. But I want to thank everybody for their patience, and to do a better job of that, I'd like to invite Maurice, one of the organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Give them a round of applause again. All right, thank you so much for hanging in there with us today. We started at what time? 8 o'clock in the morning. I actually jumped off at 9, And I see some faces who've been here since 8. So that's a testament to the quality of our panelists, our moderators, Adiola, Samar, Leanne, just incredible the way you managed the forum today. I wanted to wrap up real quickly a few things. Please give a round of applause for ThoughtWorks, and they're hosting us. They're a tech company, and they've been an incredible partner to us. And we really appreciate the support that they've provided. And we look to continue building the relationship with them. I want you to also thank Aglan and with Claude and so many others behind the scenes. And the Africa Great Lakes Coalition, please. Give them a round of applause. So we are going to get to the food. There's food waiting for you, hot food for everybody to eat. Before we do that, just a few items. There are some key things that can be done immediately to support our efforts. One of the big themes that we heard today was the narrative, and how the narrative has a difficult time in getting out because of lack of media access, because of lack of authentic voices, actually having avenues in order to tell their stories. So you can help in that. There are a lot of ways you can help. You can invite us to your campuses, your clubs, your religious institutions. You saw all of these panelists today from Uganda and Congo and Rwanda and so on. They're all available to come and speak to you in your community and engage you in an in-depth way as to how you can be involved in this movement for peace and justice in the heart of Africa. For those of you online, you can go to friendsofthecongo.org under Take Action button and sign up to invite us to your communities. So that's one immediate way you can help us in getting that narrative out through our own channels. The media people who came today, I think there are folks from Voice of America, WBAI, and Sahara Reporters. So those who are in the media, the alternative media, we encourage you to continue to support us in our efforts. We can leverage the alternative media in addition to the social media in order to get the word out and tell the stories from the perspective that is empowering and put the control of those stories in the hands of Africans, whether it be Congolese, Nigerians, Ghanaians, what have you. So our alternative media are key in supporting this effort. A second thing that I would like for you to consider, a lot of ideas and suggestions came out today, a lot of prescriptions. Please, every one of you, those online as well, make sure you sign up. Make sure you sign up, you register. If you're online, make sure you sign up on friendsofthecongo.org so that we have your information. So there are a lot of actions that we are undertaking, and there are times when we will need to reach out to you to support us in those actions. I'll give you one example. Paul Kagame came to the United States and he went to Yale University. We found out maybe 72 hours before he's going to be there. But because we had folks in our network, like Samar at Yale and other professors and students, we're able to mobilize and challenge not only Paul Kagame, but Yale University, Coca-Cola, and all those who invited them. So by virtue of you being a part of our database, especially on the campuses, because this is where folks, leaders like Kagame, Musavuli come, they commit crimes in Congo, in Africa, but those crimes are cleansed here among American institutions. And the university campuses are one of the key places in which they come to gain legitimacy. Because the United States put their stamp of their imprimatur on these leaders and say they're Renaissance leaders, new breed of African leaders. But as you heard today, there's a different story. So we count on you for that. You may sign up today, and we may not reach out to you right away, but if he's going to be in Los Angeles or in Oakland or in Atlanta or in Houston, we would like to be able to connect with you and mobilize you at the right time to put up some kind of resistance to let people know that, hey, you got a war criminal that's coming on your campus, or you have a war criminal that's coming to your religious institution. So please sign up with us to be a part of this movement. Dr. Mwantwali, I don't know if he's still here. He mentioned some campaigns that we're going to be pursuing, especially with folks in France. So we need your information. And third, we count on all of you, your talents, your skills, your know-how, your expertise, to be a part of this movement, no matter what you do. Just before we go to eat, we're going to have Gabrielle Callender of the Mahina movement. She's, come up here, Gal, give her a hand, please.
Hey.
She's been using her talent as a musician to spread the word about the Congo and what's transpiring in the country. So she's the quintessential example of how an artist, using her talent and her expertise to elevate an issue that's hardly spoken of. So irrespective of what you do, if you're in the media, if you're an artist, whatever it is, there's a place for you to be a part of the movement. And again, we encourage you to go to friendsofthecongo.org. There's a Take Action button there, and you can join the global movement to bring about peace and stability in the Congo. And finally, right now, over the next 3 months, is critical in the country. We have a president that is in place as a result of this 20-year conflict that we have all been talking about today. The Congolese people went along with him in terms of his saying he's a Democrat and bringing democracy to the Congo. According to the Constitution, he has to step down in December, but he doesn't want to go. And people are mobilizing throughout the country and outside of the country to call on President Joseph Kabila to respect the Constitution and step down on December 19th. One of the leading edge of the resistance inside the country are the youth. And there's a movement called the Telema movement, T-E-L-E-M-A, hashtag T-E-L-E-M-A, telema.org. And those youth are calling on us to support them. And each and every one of you can do something to support them tonight. We provide you with breakfast, we provide you with lunch, we're going to provide you with dinner. What we're asking is that you provide some support to the Congolese youth. So Summer, I believe in one of her, is going to hand out some envelopes. Before you leave, please put something in there to support the Telema movement in the Congo. We want to let the youth on the ground know that you here in New York City are standing with them in their resistance inside the Congo against the installment of a dictatorship. We want you to let them know that you're standing with them in their pursuit of peace. We want you to let them know that you're standing with them in their pursuit of justice. Let the youth know that you're standing with them in their pursuit of human dignity. And one way you can do that tonight is to provide a contribution. You can write a check to Friends of Congo. If you have a card, you want to make a contribution, you can do that as well with one of our volunteers. But please do something, put something in an envelope before you leave tonight. And those of you who are online, again, it's telema, Telema.org. You can go online and make a contribution as well to support the youth movement in the Congo. And in addition to supporting the youth movement, we want you to stay up with them. We want you to be engaged in what they're doing, be aware of what they're doing, because when you do that, you let them know that you care. And when they know that you care, it strengthens their resolve in their fight for bringing about change in the Congo and in the heart of Africa. So, thank you so much again. We're going to listen to Gabrielle, a wonderful song that she made specific for the Congo. And after that, we'll file out and enjoy the wonderful food that we have outside. Thank you very much.
Just a little bit more. Thank you. You hold it right here. When I found out that every 12 minutes a woman is raped and killed in the Congo, it broke my heart more than any other information that I found out through Kambale, because you know when you meet Kambale, there's no way you're going to walk away not knowing what's going on in the Congo. And I'm so moved by him, and today he's my dear brother and friend, and he asked me to be here today, and I said yes. Inside of my commitment for humanity, and especially inside of my commitment for women to be safe around the world. So I wrote this song for the women. And I'm gonna go off mic. If y'all can't hear me, I'll do live streaming. Your spirit may fly away, and your body may be broken. Your lips, they may not speak, for some things cannot be spoken. But time will not forget about the price you had to pay for the greed of the world, who did not respect the woman. Oh, the Congolese woman. Oh, the woman. They hurt your body and your mind, and they take away your land. They take away your jobs, put guns in your enemies' hands. How many more must die before the whole world pays for the killing and the lies, the greed and the rape of the woman? Oh, the Congolese woman. You dry your eyes and you keep it going. Hold your head up with your own strong hand, high and ever reaching for the sky. That is a woman. Your spirit may fly away, ooh, and your body may be broken. Your lips, they may not speak, for some things cannot be spoken. But time will not forget about the price you had to pay for the greed of America, who did not respect the woman. Oh, the Congolese woman. Yeah, the Congolese woman.
Okay, thank you everybody. It's time for dinner.